questions. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the one.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you hear me okay? Good morning. Casey, I see you.
Hi, Leah. How are you?
Hi. I'm okay. I'm okay. So I'll probably mute you when we start in a few minutes.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay? I can hear you. Are you Casey, I see you. Okay.
Hi. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm okay. So I'll probably mute you when we start in a few minutes.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay? I can hear you. Are you so you guys, are you hearing the feedback?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, let me hold on one second. So I'll probably mute you when we start in a few minutes. I can hear you. Are you okay. So you guys, are you hearing the feedback?
Yes.
So Casey, nice to meet you.
Okay, are you guys still in the meeting? You guys, are you still in the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And I think we got rid of the feedback. And then Rachel is our first moderator and she's about to be led on. We have 3 minutes before we start. So I think we've gotten rid of all the tech issues. I may just mute people, but we are officially live streaming and I'll stick the live stream in the chat so people can share it. But Rachel is going to be our first moderator. So let's just wait a few more minutes for some more folks to jump on. But you can put anything in the chat that you want. Rachel, are you all set to start?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm waiting for my co-conspirator.
Right
to come
on.
Also, Avia Rose. Is she in yet?
Ayoko is on, Eric's on, and Casey is on.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
So, yeah. And then, Casey, you're not our second moderator, are you?
No, I'm at 2 p.m.
Right on. Okay. Yeah, I think Daniel is our second moderator, so I'll just check in with him.
Yes, he is.
Okay, wonderful. I'll just check in with Daniel real quick. So Rachel, as soon as your person pops on, you can take it away, but in 1 minute, I think I'll just do a general intro. Here we go.
I've had 2 electrician husbands, and I still forgot to set up my power supply before we went live.
No, I hear you. Do you know if your person is going to be joining soon?
What time is it? I think so. This is my only device, so I have to kind of tap out to nudge them.
I see. Okay.
Tripod to make this easier. So will you be moderating, Leo?
No, you're moderating the first hour.
Okay.
But I will go ahead and do an introduction. And maybe you could just generally talk before your person hops on as far as sharing the PowerPoint.
Sure. I think we decided to do more of a dialogue.
Okay.
We were going to interview each other just because we keep reminding each other of stories that we want the other person to tell.
Okay.
So like a split screen of the 2 of us, although I also sent this to Andrew. Are you meta moderating, the host?
Yeah, but I'm going to actually make you a co-host and also your friend. So why don't I just go ahead and do that now? Okay. There we go. Okay, why don't I go ahead and start? So we are currently live streaming and recording this event, but this is, I think, our 4th event total for our 24-hour event series, which has people waiting in and out of the experience. And I would say it kind of mimics the plant medicine experience in that we have kind of highs and lows and troughs and hills. We've had like 40 people, 46 people on the call before. We've had like 3 or 4 people like right now on the call. And it's really just like a marriage of ideas and thoughts and opinions and sharing time together and sharing storytelling as a powerful tool of being a change agent in the plant medicine community. And so we have people from all walks of life. And just this morning, I was struck by a conversation with a friend who is about 500 pounds and refuses to fly to come see her dying aunt. And struggling to talk with her about addiction. And I was struck by in the conversation how she could talk about her husband's opiate addiction, but she wasn't really willing to talk about her work addiction or how her weight has gotten out of control. And so it just brought to mind like, well, I think a lot of it is shame, and I think that we are taking shame out of the closet today by talking about healing and that addiction doesn't have to be a shameful experience. So I just want to applaud everyone that's going to be contributing for the next 24 hours and celebrate the hard work, because even though it might seem like a small conversation in this moment, I just really want to encourage folks to feel the value of the story, because sometimes we are able to have more intimate conversations when it's just a couple of us as we grow this effort, this online activism effort. So thank you so much. And we are welcoming our first moderator.
Good morning, Leo. Good morning, Ethnio Society of Washington. Thank you so much for sponsoring this 24 hours. This is my first one. And Leo, we met through a connection who I met on Clubhouse, which has been my audio lifeline during the pandemic. I was not lucky enough to tune into these 24-hour spaces. And I just think the topic of plant medicine and addiction is something close to my heart. So thank you for inviting me to moderate. We're kind of in a communication snafu, as is the want. The psychedelic, it's not a classical psychedelic, the sacred substance from equatorial Africa, iboga, is the plant medicine that I advocate for. I don't work with it. I don't provide it to people. I've been in relationship with providers for almost 20 years. My first memory of getting involved in the Ibogaine Underground in New York City was around August of 2003, 2004, August 2004. But my beloved at that time was on a methadone maintenance program and treated it like insulin. I had fallen in love with them and then found out that they were still addicted or dependent on something. And then 9/11 happened. We were living in New York City. And it seemed like quote unquote junkies were going to be the last people attended to or cared for in the event of a national emergency. I remember 9/11, 2001 was a Tuesday. It was election day. And Tuesday was my ex-husband's, my husband's pickup day at the clinic. And then he went to work. It was sort of like medicine for him. And he wanted to get off what people call the pink handcuffs, a stabilization, something that doesn't give you euphoria, something that helps you not be sick, something that helps you function, but a substitute for a dependence, a substance that you use, a drug that you use to not feel pain, discomfort, trauma. Ibogaine is one of 12 alkaloids in a plant from the rainforest, the equator of Africa. Gabon got its independence from French colonial rule in 1960, and Gabon declared iboga a national cultural treasure around 1994. And in the 90s, an American by the name of Howard Lotsof and his connections were developing, this is 1994, we're trying to develop Ibogaine as another tool in addiction treatments, an interruption tool. It's not a cure for addiction. It's not a classical psychedelic. It's a dissociative psychedelic is what they call it. People have also, and I kind of prefer this, call it an oniric, a dreaming state. And what that is most significant for those of us who support with integration and with experiences during an entheogenic communion is that not all sacred sacraments are meant for everyone. I did not have active opiate addiction in 2004 when I got involved with the Ibogaine Underground in New York City, a couple of years after this kind of methadone realization around 9/11. I have a love of cannabis. I currently have a strong relationship with tobacco, an addictive relationship. I was thinking when we first started this topic, plant medicines and addiction, of taking an academic approach. What is addiction? You know, people who use drugs, and you know the etymology of the alternative discourse of calling our holy substances plant medicine. You know, drug. Well, these drugs are okay if the doctor writes a prescription, but these medicines have been used for millennia. Are you in, Avia?
Yeah,
see another
I'm
face.
here. I'm here.
Hi.
I see your Galaxy S9 Plus screen right now. What's happening? Did you turn your camera off? Okay. Yes, I'm here. Hi, Rachel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You know Iboga as an entheogen, yeah?
Yeah, would you like me to introduce myself?
Good morning. Yeah, please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello, Leo. It's nice to see your face. I also know Eric Swenson via Facebook. Hello, Eric. So the way that I became involved with Iboga or Ibogaine is that both of my parents were very close, intimate friends of Howard Lotsof. And so as a child growing up in New York City in the 1980s, this was a huge focus for both of my parents working with Howard, was to get this medicine available to the people who needed it. And in this particular context, it was people who were addicted to opiates. When I became an adult, I wanted to understand a little bit more really what was driving that useful obsession that Howard had, and that in turn my father Dana Beal had, and my mother Nailani had. And so I studied anthropology as an undergrad, and I had the very good luck to study under Professor Jerry Brown at Florida International University for a couple of years, and he taught a class called Hallucinogens and Culture. And within the framework of academia, that gave me the sense that this is a legitimate field of study that I can
Hallucinogenic?
Hallucinogens and culture. It's quite a classical, it's a very well-known class, in fact, at this point, because it's been circulated through the psychedelic community. Once lockdown happened, it was just like, well, everyone should just go take this course by Jerry, whether you're actually at his university or no. And at this point, he's, you know, mostly retired, semi-retired, but you know, he was just a close friend of mine, and I was friends with his family and his wife, and they were like, well, you should study this. You have this access that other people don't, and it's a very niche field. But really it was my own sort of desire to understand what was really driving the people around me. So in 2001, I traveled to Holland, and I took Ibogaine for the first time with Sarah Glatt, who is a well-known provider. And I took it without being addicted to anything besides like caffeine, maybe, you know, and wanted to experience that because there are so many fantastical tales of Ibogaine taking you completely into a different oniric dream state, maybe sort of a different reality. And in that sense, it is a true dissociative, not in a negative sense. And that environment was just this really idyllic countryside in Holland. And, I could hear children laughing outside during the day and frogs croaking during the night by the stream. And same time, I kept on hearing this underlying musical sort of heartbeat. And I realized that probably the indigenous context, which included a much more musical component, was more for me because I'm also a musician. And so at that point, I planned to go to Gabon to experience it in its originating setting. I hesitate to say original because there's like a weird historical component to that. But
Right. I feel that complexity that you want to signal. So I just am intervening for a little bit. I was thinking that in my internal monologue at the beginning when I said in its indigenous context, its natural context. I mean, it comes from a different place. It's situated within that ecosystem, the people, the colonial forces, the syncretism with Christianity, and all the things that happened before Portuguese and French ever got to Gabon. So sorry, I'll go.
Well, no, I mean, I think that's what we've talked about personally in our conversations and preambles leading up to this, is that it's very much a part of modern Gabonese culture. And there's no sort of classical snapshot of this primordial being who uses iboga. And actually, to think of it that way is like a weird sort of Western perspective where we just want to imagine that there are indigenous people who exist as like a snapshot in time. And that's like a classic failing, really. And so I did go to Gabon in 2008 and I actually did see that perspective brought out by the other travelers around me. They were definitely expecting something different than they received. So it has a musical component. It has a theatrical component. It is essentially a performance that is a spiritual homage to the ancestors. And that's a very important component that obviously doesn't take place in a medical setting for now.
But here's my question on the ancestors. Do you see African forest ancestors of the people, or did you see it differently with Sarah Glott up in the Netherlands when she was working there?
Well,
that's something I'm talking about.
oh, is someone talking?
Performances.
I don't know if that's Leo. Can you mute Yellow?
Is that, I
Sunshine?
feel like that's Leo because she's not muted.
Is that Leo?
Leo, what was your question? Or what were you saying?
No. There was someone that needed to be muted, but they muted themselves, so it's all good.
Okay. Okay. Oh, that's a nice background, Leo.
Which
Pretty
ancestors?
window.
Which ancestors do you see from? Because the forest, like
Well, I mean, that's a really good question because, okay, I mean, so I feel like I could go on a little bit more with like the sort of description of where I went. So I went to Ibando, which is probably a cultural center that many of you have heard of. They are like widely recognized and available pretty much just online because they're actually trying to promote the use of iboga and the traditional practices that are associated with it. And how I found Ibando actually was through Dimitri Mugianis, who many people know. He's become quite famous. He's on Fresh Air, for example. He was sent originally to Sarah Glott by my father. And so the whole journey was very closely associated with like family, friends, and family. And so once you go there and you take iboga, you know, you'll hear lots of stories about people seeing like very traditional things. There are certain guideposts that are along the way where you know, after you take Iboga, you repeat what you've seen to the elders of the village, and they are able to determine if you've gone far enough or not. You know, that being said, for me, most of my actual visions had more to do with my own personal family and ancestors. And that is what they expect. If someone says that they're having lots of visions about different cultures, I mean, I can't really speak to that. It sounds like people want to interpret things through a certain lens so that they can know that the experience that they had was traditional or relevant. But you know, to answer your question, for the Bwiti, having dreams and thoughts about like my own personal family and ancestors, to them it makes perfect sense, because that's what you're revisiting, is your own ancestral line. And there were a lot of people there that were definitely looking for sort of these fantastical stories that you hear, you know, and just to kind of bring everyone up to speed. A very familiar trope is that you're going down a road and you may like meet, you know, one of your ancestors. And so I feel like this is kind of the mark of whether someone is fabricating something or not sometimes. You know, like, who did you meet on that road? You know, yeah, it should be someone like,
AI.
right, it should be someone personal to you, not necessarily just some fictionalized version of a Bwiti ancestor. But
You know, when my husband was the first process that I was part of, we had two angels, the Greek angel and the Italian angel. And Dimitri was the Greek angel. And Richie, I think I knew him as Frank, but Richie Agolnik was sponsoring the Manhattan Project.
Oh.
And your dad at Number 9 Bleecker was like Ground Central, Yippee Central. And Preston Pete, who was is a writer, and was in a terrible accident. So his opiate use his use of Ibogaine was to reduce the dosage he had maxed out on what his pain doctors could give him. And so it was to reduce it so that he could kind of reset his tolerance. It was called the Manhattan Underground. And my husband was reading about it on the Ibogaine list, and Howard was very active. Not that many people were using it at that point, you know. I only became interested again in it recently because I had a traumatic brain injury 3 years ago. And so during the shutdown, and I mean, I love going to Ibogaine forums and conferences, and they've been online for the last couple of years. But your dad has been foregrounding Ibogaine, not just for addiction, but also for neurological conditions like Parkinson's.
yeah, it definitely
brain
has
injury.
an effect. Yeah, it definitely has an effect on neuroplasticity. And there's, you know, I won't go into detail because I'm not really equipped as an expert. But I feel like that neuroplasticity, that ability of your brain to reset, it's not just its chemical balances, but the actual neural pathways along which people function. I feel like that has a huge amount of promise beyond just addiction therapies. I have seen many people use it for things outside of addiction therapy. And so, you know, for me, obviously, both those times I was not seeking it as someone who had a pre-existing addiction to opiates. I've never had an addiction to opiates, or I barely have taken them in my life, mainly because, you know, my parents warned me of the dangers of them fastidiously throughout my childhood.
Same.
But you know, there is a great deal of promise in its work as an agent of neuroplasticity. And when you look at how it's used in a traditional context, it is true that they view it as a panacea who can solve almost all the problems that one might have. And when you look at it from a historical perspective, that's really a lot of what it did for the Gabonese. What happened in the colonial area was that we had a large uptick in alcoholism. The traditional social structures broke down, the men were sent to logging camps and would often become alcoholics. They would employ the talents of sex workers, having their needs met, and then they would go back to their villages and they would pass their sexually transmitted diseases to their wives, which would result in infertility. So they definitely look at it as not only a treatment for alcoholism, but an alternative, because there is a communitas to have when you're taking small amounts of iboga. You're dancing and singing and still, communicating. Whereas if you're taking a flood dose, you do need to just lay down and be taken care of. And they use it in both contexts. But, they also do look at it as something that increases fertility. And there has been a lot of people who have thought that that is perhaps because it might have some efficacy in treating different STDs. And I'm thinking mainly of syphilis and chlamydia.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because one of the things I remember, because I'm a women's historian also, and the first Ibogaine forum I went to was at Alex and Allison Gray's Chapel of Sacred Marys when it was still in
New York City. Yeah.
Awesome. It was January 2005. Jeff Camlett spoke, Patrick Krupa spoke, Daniel Pinchbeck spoke. His book, Breaking Open the Head, was just out. There was a lot of male acid macho ego banging around the
Did you see the look on my face when you said all three of those names?
I don't like that shit.
I was just a little girl.
How old were you in 2005?
I was 25. And
So,
they
'cause I met
definitely
you-
treated me
don't
like I was
remember
25.
seeing you at that forum, but harm reduction, we met in 2006 in Oakland. I was teaching in Northern California, and I came down to Oakland because Howard and Patrick and Dimitri were presenting.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you hadn't been
know-
to Gabon yet, but you had been to see Sarah.
I had been through a flood dose. I would hesitate to call that like initiated because it's not.
Did
So
you
when-
use mushroom tea afterwards in the integration period? Were there other plant medicines involved besides?
No, at that point, Sarah was growing her own cannabis, which is actually one of the things that got her legally in trouble in Holland down the road.
Okay.
And I am a user of cannabis, mostly here and there these days because I have asthma, so I tend to do more like alternative methods. But
I find with my asthma, even tinctures can set it off. I don't know why. Edibles, and
interesting.
tinctures.
Yeah,
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah. No, for me, it's more like smoke inhalation in general. It's just not a good idea.
Right.
But definitely the experience in Holland completely different than the experience in Gabon. I would say that the unifying factor is that those were both environments where you had practitioner providers who were trying to promote the use of iboga as a plant medicine because they thought that it had incredible power to heal your mind and body and spirit. And the reason why this is important is because not just within the larger framework of society and it being a Schedule I drug, but within the framework of academia and the psychedelic community, iboga always has had this sort of dark shroud over it of sort of danger. And I have my thoughts as to why that is. I think that in general, Westerners tend to fetishize Africa and look at it as the dark continent.
Okay. Heart of
and-
darkness.
Yeah, and obviously, like there are some dangers if you have a pre-existing medical condition. And then I feel like the primary danger with people who are opiate users is that it does completely reset your tolerance. So if you think you can walk out of any Ibogaine experience and go back to taking level of opiates that you were, there is a great chance that you could experience an overdose because you no longer have that tolerance.
And see, that would be, I don't have data. I've never done research like you did with Dr. Alper. But it seems to me as a natural observer, Leo, I love that. I still don't understand what that means. But watching the movement, also from a lens of my own kind of recovery, friends and family, codependence, that it is a lot of overdose, inadvertent overdose deaths. For whatever reason, people are unsecured and they have access to their drug of choice and they're unaware or in the habit of using X amount. So it's similar to an accidental overdose now from fentanyl or any of these other chemical warfare.
I would
designer
say
drug-
it's not similar because really, I can't really drop the number for you, how many deaths have been associated with Ibogaine detox. It's definitely less than 10 people worldwide. There's far more people that have died of fentanyl, like on the record.
No, that's
you
not
know.
what I mean. I mean an inadvertent. So to me, because a flip side of danger would be safety. So the sacredness of experiencing it in its original context in Gabon and with those medical technologies, the music, the harp, getting you up and brushing you off, and water and dancing and making you move, if your heartbeat goes down, all those medical cultural technologies that are hard to translate into a Western, clinical setting. On the one hand, maybe that medical safety for some people is necessary to avert the dangers. I mean, what I've seen in a lot of the studies, people are pre-screening out folks who would be contraindicated for whether it's cardiac issues, liver issues, potentially psychological issues.
Yeah.
For the clinical guidelines for a long time were excluding people with bipolar and schizo.
I do remember when I went to Ibondo, they required that I get an EKG before I go, which I did.
I mean, EKG is basic, right? And
well,
the
just to
QT
test your heart functioning at that point.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Yeah.
I'd like to interrupt.
And did you have to hydrate?
Ooh,
ahead of
Eric
time?
is trying to talk. I feel like we can't hear you, Eric. Will you turn your volume up a little bit?
Well, I have it at max. So, what I'd like to say about the death is that I have no firsthand knowledge, but I'm good friends with Jeff Campbell, and he believes the 1 in 300 might even be an underestimate. And Alvia, did you actually say that you thought there were about 10 deaths worldwide? Because it's happening, and Jeff believes it's underreported, but there are many deaths, not enough to stop using it. It's the best interrupter that's ever been discovered. But
Eric,
Yeah.
I hate to interrupt. I can hear about 20% of everything you're saying.
But I could hear
Perhaps your
the 1 in
microphone
300.
is occluded. You could hear it? Okay.
Well, only
Can't
there's
hear.
one point that I could hear, and I want to clarify. 1 in 300, approximately 250 to 300, maybe 400, will have an adverse event. That doing it in not a death, an event that requires, for example, a blood pressure medication, hydration, an antidote. And so because of that level of adverse events, it does not mean death. And a very few of those clinical settings has someone died from the Ibogaine, they've died from the risk of their pre-existing condition.
I'll put a comment into the chat about this, but I think Jeff Hamlet is the expert on this, and he disagrees with you strongly.
No, I recommend Jeff Camlett. I only recommend going to Beyond. What does he disagree with? He doesn't say there's 1 in 300 deaths.
He thinks it might even be higher.
No, he has a professional interest against amateurs. And I say this all the time to providers who take risks. Every death is a triple tragedy. It's a tragedy for the patient and his family or her family, their networks. It's a tragedy for you as a provider and your team, all the people who got that person into your care, okay? But the triple tragedy is it sets the Ibogaine movement back again. Because Deborah Mash is renowned for going on, who has credentials and economic investment and questionable patents, a vast underground experiment. And there are unscrupulous Iboga providers. I'm really glad that Avia is mentioning Sarah, because she's a very good one. But for all the wonderful, wonderful, wonderful ones, there are people who have a death every couple months in Mexico, some crazy clinic out there, because they take anyone.
I mean, are they not reporting the deaths? Because I haven't heard anything about any of this.
I was surprised also. I believe it has something to do with the different political situation, security situation in Mexico, the networks. I haven't gone down to those clinics, but again, I would recommend going to Beyond, which where Jeff Camlett is now the medical director of, and that the safest way to take Iboga in a Western context is under the supervision of a medical doctor. Thank you, Eric.
I would just weigh in and say that, part of what's happening in traditional context is that when you're the initiate, there's either you're the sole initiate or there's maybe 2 or 3 of you, and you have like 5 to 20 people watching over you all at the same time. And they've been trained to see the signs of people going through physical and physiological distress. It's not something that I would suggest older people do or people that have medical issues to do. I mean, I did this when I was quite a young woman and had a lot more physical vigor. I do see that there is sort of a fundamental disconnect in the psychedelic community where Iboga tends to be shrouded in mystery and a certain degree of negativity that I think is like relatively unwarranted. And that's my personal opinion. You have tons of contraindications with modern pharmaceutical drugs all the time. But I would just like to say at this point, it would be lovely to move on from the topic of Ibogaine deaths, because I feel like that's what people pay way too much attention to. I mean, how many people die from various heart medications each year for no reason whatsoever?
Just overdose from street drugs. That's what I put the people are dying.
Yeah, I mean, and that again, we can't really ascribe the overdose from a street drug to Ibogaine, because what it does is it resets your tolerance to those drugs. So if you think that you can be heroin addict who takes X amount or X amount of fentanyl, then you think you can come out of an Ibogaine treatment and one day you're feeling like, I need to do this thing that I used to do, because at that point you're no longer having physical cravings and the choice would be purely psychological. People need to be made aware you need to start with baby doses again. It like the person who is a 20-year-long heroin addict or fentanyl user is going to be taking much higher doses than someone who was new, and the nervous system and the physical body simply can't take those levels of that drug. When we're talking about something that would be like an Iboga death, in my mind, it would be something that people had a pre-existing medical condition that was aggravated by the use of that drug. And this is like basic medical screening. I have asthma. I was terribly sick earlier this year. I was in the hospital for 4 days. And there are many, many drugs that they simply would not give me because it would not work within my system. So I'm an advocate for finding out more about this as a biochemical drug and a process that goes on in your body, interacting with many other diseases and drugs. But I also think that there is a missing cultural and spiritual component within a completely sterilized environment, and that the services that Deborah Mash were offering in the 90s just didn't provide that. And to a certain extent, neither does Sarah. She doesn't have 20 Iboga musicians she can call to come and, sing you through your dream state, which is a completely different experience than just taking it in your living room with a friend provider or in a hospital setting with a Deborah Mash type provider. So, there's just something that's lost in translation. And people tend to, again, view this as some historical practice that doesn't exist, but culture of taking Iboga in Gabon is alive and well, and it exists within the youth culture there.
And so that current contemporary existence shouldn't be misrepresented in Western culture as something either too dark in that colonial imagination of Africa as the heart of darkness, nor too
Right.
primitive. Not too primitive. What's
It's not,
civilized?
it's
What
not
is-
primitive at all. Yeah, it's, you know, it's the attitude towards Iboga youth in Gabon is mixed. It was espoused as a national religion of sorts, with the former president Omar Bongo as the head of that religion. So it was very mainstream to Gabon. But when you go there, you do encounter Christian and Muslim people who think it is terrible and, you know, like a form of devil worship. And I suppose that any real precursor or syncretic religion that operates with some natural ideas could be used as paganism. And there's just always that historical push and pull between that. You know, the unknown is feared, and that is a real cultural issue. And I think that whole concept of chaos and the unknown, that was fairly well espoused by the 1960s culture, the counterculture and hippie culture. I think that's kind of like the classical struggle, you know, and you have many historical references to the Eleusinian mysteries, and, you know, like Soma, and there's all these, you know, sort of classical problems for historical scholars to approach, but it's the struggle is very real and actually happening in real time, and everyone, the general sort of perspective from an American perspective is that these were rituals that existed in the past, but they exist today, and there's a lot of issues that surround that, with gender relations, with economic flows, and with treatment, and with the dangers of treatment in a relatively untested form of medicine. But let's not forget, the reason why it's untested is because for a long time that we were not allowed to test it. So we have right now.
Definitely, let's not forget that the legal
Yeah, well-
context.
We have like a renaissance going on right now, you know, through MAPS and through Decrim Nature and various organizations which are doing really good jobs at proposing that these substances start to be scheduled and start to be researched. And then, you know, we have a little bit about what you and I talked about, Rachel, where there is this fundamental tension between capitalism and the development of plant medicines, where people want to own things. And that happened very early on. You know, Howard filed patents not for the alkaloid itself, but for the process of addiction interruption. And there was, you know, it's pretty well known, a historical classical argument between him and Deborah Mash, because, you know, she was financially benefiting on it and didn't want to include him, even though he had discovered it. And I put it in air quotes, not because I question Howard's intentions or veracity, but, you know, in Gabon, he is recognized as being like a good guy and a celebrated figure, but in their minds no way did he discover or invent it. I mean, it's they look at it as like, of course it would work for addiction. Of course, like naturally, that's one of the things we use it for. So of course it would work for that. It's kind of a foregone conclusion. And culturally speaking, the other thing is that people often like to write in terms of these absolutes that, like, oh, you do this flood dose when you're initiated, and then sometimes when you're dying. But the truth is they continue to take small amounts of ibogaine and microdosing throughout their lifetime and multiple cultural events. In that context, it's not dangerous at all. So you have to think, if you're taking a huge dose of anything, there might be complications. We don't know. And the reason that we don't know is because it hasn't fully been studied. And then one needs to question, once it is studied, How are we going to reintroduce this other context, which I personally feel is very important, which would be the ritual that goes along with it, because a lot of people report this when they take ibogaine in a non-Indigenous setting, that they'll hear music, they'll feel different things that are just kind of missing. And call me hippy dippy, but I feel like the music component is really, really important. And it's probably what's missing in most practices that are not within Givon.
Leo, do you want to jump in here? I saw you had a question in chat. Avia, you're so great.
I have a couple different questions. One, I've heard that people are having a hard time with the link, so I don't know if there's like some interference that's creating an issue, but I've just been trying to test the link. So if you know anyone that's trying to get in, maybe add them some other way. Just wanted to put that out there. The other thing that came up for me when you were speaking was about, you mentioned youth using ibogaine. And I think in our culture, as far as the Western culture, we have a real reticence to talk about using these plant medicines with youth or with children. But the reality is that they have been used traditionally, sent from the beginning of time, as far as we know, as far as human civilization, with different age ranges. And so I was hoping you could speak to some of the cultural views of using for younger people, if that interests you. And then the other question I kind of had was any observations about Black culture here in the United States. We have a woman who's speaking later today that does community organizing, and she's from Africa. And she was going to talk about assimilation and how part of assimilation into the Western culture for African immigrants includes perceptions around drug culture for Black people and projections on Black men that they're into hard drugs and, these kind of cultural expectations. And so she was going to talk about kind of the marrying of those two cultures, that Africans come here and maybe they have a history of knowledge about drug use from a historic sense within certain cultures from their homeland or something, but maybe they come here and so I just was wondering if you could speak to maybe reticence within the African community, the African American community, to, even though you see African American communities that are rising up and reclaiming their cultural heritage or ties to African culture, that maybe perhaps they don't always embrace this other part in terms of the ibogaine piece. And if I'm wrong in that assessment, my apologies. So
Avia, I'm going to bounce it right back to you, but I will say, the Black Panther support for Iboga as an interruption alternative to the substitutes of methadone, Suboxone. Remember that Howard brought Iboga to the feds in the mid-90s, and Dana Beal and ACT UP, basically threatened major action if they didn't at least consider it. And ibogaine was pushed off the table by Big Pharma, who wanted to market Suboxone, something that people would take every day and they would make money off of, as opposed to an interruption that would unspring people, reset them, give them visionary insight into the traumas that underlie their drug use and their patterns and their behaviors, reflect on that, have connection with ancestral wisdom and help and guidance, and change their lives. And so I think that interruption in New York City, there was definitely Black Panther, which is only one small fragment of what you're referring to as African American community. But yes, I can absolutely imagine immigrant generations having skepticism about quote unquote urban culture and the drug trade. What do you think of Panthers, etc.?
So I do personally know Dhoruba bin Wahad, who is the Black Panther that my father approached after he was released, to basically say, this plague that is hitting the Black community so hard, isn't it amazing that there's actually this psychedelic shrub from different parts of Western Africa that can treat those addictions. And there definitely is an interesting synchronicity there. But I will say that, number one, I hesitate to speak about anything on behalf of the Black community because I'm not Black. Number two, I think there is this weird homogenization that white culture in America tends to put on Black people. Africa is a continent, not a country. And so there are many different nations, and within each of those nations, lots of different cultures. It's not something that is universally in appeal in Gabon, despite the fact that it is a quote unquote national treasure. And Omar Bongo was the leader of the Bwiti religion. He was the informal leader because really every little village is like a microcosm, and it has more to do with the individual people in that setting. You know, it's definitely, there is a difference between people who have an African American background and come from a history of slavery versus people that are coming from Africa. And when you speak particularly about Gabon, they had a lot of cultural independence very early. They were very resistant to colonialism, but they weren't resistant in terms of wars, but just in terms of, okay, well, you're going to come here with this idea of society. We're going to do this too. We're going to become landowners. We're going to engage in the court system. We are going to basically have our independence. It's no surprise to me that they had their independence as early as, I believe it was 1959. But you know, you have our tendency as white Westerners is to want to homogenize Black culture into one sort of monolithic being, and it's definitely not that. And there are really big differences between African American people who are coming from a history of cultural slavery versus people coming from Gabon. And so there's a lot of stereotypes that can be played out, and it's important to just acknowledge in terms of the youth culture, to answer your question, Leo, that they did explain to me. I mean, I was there with a mother and her two teenage daughters, and I asked, you know, how old were they when they had first been initiated? And the answer is that they were quite young, you know, 11 or 13. And then they do more than one initiation because you grow spiritually as a person. So they would also then do it in their later teen years, like 16 or 17. And, you know, in different cases, even the small children were given just a really small amount of the powder, and it's to acclimate their body to this root powder, which has a horrible, incredibly bitter taste. You know, it is one of those things where it's a like sort of a great feat if you can sit there and actually consume like iboga root bark. It's a lot more difficult than taking a couple of capsules that have the powdered root bark inside. So, you know, there's so many.
It's going to sound acid macho in that spectrum, but like, how much did you eat? Like 3 baskets, 1 basket?
Oh gosh, I don't remember. You know, I mean, I hate to say this, but it's so gross. It's like the worst flavor in the world. And I also hate the flavor of mushrooms. So to be able to sit there and I have not taken ayahuasca or yahe, I understand it's the same thing. It's like really horrible flavor. And forcing yourself to continue to do that while you're having like this horrible vomiting response. There is like a Herculean effort that goes into that, even though you're the person that's like laying down while everyone else is performing this ritual around you. And
is it are your mother and father are feeding it to you?
Your Bwiti mother and father are feeding it to you. They do give you, they assign you people that are considered to be your mother and father for that time. You know, I mean, it's a lot of it is very genderized. So, and I think that's an okay thing. When I was there, what I kind of gathered was that there was this whole other component of like a secret society of women that has been largely unpublished because most of the researchers who have gone to Gabon are male. And that's something I definitely want to look into further. I'm going to be going back to work a little bit more on my research and include that in my memoir that I'm working on, because I feel like that's a really almost entirely untouched section of Ibogaine research or Iboga research.
I love that. I send so much support on that project.
What about you, Rachel? I know that you have some experiences with Iboga. Can we hear a little bit more about your experiences with it?
I am going to say two things and bounce it back. One, I was thinking early ago when you were talking about, I was pushing you like what ancestors, your ancestors, African ancestors. In 2004, when I was involved in a friends and families process, and part of that process, my hair turned gray that weekend. I was convinced that my partner was going to die. I actually made some decisions a couple months ahead of time, like, okay, I want to hang out with them a little bit, which was hard. And I remember talking to Howard, because I was living in Queens, and Howard and Norma were in Staten Island, part of the 5 boroughs of New York City. And I remember talking to him a few times that weekend. He kind of was talking me through it. And at that point, I don't know if that we were the 3rd or 5th part of the Manhattan Underground. There was this back and forth and between Manhattan and places, but we were right down the street from a hospital. So anyway, I didn't take any medicine. I didn't take any capsules. I didn't smoke weed. I was sober. I was holding space for my loved one. And he could open his eyes. Like I was saying right before you came on, an oniric, a dreamlike, like the thing about a hard trip or a tough experience that's coming up. You can always open your eyes and talk to the people. It could be back to reality. And so my husband was having some stuff. I lay down on the bed next to him. I was not high and the pillows were vibrating. And so like I went out and talked on the phone in the living room to Howard about something else. And then he said, well, don't lie down next to him. Just go in the room and pray. It was like some really intense part of what it was about a 36-hour trip. And so I came back down the hallway and I opened up the door, and the 2 angels and my husband were in the room, and there was spirits fucking flying around, like not visual so much, like wind. And I was like, what the heck? So that, the vibrations, the wind, and the suggestion from Howard and from one of the angels, I can't remember which one, was just sit at the base of the bed and pray. And I had an altar there. And so I sat down, and I've been meditating since like 1992. So it's like 12 years later. And I was sitting there cross-legged with my eyes closed. And in my mind's eye, kind of at the distance, I see this glow. And then there's a slit, like a big vibrating vulva, basically, but not cunty, just a slit and a glow. And then a Gabonese python comes out of it that I didn't know was a Gabonese python. I had not seen pictures of it. I had no expectation. I mean, whatever I knew about Iboga in its forest context was like the elephants liked its fruit. The gorillas ate its leaves. Like I didn't have any snake thing going on about anything I had looked at. And so this serpent comes out of the slit and gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's red and yellow patterned. And as it gets closer to me, now it gets like my whole thing. And then it comes at me, big fucking jaws with teeth. And it's going to bite my head off. And I remembered at that moment what the therapists, the providers, the shamans, the angels, Dimitri and Christopher, open your eyes. So I opened my eyes and it went away, but it was going to bite my head off. And so that was crazy. Those 3 experiences, but particularly that vision, which is still, obviously very strong in my consciousness. And so I talked with an Irish guy, Lee Albert, who has written a book, an early book. And he had a website, My Iboga, and he's had some podcasts. He does amazing interviews. Avia, this is so amazing to just have you share, today. about what you've seen. But Albert Lee Albert, I can't remember what his real name is. He kind of played them around as an acronym. Has done interviews with Claire Wilkins and Juliana Mulligan. I think there's 6 or 7 episodes on the podcast. And then Eric, the Beyond Treatment people, have done some amazing mind root recent ones. And they're doing a lot of publicity about the current clinical research. I think in the Gabon, in the whole time of climate change that we're in, and the rainforest preservation, the minerals, the oil, the resources that are still in Africa, human and earth. Gabon is sitting has a place, a 3-year rotation on the Security Council. And so I just think it's, with Mother Ayahuasca in that part of South America, and the importance of keeping the forest going. It's kind of an interesting time, I think, for them to leverage.
It has huge implications. There is a lot of logging and forestry work going on in Gabon, and one does worry about the natural habitat of that plant. When I was there, I had this internalized perspective that our planet is sort of heading to demise, which we all worry about, and we worry about the preservation of all of these tropical plants, and very particularly to this discussion, the psychedelic and entheogenic plants that grow around the equator. I will say this though, like that perspective to people in Gabon was a little bit nihilistic. And I would hope that their perspective is correct, and that life finds a way essentially to keep on living. Interestingly, they do kind of have several phrases that discuss their place in the world. And one of them was that it's le nombril du monde, the navel of the world. And they think of it as, in terms of, if we're speaking about it from like a Celtic terminology, it's the thin place. It's the place where the veil is the thinnest between the two worlds. And so much of what they have as a historical cultural perspective is that, of course, the rest of the world is seeking this medicine. And of course, we want to give it to them because it's necessary. And knowing that that is the perspective made me feel better about engaging in it. A lot of people that I encountered there were coming and doing a little bit more what we would call ecotourism, and had certain expectations which are ultimately rooted and mired in capitalism. We have this thing where we like to think that spirituality should just be free, but really it is a practice and it is a profession, and everyone deserves to make a living. But there is that tension there between harvesting and over harvesting a plant. And that is something that I worry about. It can be cultivated in individual compounds, but
and synthesized from vocantinine.
Right. Well, Volcanga is a different plant, and it's different culturally speaking. It's used in different environments. But just in terms of actually taking iboga root, I mean, obviously part of the problem there is if you poach the entire plant and you take all the roots out, it's not going to regrow. Traditional methods of foraging and gathering would mean that you would take part of the roots and then leave the rest of the plant to continue to grow. And there is kind of a danger in all of this. We definitely need to make sure that the plant itself can continue to grow. I know of a few different people who are trying to grow it in different environments, but it's kind of a tricky plant to grow. You can't necessarily grow it outside of that particular environment. And that is something that we have to worry about. One of my early focuses as an undergrad was ethnobotany. We have the absolute determination, necessity, the need to cultivate these plants and keep them alive, because we can't see a loss in biodiversity to the degree that we lose the sacred plants. That would be like a disaster. So it's really important how we move forward as a community and where we're getting our Ibogaine. That's a really important factor.
It's 11:01. Thank
Well,
you.
thank you for hearing me, everyone. Thank you, Rachel.
Oh, it's wonderful. Thank you so much to the two of you, especially.
Also, I just want to encourage folks to check the chat. You might have some individual messages in there, just kind of a heads up. We have heard that some people are having difficulty joining via the Zoom link on Eventbrite. So we are trying to remedy that issue. We are also live streaming currently and recording. But I just want to encourage people to stay on throughout the 24 hours if they're able, even if they turn their cameras off, and just check in as they're able. But we do have our next moderator, Daniel. So I wanted to introduce Daniel, say thank you to you both, and then and feel free to stay on and continue to participate.
Thank you.
Bye. Good session.
Folks, hey, Leo, Rachel, Eric, and everybody else. Eric, I think I recognize you from some Sacred Garden stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah. I've been a
Right on.
visitor since,
And, you know, I was enjoying the Ibogaine, the bits of the conversation that I did get to see. I don't know a lot, admittedly, I don't know much about Ibogaine. I sort of came, interestingly enough, I stopped drinking as a result of my psychedelic use. I was drinking quite a bit, and I was kind of a garbage head, admittedly. I was taking, lots and lots of psychedelics, more than are generally suggested. And it was really interesting when one day the LSD told me to stop. LSD told me that I was not a drinker anymore. And
That's awesome.
yeah. Oh, we're having people join in.
I love that. That's so awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it was basically said, you're not this kind of person. Like if you want to take LSD and expand your mind and do things like that, that's fine, but you can't be, it's like, we're good family people, and we don't drink the way you drink. And this was at a basically a Grateful Dead show. I was walking around. It was Bob Dylan was on tour with Phil Lesh, who was the bass player for the Grateful Dead, and we were at the Gorge at George Washington, and I was just kind of walking around and ended up doing some shots with some guys. I was on a large amount of LSD, and I ended up doing some shots of whiskey with just like some guys I met. And, the LSD did not like that at all. I didn't know, and you'll probably hear it in some of the ways that I talk. I didn't know how not to drink. I had been, as it says, in the big book, I don't know how many of you are AA people. It says in the big book, I was restless, irritable, and discontent, and smoking lots of weed and drinking lots kind of was a solution until it wasn't, until the solution was more of a problem. And so I went cold turkey for a little bit, and I just kind of worked the steps, and I did the program, and that, has its pros and its cons, of course. And does anybody here have 12-step background? Are there any people? Okay, so
Shamsi, Shamsi, if you want to speak up. I need to go down to get the nurses up to do an infusion, so I'll be right back. But Shamsi, feel free to speak up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hi, Daniel. I'm Shamsi. Yeah, I've been in and out of 12-step programs since the early 2000s. I don't know if it was 2002 or 2004 when I came into the rooms first. But I've been inpatient, and the inpatient model up here at the time that I was put away was all 12-step. In fact, there were no reading materials in the rehab besides the Grapevine, which is a magazine published by AA.
Sure.
You weren't allowed to read other books. Yeah, so, I'm schizophrenic and I use CBD and stuff, and it does give me a high, but I also feel like the negative symptoms of schizophrenia, I need something for the depression, and I'm trying to find something for the avolition. I just was put away for 6 weeks. I just got out of a mental hospital. So I'm trying to put my life back together. I'm getting evicted. I'm losing both my kids. So it's a weird time. And I have been leaning on 12-step programs and going to Zoom AA meetings and NA meetings, and that's been helpful. And I went to a meeting in person, I guess, Monday.
Right.
You know
right
about
on.
psychedelics in recovery? PIR?
I've used microdosing of mushrooms, and I probably won't anymore because I was getting them for free, and that's not something realistically that I can afford on my disability. It did help with depression, though.
Right.
I'm
So,
also a double winner, Daniel. And but
right. I remember
book
we've
cover-
spoken about this in the past.
Well, I just wanted to share one thing. I did bring my book up to Alma Amritananda. I was on the 6th step. We were entirely willing to have all these defects of character removed. And she inscribed my book, but it's in Malay, which I don't read or speak. I took it to a friend of mine who speaks it, but he doesn't read it. And it says, Om, may divine love guide you daily. So
Nice.
I love that prema. She's the word prema. Thank you, Daniel. Sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. So there's a saying, so you guys probably know that there's a saying that about people who go back out and start drinking again is that there's nothing worse than having a belly full of alcohol and a head full of AA. One thing that I've noticed is that a belly full of mushrooms and a head full of AA work just fine. And I kind of wanted to riff and of course, interrupt me if you have something you want to say about this. This is a kind of a group project. And also I'd like to encourage you to continue. I have to leave at like 2:30 my time to pick up the kid at school. There's sort of some family stuff going on around here, and I've got to, someone's got to pick the kid up. So that's the person's me. But so many of you know these and some of you don't, but I think that it's really interesting that when you talk to, the John Hopkins people, you talk to psychedelic people in general, one of the things that they say is, trust, surrender, and let go, which is exactly the kind of things that we're hearing from the 12 steps, that we are powerless, in this case over alcohol, but really we find that we're powerless over, our shadow material. We're powerless over our bad habits. We're powerless over the ways that we think about ourselves, right? One of the things going back and looking at the conversation I had with LSD when I stopped drinking is that there was a psychic change about my beliefs about my identity, right? It wasn't hard anymore because all of a sudden, there was just who I was kind of let go into somebody else. And, so we look at like steps 1, 2, and 3, and
Hey, Jessica, how's it going?
This is exactly the kind of stuff.
I just was calling just to chat and see how you were. No, I'm kidding.
Bro, meet yourself. Hey, Daniel,
so
these are the
there was
steps, not the traditions.
What do you mean?
I'm looking at your screen, and right above step 1, we admitted we were powerless over alcohol. It says the 12 traditions rather than the 12 steps.
These are the steps. They're the steps. Look
Yeah,
at them
I
then.
know, but I'm because I'm a visual neurocognitively deficient person now from my brain injury.
I
wanted
believe
to
that's
speak
a
up.
link. That's a link to the 12 traditions. So I'll direct your attention to here where it says the 12 steps. Here are other links.
Oh, I can't see that. I'm sorry. Because I was looking for principles before personalities, which is, I think, a very important tradition for I Began Recovery. Thanks.
Tell me about that.
Principles before personalities is which tradition? The 11th, the 10th?
I don't know. I know it's a big deal. Might be 12.
Well,
But
and
principles
unity.
before personalities is really, really important. And I'd love to hear you riff on that.
I would say my riff on it is unity is the tradition, the underlying tradition of
Mhm.
all our work. And there's a part of the Blue Book, you have to be fearless and thorough from the very start. And for me, that's a tension between eviscerating my ego and yet having self-esteem and self-love to take care of my physical incarnation. And I was saying this when Avia and I were talking about the first Chapel of Sacred Mirrors I Began Forum I went to in February 2005, Acid Macho, and competition about. I feel like when people are doing powerful entheogenic work and dialoguing with their movies, it can aggrandize. Delusions of grandeur would be maybe what the psychiatrists would call it, but just in a very enlarged, inflated sense of themselves. In I Began, I've seen that over and over and over again over the last 20 years, but specifically for the first 10 or 12 years I was on the I Began list was active. Maybe 5 years that I when I first got into the underground movement, and everyone wants to be Johnny Appleseed and spread the medicine and help other addicts. It's like a self-help tradition, and then it comes into conflict with medical providers and underground experts, and somehow egos are always involved. And then the root has its own chaos, wisdom, sentience. All the time I hear it comes to people when they least expect it, or when they need it, or when they're ready for it. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. But I just have seen so much ego banging around. And so to me, when I'm in a recovery mentality and I hear that principles before personalities, I don't get caught up in other people's dramas of circus and monkeys. I detach with love. I witness, go into a Sakshi state. And we're all in the room for a reason. And we're all reflections of each other. But I just think that the ego experience of breaking open the ego and then being reborn and reset and new insights and new visions and being animated by that healing can get grandiose in consensus reality. And so that's why I love the 12 steps as a framework within the larger integration.
Right. I mean, I sometimes think that, I sometimes forget that like all my friends are weird. We are like you hang out in these kind of fringe communities with people who have very particular and intense personalities. Like we all have like have you guys ever been to, I went to a state fair once at the Marin Civic Center, and it was the state fair, and there was a guy there who made quilts. And this guy had no rough edges. He was sweet and soft-spoken, and he was talking about how he was giving one of the quilts to his pastor, and there was nothing like edgy or strange or triggering about this guy at all. And he is totally unlike everybody else that I know in my real life, right? Everybody else I know in my real life has lots of personality to spare. And sometimes I think that if I don't like that person, if I don't get along with somebody's personality, then that means that they're not a good person. When it's not true. It's like, goodness and wholesomeness and ethics don't have anything to do with personality. And it's sometimes just really good for me to remember, like you were saying, to kind of get along and, put the ego off to the side and do the work that has to be done. Which I think is why, fourth steps pair really, really well with psychedelics. You know,
Daniel,
using
can I ask a historical, because I'm a chronology freak? When did LSD remind you that alcohol was toxic to your body?
at the Phil and Friends Bob Dylan shows at the Gorge in June of 2000.
And so I believe you and I met originally at Psychedemia. Was that 2012, September
Yeah.
2012? Okay. Thank you. 2000. Wow.
Yeah. And so, you know, one of the things that people are often getting into for the first time, you know, you see people who are psychedelically naive and they go into psychedelic spaces. One thing that I've seen is that 12-step people have a much better time facing their shadow material, facing their character defects than people who have never been introduced to it before. Right? Like if you're used to, if you're not shocked that you're full of fear and full of resentment, then you have a much, and you've practiced working with it and inventorying it and owning it. People seem to have a much, much better time. Thoughts on that? Anybody? Eric, thoughts on that? Galaxy S, thoughts on that?
Yeah. Not right off the bat. Sorry.
What's that?
Not right off the bat.
Not right
Thoughts on that? Yeah. Sorry.
I going back to your personality comment, which wasn't necessarily what you were asking for feedback on. I thought it was really beautiful and poignant to be reminded that personality isn't necessarily bad or good, and that people aren't necessarily bad or good based upon our experiences of not jiving with them. But I also appreciated the fact that you spoke about the insanity of the people in this community, because when you're talking about this gentleman who's making quilts or what have you, I just think it's sometimes that we don't address the unique characteristics of people within this community, that they are often broken or often have come from abusive situations in childhood, and maybe they are the seekers or what have you, but they also sometimes have very problematic personalities, you know, me included. And so I think it's beautiful when we see that and recognize that.
Right. And that also, I want to take that another step further, is that a strange personality might be, but is not necessarily a sign of a pathology,
Oh.
you know, or a trauma. There's like, people can certainly be weird and unique and quirky or even triggering to other people and have had perfectly nice lives. You know, I just,
vouch for that personally.
what's
Um,
that?
I can vouch for that personally.
Mhm.
I'm pretty eccentric and I'm very passionate, and some people just have a hard time dealing with me. So what you're saying resonates with me personally.
Yeah. Does anybody have like a moment when they sort of realized they were inventorying while they were in a psychedelic session?
Can you reconfirm what inventorying means?
Okay, sure. I'm going to pull up the screen again. So again, for those of you who are new to the program, right, we go through these first 3 steps where we sort of recognize that there's issues going on, that there's things we need to surrender around, things that we can't control. You know, for AA, it's alcohol, but for other people, it's other things. And that could even be just powerless over their own bad habits, or the way that they beat themselves up, or their shadow material, or something like that. And then we recognize that we need some sort of help. And the power greater than ourselves sometimes is a psychedelic, you know, sometimes it's a spiritual, you know, being, you know, in this case, they talk about God. I'm not necessarily attached to people having any definition of God or not. I don't care. But then it says that we made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. And primarily what that means is that we look at all of the things that we're afraid of and all the things that we're mad at, and all of the people. And for the most part, what's interesting is we only seem to be mad about 5 different things. we're mad because people hurt our feelings, people threaten our livelihood, something happens with a sexual partner, our ambitions gets thwarted, and things of this nature. And so it really starts to simplify things because the mind has this pattern of making a whole big deal out of stuff, right? Like, oh, and then they did this, and then they did that, and you wouldn't believe this other thing. And really, it's just, I had a client once, and I was talking to her. I'm an integration coach. I had a client, and she was saying to me, she was very upset because her boyfriend watched an episode of Grey's Anatomy with her ex. And I was like, well, how did you feel about that? And she was like, you don't understand. He watched Grey's Anatomy with his ex. Right? You know what I mean? Like, she was just telling the story over and over again without really giving voice to what was really going on for her, which was that she was jealous and she felt insecure and her trust was betrayed and she was confused about how to respond, right? So there's all this like deep interpersonal stuff, but she externalized it by saying he did this with her, right? And so one of the things that I have found psychedelics do for people who are being contemplative, and also people who do 12-step work, is that they are starting to be willing to admit, they look at what's actually happening inside of themselves: jealousy, confusion, betrayal, trust issues. And then they start to own that and let that stuff kind of be free, because we don't like to show our vulnerabilities, right? And so much of our problems come from not wanting to show our vulnerabilities and our defects. And that seems to be right where psychedelics poke us, right in what's vulnerable, right in what needs to be looked at and healed and given nurturance and care. So that's what I mean by inventory.
Yeah, I can relate. I mean, I think a lot of folks can relate in terms of like doing an inventory or seeing parts of yourself that are broken or that are troubled or that you're fixated on, and kind of making a list in your head of like your problems or the things that are troubling you.
Yeah. And what seems to be really nice is that, mushrooms seem to provide a new solution, right? Because we can, we've probably all seen that graphic of the way that the interconnection of the mind, where there's two donuts and one donut is connected like 6 times, and then the donut next to it is connected like 600 times. So parts of our brain that don't ordinarily speak to each other start to speak. And, we're fumbling in the dark, and then all of a sudden we take a psychedelic and the lights go on. Or we're banging our head against the wall, and then all of a sudden we notice that the door is 6 inches to the left. And we have these new opportunities for new choices, to make new choices that will give us new boots on the ground, new facts on the ground. Because one of the things that we know from the rooms is that their definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results, right? I keep flying off the handle at like an imagined or a minor insult, and then wondering why I'm stuck or something like that. Or I keep taking 3 steps forward and 2 steps back and wondering why I'm stuck. And then all of a sudden I can see ways that I can actually get out of my own way, which is recovery, getting out of our own way. Oh, hey, Casey, there you are. Any thoughts on any of this? You're muted. I guess you're muted. That's okay. It's good to see you anyway. Any thoughts or questions about this before I have to run?
Well, thank
I
you.
guess I have a question.
Mhm.
Getting out of our own way, seeing through
Mhm.
the filters. For some reason, I cleave to acceptance. Acceptance is the key to my serenity today.
Mhm.
And so your question of a little bit ago was whether a psychedelic experience lends insight to the shadow work that's necessary to evolve. Does that sound familiar,
Oh.
Daniel?
That I said that?
Something like that.
That seems to be the model I like to work in. Right? It's
So
almost like, go ahead.
it's almost like,
So an inventory, like a psychedelic inventory is sort of like there's this big reservoir of shadow material. It's almost like the basement. If you've seen Inception, it's like the basement in Inception, or worse, the basement from Nightmare on Elm Street or something. There's like all of this crap. There's all of this crap that's down there. And then there's this device, there's this process that's sort of this like imaginal visualizer, right? And what it does is it takes the shadow material and it then presents it to us in sort of like a psychedelic holodeck that enables us to interact with it in some way that helps us to like heal it, right? And so there's this, it's like almost like a sump pump, and it pulls up the shadow material and gives it to us in a way that we can work with it, right? It takes our shadow material and then it like turns it into like, oh, there's like a weird creature in a cage that has to be let out, or there's a big monster that's chasing us, or whatever the hell it is. It decides what to do with the shadow material and it gives it to us, and it seems to run on mushrooms. So you take this device and you feed it mushrooms, and then it pulls the shadow material up and it throws it at you. And then you have to figure out how to deal with it in a useful, right, productive way.
that's why I don't prefer mushrooms. Like there's a lot of people who prefer mushroom because it's natural and it's plant medicine, but to me, it's completely unpredictable. And it was my first major psychedelic experience after nitrous oxide and cannabis. I'm not sure it runs on mushroom. I had
It doesn't run just on
crazy
mushroom.
Huh?
It doesn't run just on mushrooms.
Okay, because before you said that, I was thinking about a powerful psychedelic overdose I had in May, end of May of 2000, around the time of your gorge, and it was at a string cheese show. And at the beginning of the craziness, some people were having an interaction, and what they did blew up into like a 9-panel. There were 3, like a what was that game show where someone's in Hollywood Squares?
Uh-huh.
But actually, I was in the middle, but I was seeing it all refracted, and that was the beginning of it. And he was shaking his finger, and it was like a dad trip, control trip. It's crazy. The next night, I took fresh mushroom for the first time. And I sat there, closed my eyes, and every once in a while, I'd be like spurred to open my eyes, and I would see someone that I needed to see to process what had happened the night before. That time, mushroom was healing. But I find LSD much more predictable. I mean, it took me 10 years from 2000 to 2010 to really kind of download every piece of rumination that I could do about that night.
Sure.
And the aftermath of it.
I mean, I like acid too.
I love acid.
I kind of grew up on it.
How old were you the first time you had it?
It was, acid was my first experience in 1965. And I was
Wow.
Did you say 55, Eric?
65, 3 years before it was declared illegal.
Okay.
Somebody,
Okay.
65. I wouldn't have been taking it in 55 by any means. I would have been 12 years old, 13 years old. So. But I'm 80 now, and I go back to when acid was legal, and it just, I mean, when I saw what my first acid trip did for me, I became a serious psychonaut on the spot, and I have been doing it ever since. So it's it's a miracle, that substance is. Yeah. Sorry.
All right. Well, it looks like you guys are able to keep the ball in the air. I'm sorry that I have to go. This has been super fun, but you know, family stuff.
Daniel, can I say something that you can hear before you leave?
Sure.
Just real quick. Doing my concerted research for the last year and a half, working on the book that I'm working on right now, one of the things that a good friend of mine pointed out was that a lot of what I'm doing is shadow work. And I feel like this whole undercurrent in psychedelia, particularly with Ibogaine, is that you may encounter negativity, you may encounter hard truths, and the shadow work is really so important, to just actually raise everything up and to frame the story. There can't be really a win unless there's a conflict. And unfortunately, all of our lives, we are dealing with conflicts. So to just ignore the shadow work is to do yourself and everyone else a disservice. The other thing I wanted to say about the 12-step program, in terms of taking that complete moral inventory, that is something that is done in an indigenous context within the Bwiti and Gabon, and it is a syncretic religion, which is largely mixed with Catholicism. So it's you basically go to the village elder, and they kind of demand that you tell them all of your deep, dark, secret thoughts. And it's so that you're not plagued by them when you're going through the initiation process. So it's really important for people to psychologically encounter these things before they go into the experience.
Yeah,
do some work before you go there.
Yeah, if you can get people to do it, that's definitely best.
I mean, even just journaling,
Mhm.
I mean, I would say that for like anyone who is going to do it in any context.
Yeah.
Take a deep, long look at yourself, because otherwise, these are the things that you are going to be thinking about when you're going through the experience, whether you're doing it for personal spiritual reasons or to let go of an addiction, which, let's be honest, that's
I gotta run.
reason.
Thank you for all that. I really do gotta run.
Thank you.
Bye, Danielle.
Take care,
Bye,
brother.
Daniel.
I can't hear you.
Sorry,
Yeah.
do you want to take it away and introduce yourself? Do you mind doing that for the next half hour?
Me?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Wonder if you could say anything about your book idea.
If people want to listen.
Yeah.
You got at least 2 ears here.
Well, okay. So, for me, it has always seemed a bit self-oriented to try to describe yourself within a larger framework. But I will say that this is something that is kind of celebrated and necessary, again, in that indigenous context. There's no part of telling your personal story which is outside of that framework. So the book that I'm working on right now is a memoir, and as perhaps some of us know, or all of us know, it's more about the people that are in your lives than yourself. And the reason that I'm writing it in this framework is because a lot of what I'm encountering are just personal experiences. So my elevator pitch for that particular work is the intersection of the cult of personality and the counterculture in the United States, which has basically just a huge swath of growth area in terms of research and writing. Omar Bongo was a very charismatic figure. Anyone who runs an Iboga clinic or any sort of retreat with psychedelics They're very charismatic figures. There is a danger within psychedelic medicine because it's so unregulated that people might be victimized. But the same thing can be said for Western medicine, really. Doctors have an incredible amount of power over their patients. And so examining that power dynamic and what actually draws people to these liminal states and to the fringes, that is something I'm very interested in. And of course, all I can do is look at it through the lens of my own experiences, which, you know, growing up in New York City in the 1980s with Dana Beal as my father and my mother, Melanie, they're very unique experiences. And, you know, like not the best experiences. And so I've had to kind of reconcile that. Like, why did you raise me the way you did? Why were we here at this time? Why did we do these things? And I feel like this is a real universal thing. Everyone's always trying to understand the impetus of their forebears. And it's totally relevant to Iboga because that's what they're concerned with, is community and family and ancestors. And like the whole concept of treating addiction with Iboga, yes, it does take away your physical cravings. Yes, it does reset your brain chemistry. Yes, you can take Iboga and no longer be addicted to heroin, such that if you stopped, you're not going to die. If you get through the Iboga experience, you no longer have to medicate with methadone. You no longer experience that physical addiction. But in an indigenous and traditional context, what they're doing is they are revisiting their ancestors, and it's totally intentional. There's not very much written before colonial times because they weren't necessarily a history of people that had written language, or it's been destroyed in a tropical environment that doesn't preserve things well. But the overall impetus is you need to understand the past to be able to apprehend the future. And understanding one's parents, where they came from, what they did, why they did it, is totally within the realm of just normal questions that people would ask in that context. For a long time, I thought that my experience was unique and a little bit just too personally introspective, but it's actually the work that people are doing when they are being initiated in that indigenous context. They are looking for answers. So to the people that I interacted with in Gabon, my questions made total sense. And I didn't think they were going to. I thought they were way too personal and just tertiary to like anyone's concerns. But I mean, it was described by James Fernandez as an ancestor cult. And that's essentially their concern, is that like continuation of knowledge and betterment of humanity. And it does treat a number of physical diseases in their minds. So it makes total sense to them. Based on the sort of very small amount of biomedical research that's been done, it does seem to suggest that they are correct in that it has a function of being a sort of panacea. And, you know, we hesitate to call things a cure because a cure implies an ending. And as most people who might be engaged in this dialogue know, the battle with addiction is a sort of cyclical battle that doesn't necessarily have a complete end. And the people that are drawn to substance use, and I say this about myself as well, they are drawn to experiencing something outside of the natural framework of our lives. And I do think that that spiritual liminal space is something that we are all craving. And it has something that's been suppressed for thousands of years, basically through, you know, the church and the whole concept of Western society. But in terms of, you know, the book, again, the intersection of the cult of personality and the counterculture, I feel like it's really, really important because there are many places where people can be abused. And it's not just in the Catholic Church, it's not just with unscrupulous providers. For some reason, we as a human species are very susceptible to this. The most basic thing I can mention is that Donald Trump was president. I mean, he is a complete moron. And the only thing he has going for him is his incredible, disgusting charisma. You know, and you encounter this time and time again. And so as an anthropologist, this word cult is very interesting. From that perspective, it really just means a smaller religious group. But within that, there is a mindset, and it's a dangerous place to function within, and it's dangerous to follow that. And it's pervasive. It's Omar Bongo, it's Donald Trump, it's the Pope of the Catholic Church. So it also plays down into these smaller groups and providers, and not just within ibogaine medicine, but within the larger psychedelic community, there is an undercurrent of abuse happening by providers. So the only way that we can actually detach iboga from these negative connotations of potential deaths or abuse by providers or shamans is to talk about it and to air it out. And part of the reason why I didn't actually pursue my research over 10 years ago was because I did witness a lot of things in Gabon that I did not like as a feminist and as a woman. And I didn't know how to uncouple things. So classically in anthropology, you know, as a woman, and I've heard this many times, you know, you'll go and you'll be doing research with someone, and whomever your professor is or your research guider, you know, a lot of times they'll expect to have a more intimate relationship with you. And this is something that I think we've only really been talking about for the last 4 or 5 years in terms of just like larger society and the Me Too movement. And that is a huge power differential that is continuously exploited in all walks of life. So it's not unique to the shamanic experience. But I did feel like I personally at this time, meaning, you know, 15 years ago, not able to uncouple these things. And so I'm going to have some weird, arbitrarily negative view when the things that I was witnessing that I did not like were pervasive in all aspects of society. So I just kind of came to the conclusion that, you know, like a classical scholar, I need to just take this stuff and put it in a drawer and lock the drawer and think about it for a good 10 years before I have anything to say. And in that time, who could have guessed it, that women would be talking about their abuse in multiple industries and levels of power and money. I didn't want to contribute to any sort of demonization of a traditional society or working with ibogaine in a traditional society. I didn't want to say anything bad about many people that I knew, because I just felt like I needed to just walk away from it and sort of throw my hands up in the air. At this point, I think that we have to acknowledge that people are human and they make mistakes and they can make changes and move forward. But, ultimately, when I talk about my experiences in Gabon, I did see a real power differential between the men and women that I encountered, and it was unfortunate. And it often involved the interaction of Western European people who obviously had way more power than the people that they were with. And then particularly the relationships between men and women seemed very questionable to me at times. I'm not a prude. I'm not here trying to destroy anyone's life. Same time, I can't really stand behind everything that I saw and was particularly privy to. I had a conversation with someone about it, and I said, well, the things that I could write could maybe destroy things, could maybe destroy people's lives. And their attitude was, well, just write it then, and we'll see. The reality is that 10 years ago, 15 years ago, anything that I would have written would likely have been dismissed as out of hand. We all like to talk about power differentials. What we forget is that fully half of the human race has been completely subjugated for tens of thousands of years. And so I'm very interested in returning to Gabon and experiencing those rituals within those communities, which were women focused and women driven. And it's not something, unfortunately, that I was able to experience in 2008. I feel like I'm better equipped now to go and do that research with the eye of a scientist, because if I do notice those things, it's okay to write about them. And it simply was not okay to write about that stuff 15 years ago. You know, you would have been seen as seeking a specific dialogue or position. It may have added to the negativity that I don't think belongs to Iboga. You know, again, like there's medical issues that people have. There's always a danger. I mean, you walk out of your house and a bus could hit you. You know, there's always a danger in life. And I feel like danger has been disproportionately ascribed to Iboga, whereas all of the problems that I saw were within the larger shamanic psychedelic community and within the larger capitalistic, feminist, you know, masculine dominated patriarchy. So it's not unique to Iboga, anything that I saw, but it doesn't mean that it shouldn't be accurately reported. So I guess I've just been waiting for a time where I could personally make sense of these things and where it might be received a little bit better by a wider audience. Questions?
I raised my hand. Does anyone else have a question?
I think just Rachel.
A couple things came up for me in the last part of your share. We have also had a different kind of conversation about this. And I think there's a fine line between accountability, reporting, witnessing, and gossip. And a while back, it would sound like gossip or sour grapes, or like I loved your kind of, you know, I'm not a prude, but I do. It's interesting. What Daniel was saying before about taking inventory. I was also thinking how I take other people's inventory. So I wouldn't want to be a woman who was leveraging colonialism and race and economics and trying to get a white husband, an American husband, or have a métissage baby. I wouldn't want to be that woman. And so when I would see it happening, am I still stuck in that observer position of the Western critique, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's not just a Western critique.
Who am I to
It's a
judge?
gender critique. Like, let's be honest. It's a gendered critique.
If you expect marriage to be a romantic partnership of equals, when, as you're saying, the whole fucking rape culture of patriarchy and capitalism and exploitation is, you know, it's gone from being a household economy where we're supporting each other, reproducing the domestic side is reproducing now the wage labor, and then the extended families and the cooperative living has been replaced by wage labor. I love the stuff you were saying before about the lumber camps and the infertility, this STDs. I think that whole avenue of like, where is women's resilience and adjustments and experiences, impacts of the expansion of cash cropping and mineral mining and ecotourism, tourism. How do women in Gabon now experience life, and what are some of the pros and cons? And just be open and curious to it. And I guess really what I mostly wanted to say to you is ask you, is there anything we can do to support your research? Are there grants you're applying for? I think it's a fabulous project. I want to encourage you, like, wholeheartedly. Like all of your things are questions, right? They don't have to be pronouncements. You don't have to get it right. You just have to raise them and put them in dialogue with these larger assumptions that women can just take it, you know?
I do feel like modern Western shamanic culture and particularly like this personal experience and the experience with Gabon and the Bwiti and women's roles in that society is an excellent cipher through which to view these changing norms, and we need the norms to change. There's an obvious disconnect, and there's an obvious power differential that's been going on for much longer than you and I have been alive. And it's an interesting way to view it, because no one who is disempowered views themselves as disempowered. I certainly don't. But if you stay silent and you don't have these discussions, then that power differential is only emboldened to continue. And it's an interesting question of whether or not one can take your Western lens and view a traditional society through that, and what is the purpose of that. But these are sort of larger cultural questions. I think it's interesting to look at it through this cipher of psychedelic medicine, and particularly Gabonese Bwiti medicine, because it sort of solidifies it, and you're looking at like one particular point, and it allows you to make some larger arguments if you believe it is that. And I've spent a long time thinking about all of this. For example, I think that there's nothing wrong with being a sex worker, and I think that it should be legalized. And I think that if women were empowered to not be subjugated through criminality, perhaps things would be different. And it's important to say at this point, as a side note, that this form of abuse and emotional and sexual abuse in modern shamanic medicine is not relegated to women only. I know men who have been also sexually abused in these contexts. It's the power differential that I'm concerned with, because we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? But we're not really here trying to recreate these horrible paradigms which have been only promoted by organized religion for the last 2,000 years. And at this point, we're getting into like really deep conversations about where do we want our society to go. And I feel like this is actually the work that we're supposed to do as people that are in this psychedelic realm, because it does open your eyes and allow you to conceive of things as being different. Can you see beyond the fishbowl that we are swimming in? Can you see the larger world and the larger implications? And I think that it gives you that ability to see those things. And so when you come out of that state, you are uniquely susceptible. And unfortunately, this is the case. This is the place where most of that type of abuse happens. You're vulnerable because you've been doing the work to make yourself vulnerable. And just like you have trust in your doctor, or if you're a Catholic, your priest or a rabbi, you still would have the same trust in your provider. And so that's really important, because really what's happening is that it's a place of power. So it does draw in people that have that sort of sociopathic tendency to be a cult leader, and we have to just be very mindful as a movement moving forward that we don't just let the same power paradigms replicate themselves in this culture. There has to be some way forward. I am not smart enough to imagine that way forward, just like I'm not smart enough to get us out of capitalism. But someone one day is going to think about these things and be able to answer those questions better than I can. Leo, you have your hand up.
Well, there's a lot that you said that really spoke to me, but I think a lot about creating a new community, that the psychedelic revolution, I believe, is feminine this time around. I think it's cycled through our history as a human species multiple times. Like if you look at, the Oracle at Delphi, and just, all this history throughout the world of different like psychedelic movements that are kind of the origin of religions, going way back, to the beginning. But my curiosity is, how do we take responsibility for creating a new society, you know, and honoring that we are creating a new society, and maybe that we will be the jettison that gets it going. But I think that we can acknowledge the brokenness of our world, and showing that vulnerability that we talk about as individuals. One thing that keeps coming up for me as a family therapist is I observe people on and on and on, like just huge numbers, going back to their dysfunctional families after they've done the psychedelic work, right? Which is at the core, they figure out like why they're hurting themselves with food or sex addiction or porn or overwork or drugs or like whatever. And they're so happy and so elated, right? And they want to go back and talk about their freedom from bondage to their nuclear families, which are really wedded to their dysfunction. And they're like, heck no. And they are pushing these people out in droves, right? Pushing these people out of their families in droves. And having worked with a lot of people that are chemically dependent on the streets of Seattle for so long, I see what the impact is from losing your family, right? That we all so much want to belong to community. And so when these people are kicked out of these communities, including the psychedelic community can be very harsh and can kind of do some of that same behavior. These people are really headed for more trauma. They get re-traumatized and then they go back to their addictions even harder or what have you, or and so I think we really need to talk about kind of reconstructing the family as we do a global movement, because we're really not just reconstructing ourselves, we're reconstructing whatever we consider family. Thank you.
To comment on that, two things. I do feel like aftercare is maybe the most important component, which is continually lost in psychedelic medicine, but in particular with Iboga. And even something like this, even something like engaging in this 24-hour form can be a form of aftercare, just simply connecting with people and explaining your ideas and communicating with those ideas such that you can connect with other people. One of the things that I do want to say, just from a historical or anthropological perspective, what I noticed when I went to Gabon was that there was an entire generation of people who stopped engaging with weedy and with that traditional medicine. So the young people that I was involved with at that point, which they would have been like 5 to 10 years younger than me, most of their parents had walked away from the weedy religion, from that traditional practice. And so they were seeking out the grandparents more to get reconnected to that. And the primary focus at all times in that context, ancestors equals family. And so if you don't have a family at that point, you're in the Gwidi family. And there are certain ways that people can tell each other on the street. And, you know, as much as I've talked about how I didn't like everything that I've seen, no one's perfect, you know, there still was an incredible amount of continuity there where I traveled in Europe and in the United States and in Gabon, and I imagine it's happening in Mexico and Canada and wherever this is practiced, that you are part of a larger family. You're part of the Gwidi family, and there's no caveats for that. There's no necessities. It's just something that once you've done it, you know, and you know. And you know at that point how important family is, and it becomes more important to you than it was before, but not in the sense that you're going to just seek out your actual family and just sacrifice your ego to them and succumb to whatever sort of standards they might hold psychologically or socially or financially. But it is so important to have that network and have that aftercare. This is what people are missing, in my opinion, when they are struggling with addiction. And in the Gwidi's opinion as well, everyone I spoke to pretty much said the same thing. You need that connection, whether it's your biological family or not, you need a family. And with the atomization of capitalism and the atomic family, like we are cut off from that more and more and more. And we're taught to just isolate ourselves and take care of only ourselves more and more and more and more. I cannot help but think that that is actually a tool of predatory capitalism, because that's not the way people function. And that's not actually useful for taking care of yourself. It's an urge that we have when things get too difficult to isolate. But it's not healthy. And I feel like that's really the origin of a lot of problems that we've been speaking about in terms of addiction and trauma responses. Isolation is probably the worst thing you can deal with. So I would encourage everyone who's going through this, if you do not have an active relationship with your family and you feel like it's not repairable at this point, seek out a community that can be your family, because they are there for you. There are people that are there for you, whether or not you believe it or know it at the time. In the depths of your despair, there are people that are there for you. And that's one thing that I can say the Iboga community transnationally has done for people. And again, I'll just reiterate, anyone who's recently come out of a treatment, you know, if they're on this Zoom, it's an excellent place to start.
Right on. Thank you so much. And thank you, Rachel, as well. I want to encourage you both to, you know, to stay on as much as you're able. Julia is our next moderator. I want to pass it over to her. Julia, take it away.
There I am. Hello, everybody. I feel like I've been made visible just by simply pushing a button, and I can be seen by you all in this beautiful space. Thank you, Lenora. Again, I get to say now in public, I so much appreciate the organizing work that you have done, not just for this event, but for the community in a whole. I think that this work is so often underappreciated and undervalued, but as an organizer myself, I absolutely know how much work it takes to organize an event like this, and I am nothing but appreciative. And for you and for the event that itself, myself coming from a very kind of professionally, I would even dare to say, world, and with my own personal lived experiences as a Black woman, being able to have a space like this where I can personally explore my own relationship to plant-based medicine healing, and think about what that means in larger systems. And so I'm very appreciative of being in this space. And so with that, I shall begin. My name is Julia Ismail, but before I get into too much of my introduction, I also want to say a word of gratitude to Ivia, I believe is how you pronounce her name, but the previous woman who spoke, the member who spoke. And I wrote something down, and when you said, where do we want our society to go? And I am so happy that you had that phrase, because it's a beautiful segue into the next hour that we will be spending together. And I want to say this as well. Yes, you are smart enough to answer this question. I have at least the wisdom enough to know what that question is. Where do we want our society to go? And in my opinion, that makes you absolutely qualified to be one of those determining factors in what that future of our society looks like. And so I push you a little bit to say, yes, we are actually smart enough to figure out where do we want our society to go. And so now with this, I will begin. I like to begin my time anytime I'm with other people with the increasingly common practice of acknowledging our land. And so I'm sitting here in Seattle. I'm in South Seattle, Rainier Beach, South End for life. And I am continually in awe of not just the caretakers of this land through the history of humanity and connection with this very particular geographical location, but I'm also very much drawn to the opportunity for us all to pause in this moment to understand and realize and appreciate the beautiful value and lessons that this land has to offer us as human beings. And I take this as a right that I was given by birth to feel connected to the land and earth and to each other. And if you look at any of our ancestral histories, we have had a relationship with the earth. And what better place to start off with an acknowledgement of the land than the plant-based medicine session? Because the earth has infinite lessons to teach us. It teaches us how to organize ourselves. It teaches us purpose. It teaches us how to be connected. And it literally gives us a cure for every disease. And I say this as a Muslim. In Islam, our Quran says, for every illness, we have created a cure. And so with that being said, what magic, and I don't use that word lightly, but what a magical blessing to be able to have access on this earth to elements that not only heal our physical bodies, but our emotional and spiritual selves as well. This is nothing short than a gift. And so in my acknowledgement of this beautiful land and my connection to it, I would be absolutely remiss if I did not share a moment of appreciation for the physical gifts that this earth has given us, just to heal us. And so with that, I will now introduce myself. My name is Julia Ismail, and I'm the daughter of Janet Watson, a white woman from Kansas, and Jewel Wayne Watson, a Black man from South Carolina. I'm the mother of 3 children, 22, 17, and 15. I don't look it, but I'm 45. And I am the owner of a business called the Equity Consortium, which I'm not going to get into much details about my business because that's not particularly why I'm here, although there's a lot of relation. But let me first begin by sharing with you a little bit more about myself, because in this space, I feel like it's welcome. And so I want to start by sharing a little bit about my personal relationship with plant medicine. So the last time this 24-hour session was happening, I was invited, and thank you, Lenora, for your thoughtfulness. And it was the first time I had spoken publicly ever about my relationship with plant-based medicines. And I was very struck by that opportunity to explore my own history and thinking around that relationship. And now in the context of my profession being centered around equity and diversity and whatnot. And I realized most concretely and with tangibility, the direct connection between the illegalization, the criminality, and equity, not just in the criminal justice system, but I'm talking on a spiritual level. What is it exactly that they have been keeping us from learning? And for whose benefit have I been kept from that learning? And when I say learning, I mean the experience of feeling that connection, of that immediate healing factor of plant-based medicine. Why are they keeping this from me? What darkness do they want me to continue my existence in? And so the last session, I talked for a whole hour and I have never done that before because there was so much in my own mind I needed to explore and to begin to understand my own relationship and what I wanted from that relationship and what it means to me and if it's worthy of sharing. And now at the second event, the second 24-hour cycle, I'm back again. And I'm very pleased to share with you the things that I have been thinking about and learning. But this time, I'm much more prepared to share the remaining portion in listening. And so before I get to this portion of the second portion, where I would really love to invite a different kind of conversation, of which I shall explain the format. But I wanted to call at this moment for volunteers, that not at this very particular, but to think about volunteering to participate in my conversation. So this is part where you dig down deep inside and you think, okay, I'm going to participate. I've got it. I can do this. So thinking about this, I won't ask you quite yet, but I just want you to think about this. But I am very touched again by what Ivy has said about where do we want our society to go. Thinking about what I have learned in terms of the relationship, the technicality of, like, the logistics of well, if you free up this, then the water is going to flow this way. But what I haven't been able to fully wrap my mind around yet, and this is why I'm here, to actually listen and learn and think about what is the collective wisdom in this space to help me figure this out. But beyond help me figure out what is just beyond the surface level systemic technical changes. So, like, say, for example, the decriminalization, right? Very societal, legal, kind of technical based thought processes. But what I'm really interested in learning about today is, well, how are we going to prepare ourselves for this success? Like, I'm beyond pessimism. I know for a fact that plant-based medicines has a place in our future. Like, let us just take that as a default. Let us just take that and make it not even an assumption, but an expectation that at some point in our human future, we shall have successfully incorporated the use of plant-based medicine and healing in our society. Let us just for a moment challenge our creativity and imagination to picture that day. I don't have a number of years, like it could be 5 years, it could be 50 years, it could be 100 years. I don't know. I don't have that capacity to see dates in the future. But what I do have the capacity for in this moment is to use my imagination, because my imagination is the foundation for creation. What I imagine is what shall be created. And if I do not imagine, then somebody else will. And their idea shall be created. And so I want to challenge us today to say, yes, we together, maybe not by myself, no, not maybe not, for certain, I don't have the answer by myself. With equal certainty, I will say together, we have the answer, because what we're asking for is society. And how can we ask what the future of society looks like? And I'm asking one person. We're not about that life anymore. And so even in this space, I want even to think about another thing that was said at the end of Ivy's presentation and sharing, was that look at this space for people in the aftercare place in their life. What would a space like this, imagining it being standardized in that future that I'm demanding that we imagine today? There are elements that we are beginning to become familiar with. For example, needing spaces like this. I don't know anybody here, but I love you. You see? And so there is absolute human capacity to create the systems and the ways of being that actually contribute to our humanity. And so I love to think about systems. I love to think about how things operate as a functionality of our culture. Again, I'm coming from equity background. My job is to assess organizations' equitable practices. That's what I do. I look at how culture is translated into actions. So why not apply that same concept here? We know for certain that our future as a humanity, as a global society, because that's where we're headed. We're talking about places across the sea just a few moments ago. We are a global society. So in that future, this is where I would invite you to consider joining me in a conversation, but it's not the average conversation. And I will explain how we shall together answer this question about what would change in your day-to-day when we actually accomplish integration of plant medicine. So picture yourself, picture your descendants in a world where access to plant-based medicine is readily available. It is anticipated. There is a structure in our culture and society to support the use, aftercare, before care, during care. What would be different? Like, what does that world look like? And here's where I need to challenge you again. In my line of work, it's equity work, diversity work. It can be very traumatic and emotional space. Literally can totally qualify as hard work, like hard emotional work. But here's where I challenge you today. Thinking about our future together and what we shall share about our future together, there's always an understanding that there will be harm, right? That life itself is a beautiful challenge, that we shall always be faced with issues of isolation, of people feeling misunderstood, in all of its variations and forms. It's not if it happens. It's not how do we eliminate harm, because that's not an option. We shall still remain fully human. I'm not looking for Eden. I'm on this earth, right? I saved heaven for after, right? But here on earth, it is not a matter of eliminating harm. It's how do we manage it? How do we move through it? How do we support each other? How do we avoid issues and detriments of isolation and being misunderstood? So I really want to push you today and consider not only yourself smart enough to answer this question, but that we together, after hearing from each other, have been made even more competent in answering this very fundamental question of what does our future hold for us and how shall we create it? And so I am at a point now where I'll describe to you exactly what it is I'm inviting you to participate with me in today. So, little background. For the last 10 or 12 years, somewhere around there, I've been practicing what's called peacemaking circles or talking circles like this. I've evolved the name to listening circles. And I call them listening circles because in our life, it's so rare to have an opportunity, just like I do right now, to just speak to other people with zero fear of being interrupted. Like, that is a big deal for me, super big. And it happens all the time in meetings with my family. Like, it feels like a struggle just to get a whole, complete thought out. And maybe a little pause, like maybe I'll stop throwing some silence there because I got to think about what I just said. Like, I don't have that space outside of my listening circles. And so this is why I love my listening circles, because already I'm rebalancing the power in our little time together. I am not the only one that knows something in this moment that needs to be shared. So this is one element of what we shall practice for our remaining time together. We shall speak without fear of being interrupted. And how are we going to do this? I will introduce a second element. The second element is that we shall have a list, and you shall know exactly when your turn is. This way, like with this little tweak in the way that we communicate, you don't have to raise your hand. And I love the functionality of the online thing, hands raised and everything, but we don't have to wait and hope that we get called on. That's too competitive. We are here in this space today to practice right now. Just like Ivy said, aftercare space. Wouldn't this be great? So we're practicing right now. This should already be a sign to you that we are absolutely capable of designing and creating our own futures. 100%. And you know what? It's our help. Because if we don't do it, somebody else will. So I'm saying to you now, here's the format. I'm putting it all together. What I shall do now is call for a list of people who would like to participate in answering this question of sharing what your thoughts are, what you imagine. And let me say this, there is zero expectation that anybody in your whole life has ever asked you this question. My assumption is you have not been able to have the opportunity to think about this before. Therefore, in your answer, I mean, I'll accept an apology if you feel like you need to apologize for your mind wandering, or did I answer the question, or like, that's fine. But I'm here to tell you right now, that right there is exactly what I'm looking for. Those places in our minds that we have yet to explore, they didn't come from nothing. They didn't come from anywhere. There's a thought process that got us there. And sometimes we surprise ourselves. You know how many times I have sat in a circle and said things out my own mouth I have never even myself thought about before? That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for right now. Let's explore our minds. I am so down for that right now. I'm like, I'm not leaving here with there's no agenda. There's no like, okay, bullet items. Okay, you're going to do this and you're going to do that. Okay. And we're going to come back and circle back next week. And no, none of that. Like, this is not a work session. Okay. Like, there is no agenda. I'm not even taking notes. Like, you know what I mean, for myself, I am, but they're not going to be, for my own learning. We can be in this space totally selfish. I give absolute permission. There is no call to respond to others, to offer advice. Like, there is absolutely no need for that in this space. We have plenty of other spaces to ask people for advice or to get unsolicited advice. We have a place like this, but let us make this place special. Let's say today, I'm just saying it because I need to be heard. I want to hear myself talk. I want to hear myself think about the future. That's it. So I hope that my invitation was clear. I hope that you have an expectation of what you're about to volunteer for. But now is the point where I close my eyes and I say, okay, anybody want to come to my party? Are there people who would like to answer this question? Go ahead and raise your hand. And then what I'll do is I'll write the list and I will share where you are and in the order. So with that, is there somebody interested in helping me answer this question about our future? Thank you, Eric. And thank you, Leonora. Is that you as well? Eric, Leo, Nora.
There's people that don't know how to like raise the hand.
Oh,
So maybe you
can-
could just have them jump in. And I had been curious about, I put in the chat about the Black population or brown population and the impact of the drug war on those communities, especially when it comes to assimilation for like people from Africa who might come here and then they have like harsh drugs pushed at them, but like no one allowed those communities necessarily to be okay with psychedelic or plant medicine, but they pushed these harsh drugs on them, like the CIA planted cocaine and crack in Black communities and that kind of thing. And I thought it was interesting that you wanted to focus on the new future where we are envisioning the future, because for me that felt very positive and like not focusing on the history and the negativity. I thought that was interesting that you took it there. But I know that Mother Jaguar has joined us, Shamsi Rue, Andrea Lindy, and Casey, that they all maybe wanted to say something, so I'll mute myself.
Thank you, Leah. And I really appreciate you making note of that, because as a person who is so deeply swimming into conversations around things that have hurt us, I am needing to talk about positive future. So I really appreciate that, and thank you. So with that, would you be able to tell me, thank you, Eric, would you be able to show me either with your hand or with the functionality, if you'd be able? Thank you, Casey.
And by the way, people can easily go to just over about halfway and hit the reaction, and there's the raised hand. So
there,
we can go that way also.
Thank you.
There we
Keeping our order is very important to me. So I will go with this. Okay. So I have 3 of us so far. I have Eric going first. I have Leonora and Casey, and Shamsi is here to listen. Thank you. We all need listeners. And so with this, I think we have time. We can begin. So as we Eric, as you go first, you're in my hot seat. This is what it will look like when you're finished. And in person, if we were in person, we'd sit in a circle, a physical circle, and I'd have a talking piece. We don't have that privilege now. So instead of a talking piece, whenever you're done, just put yourself on mute, and we will know that Leonora will go next. And after Leonora is Casey. Is this good?
And you're going to give me the question, right?
Yes, the question is, and again, feel welcome to interpret it any way you please. The question is, what would change in our society once we have incorporated the use of plant-based medicines? So again, it's a very open question. Yeah. I just want to see what you envision for the future.
Sure. Well, I see the 2 greatest uses of psychedelics in the future. Number 1, medicine, especially mental illnesses. And I believe that the general population, including people who may have been thoroughly propagandized on these stigmatized substances, you know, they alter your chromosomes, they make you different, whatever. One answer I remember from somebody who was told by their parents, they're going to change you. And he said, that's exactly why I'm doing it. But I believe that through the portal of medicine, Jane and John Q. Public are going to accept when they see their dying mother very troubled by her impending death, after a single dose of psilocybin can greet her death tranquilly, even joyfully, when they see that their grandfather at an advanced age stopped smoking with a single dose of psilocybin. So that's one big thing I see in the future resulting from greater use of psychedelics. And this extends not just to mental illness, but also illnesses that like Alzheimer's or Parkinson's. Microdosing iboga is a tremendous effort to stop the symptoms. I mean, I became friends with a guy known as Patient D, who gave a vivid demonstration of 3 things that he could do after he started microdosing ibogaine. He could button his own shirt instead of relying on his wife to do it. He could cut his meals and feed himself, which he used to have to depend on his wife to do. But most importantly for him, because Parkinson's freezes the face, he could smile, he could frown. And this was the biggest difference for him. So again, the medical for both physical and mental ailments is going to be an important one. Maybe even more important is reconnecting spiritually. So I belong to a psychedelic church, and I believe that such institutions are going to spread widely in the next few years. And I believe that we have a legal right to have our sacrament. And I think the legal case for it is great. And I think there'll be too damn many people doing it for the DEA to try and put a cap on it. So an enhanced spirituality, which will by itself help many people with the problems they suffer, but then the medical uses of these things. These are what I see. Medically and spiritually, psychedelics are going to change our life in this decade. Now, I will mute myself and you pick the next person. Oh, maybe I will. Casey, have at it.
I will speak, but is it Leonora's turn?
She's not going. She
Okay. Okay.
She had her statement.
All right. I didn't want to get in trouble with Julia for jumping order. So thank you, Julia. And my first thoughts were I don't want to preach to the choir, so to speak, because I think everybody on board here understands the amazing change in human, the elevation of our collective consciousness that sacred plant medicines are bringing to us. And I want to echo the statement that Leo, you made earlier about I think this is feminine driven, this cycle around. I was raised by 4 women, very strong, amazing women. And I've always had this connection and respect for the Divine Mother, so to speak, and not from a religious, but more of a philosophical standpoint. But that all having been said, I wanted to introduce this topic, and I was hoping Ibea would still be on, because it does involve, and certainly Leo, what little I know about you already, I'm just entranced and inspired by this concept of recreating our society, and it has grabbed me since 2014 when I came, and for anybody who's going to be around, I'm going to moderate from 2 to 3 o'clock West Coast time, and that having been said, I had a couple of different experiences that have left me to a point where I'm just going to open it up to everyone else's imagination, because I feel like Ibea in the sense of, oh, there's smarter people than me writing about this stuff, and yet why isn't it happening? But so 3 books that I've read in the last few years have been Holacracy by Brian Robertson, and anybody who's familiar with that. So Zappos was probably the most famous corporation that adopted his form of organization. And then there's a book, Conscious Capitalism, because the analogy, and that's Raj Sisodia is a professor at Babson, at least the last I knew, in college in Boston, and he wrote that with John McKee, who is one of the founders of Whole Foods, and anyway, their concept is basically we've got to get beyond this mentality of stockholder and move on to stakeholder. So who's involved, who's affected by all of these decisions? Meaning, it's like, first of all and foremost, in talking in HR terms for companies today and how they operate, human resources, our human, I don't know, capital. It's just like none of that sounds anything less than you are making a number out of me. And I've only worked for 2 corporations in my life, and they were both good corporations filled with good people who made bad decisions for the sake of the quarterly report. And it just drove me nuts. I mean, I walked away from a great job that I could have had for the rest of my life, probably, my working life anyway. And the problem wasn't, well, I'll put it to you this way. I just wasn't going to spend my life selling plastic things that were thrown away for every 5 to 7 years. And among other things, but the way people were treated is what struck me to the core, mostly. And so then the third book I wanted to mention is probably our best signpost in my mind. I mentioned, I'm going to backtrack and say conscious capitalism, because I don't think we can throw out the baby with the bathwater. I feel like there's an intermediate step that collectively we're going to need to take, because we're going to have to get all the centrists on board. And if elections in America anyway are determined by, the tweeners in between the two extremes of the parties, it's almost like a moderate road has to be chosen. And to get to the next step of opening our eyes to what all is wrong. But so the third book is called Reinventing Organizations, and it's written by an academic named Frederic Laloux, French. I can't spell his name right now. I think it's Lelleux. Brilliant dissertation on the human evolution of human organization, and how, starting from the clans, and if we walked out of the forest onto the savannah and we all turned our backs to each other and to fight off the lions, and that's where it started, that need to belong to community, that need to belong to needing that all of us have to belong to a large, something larger than ourselves. And I love that. I've always felt drawn to it. And yet I could not function in at least Western business world. I've never been able to. I've succeeded at everything I've ever tried. And yet my convictions and core and personal belief system wouldn't allow me to stay in these places. And so that having been said, what I wanted to add to this conversation of our imagining the future is basically that we do have to think of something different, and we do have to act locally. And for me, I'm about ready to go on and not to steal my own thunder from a couple hours from now, I'm about to go on a global spirit quest, and I am going to experience a lot of indigenous cultures. I'm looking for intentional communities, and I'm going to do what I can to add to this conversation, because it has to come. It can't come from the perspective of binge watching Netflix. Guilty, done it, but it's that's not where we're going to get these ideas. It has to be surrounding ourselves with not just like-minded, but more importantly, like-hearted people. And to me, that's everything. To be in a position where I'll wrap this up and give somebody else a chance real soon. I'm ending a 35-year marriage, and it's heartbroken, but I'm one of those people that came back from the circle of sacred medicines, and I'm all excited, and I'll even predate that. I got 3 international certifications in positive psychology and the science of happiness. And it's brilliant, wonderful, amazing stuff. But I come home and I try to share that with my family, and they're looking at me like, dude, keep it to yourself, you know? And so I've decided I'm going to keep it to myself, but I'm going to share it with anybody else who wants to pay attention. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. And I hope that contributes to more conversation. I don't know what the answer is. I don't have it yet, but it's certainly, I loved an analogy. I listened to an older podcast of, hope I don't offend anybody here, but Russell Brand, who is one of the most stream of consciousness, rapid fire stream of consciousness thinkers that I've ever heard speak. And he was on with Joe Rogan several years ago, and they were talking about how, you know, our society is going to evolve, and for us to all recognize the sickness of this trap that we allow ourselves to be caught in. We're self-imprisoning ourselves. We don't have to do this anymore. And I would rather live in the jungle and grow my own fruit than continue to live in a place where people idolize someone like our former president. That having been said, thank you for the platform. I'll step off.
Casey, thank you so much. Thank you also to Eric. I'm already inspired, and I actually have another question to see if there may be some other folks, or you as well, are welcome to again answer this question. But I'm very struck by what I'm hearing, and it's got me to thinking. Okay, the spiritual benefits of like psilocybin or plant-based medicines is that it becomes very difficult to tell untruths. Like it becomes really obvious that things that are harmful, and you just automatically don't want to do those things. There is a welcoming to, like, in a very real sense of lifting that veil that was talked about in that conversation between Rogan and Russell, like the same ones we're having this morning, the same ones that we've been having for generations, about lifting this veil of the lies of all of these things that have been able to separate us from our most natural state, growing the fruit in the forest, like being in communion with each other, being honest. Like, what would change in our culture and society if lying was not as readily available? Like, that's a big deal. Like, I'm putting these things together now. What would politicians be like if we knew if they were subscribers to plant-based medicine, and we know that they have had that experience? What would our teachers be like if we had the assumption that they already understood that connection, that in that connection there is no room for lies, for deceit, for manipulation of one another, because those things become so apparent when we are taking advantage of, when we are using each other, when we are using our resources of the earth. Things become so apparent and obvious. So in this future where truth is accessible, so many things I feel like would change, like even the way that we have politicians. Like, would there even be politicians? Like, I am literally like, blow the whole thing up and see what happens, right? Blow it up and see what would happen if women had more power that was earned and deserved. Like, what does this woman-centric society look like with the aid and assistance of, you see, like, plant-based medicine is only the doorway. It's not what's on the other side of the door, right? It is to show us and to have us experience an alternative reality to the one that we are currently experiencing. And so I'm thinking, like, how does this change the concepts of work? Like, going to work for these corporations and giving our life energy and source and our our life being to another person or another organization's mission, maybe that's not going to feel so enticing in a future where we already understand our value as a human being, because we have had that experience of understanding our value in connection to others. So what does work look like? All I know is that based on my own experience, it becomes increasingly difficult to go back from my beautiful experience and come back into this little world that I'm expected to fit into. Like, it's so painful. I would rather, like Casey said, run to the forest. Like, how many of us have ever had that daydream of like, you know what, fuck all this shit. I'm done with it all. I know better ways. I'm gonna go find my like-hearted people. Like, how many of us have had this as a daydream? Why not make this daydream some and into the realm of, well, actually, you know what? That's not too far away from possibility. Maybe we don't have to run all the way to the forest. Maybe we can do the work here so that our children don't have to run all the way to the forest. So I have a few moments left. Is there somebody? Hi, Kina. Is there somebody who would be willing to share some thoughts about, well, what would the future of work look like? What would the future of politics, education, the role of feminine, the feminine role? Okay, Mother Jaguar, I got you. I was hoping to hear from you. I was waiting. Okay, Mother Jaguar, and then Solana. And I think this will give us our time, and then I'll wrap up real quickly and share some things. But Mother Jaguar, would you share with us your expectations of the future?
Well, thank you for having me on. And I'm sorry that I came in late, but I heard a lot of good, powerful things from you. So I'm happy that I was here for that. But I've actually seen this in several dreams. So I had a 2-part dream. This is the only 2-part dream I've ever had in my life, where you have one dream and then 7 years later, it starts off where I left off 7 years ago. And it's been a pretty powerful vision in my life. And I also think it spoke to the feelings that I had back in my 20s of like, where the hell am I? What kind of place is this? Waking up to the realities of the world and not really wanting to be here. So the first part of the dream was I had children. I was married and had children at the time, but I woke up in my apartment in Savannah, Georgia, and no one was home. I couldn't find my children. My husband wasn't there. And I went outside to attempt to find them, and it was like a ghost town. All of the apartment complex, no one was moving around, no cars, no movement, no nothing. And I went back frantic into the house, trying to figure out what happened. Did I sleep through some type of, I don't know, like a epidemic or something? I didn't know. I woke up in my dream thinking that the world had blown up and everybody was gone. And during the frantic moment of being in my house, standing in the middle of my living room, crying and sobbing, like, where is my family? I went back out again and knocked on the doors of the apartments, and no one home, nobody's there. I go back in the house and I, start to pack a bag because I'm thinking I need to go out and see if I can find them. The cars wasn't working. We had 2 cars at the time. I tried to start the cars. They wouldn't work. There was no electricity anywhere. It was a complete ghost town. And I get on this road, which, I look back in time now and I realize, I lived on a road called Middle Ground Road in Savannah, which is so fitting for this dream, right? So I head up this road, to find my family, and couldn't find anyone. And I feel like I'm walking the road, which Middle Ground Road, if you don't know about Savannah, kind of connects the south to the north, just like Abercorn does. And it could be a very long road. So I'm walking for, it seems like forever, and couldn't find anyone, but the dream ends there. And I didn't know what that dream meant then, but it picks up 7 years later. I'm on that road. But this time there's something shiny in the distance. And I know Savannah very well, and I know it's not supposed to be there. But I take off running because I'm hoping to see my family. And when I get to this shiny place, it's gorgeous. It's, of course, the gates are there, and it's kind of like a greenish gold gate. And there's 6 people standing behind the gate from all different cultures, actually. And they're waving at me like they know me. And I'm kind of confused as to who these people are, but I go close to them anyway. And they open the gate, and one of them, which is an Asian woman, she puts her arm around me and she says to me, "You're always the last one. What were you doing out there?" And I'm confused because I'm like, "Who are you?" Like, what do you mean I'm always the last one? She said, "We've been waiting. You took your time getting here." And I was like, "Well, what's going on?" And she said, "People are coming." And I said, "There's no people out there. I've walked this road. I haven't seen anyone." And she said, "Of course." And she turns my head to the left, to the same road that I got off of. And it's a multitude of people walking up this road. Multitude. And I'm like, where did they come from? You know, I didn't see any of these people. And she was like, "Yes, we have to be urgent about this. You know, we have to get everybody in their place." And I was like, "What does that mean?" But for some reason, subconsciously, maybe the person in my reality now wasn't catching up to what was going on in this dream. Somehow I start to realize or wake up and remember something that, oh yes, we have to get everybody situated because, you know, something's about to happen. And so we're shaking hands with people that I haven't seen in years, and people that, you know, didn't know me. And I'm saying, "Hey, we're all doing the same thing, all 7 of us, you know, shaking, hugging. Hey, okay, yes, you got to go here. Yes, you got to go there. Yes, okay, you go here. Good to see you. Good to go here, blah, blah, blah." And once these people got into their places, which I'm not sure behind the gates, it seemed like there were like these conducting type of buildings that they all went into, you know, and I'm not sure what they were separated by, but we went in, the 7 of us went into this other place that felt like it was crystals and, you know, almost like glass, stained glass and beautiful, you know, colors and everything. And we go into this place, and I want to mind you that during this time in my 20s, I've never meditated in my life, never touched plant medicine, didn't know anything about spirituality. I'm a Savannah home Baptist girl. So this was all new to me. I didn't even know what meditation was at that time, but we sat down, all 7 of us, and started to chant something that I wish I could have held on to coming out of that dream, but I couldn't. It was fleeting me. But we chanted something to build the momentum or the energy of something. And as we did that, the space that we were in started to move. And I don't know where we went. But after everything calmed down, we all got up and we looked out the door, and a lot of the people that were in the separate places started coming out, and it was like a new earth. I remember seeing everything being so crispy and colorful to my eyes at that time, and I knew it was different. And the people started celebrating behind the gates, and when we came out, and they were just happy that we arrived. So I've been holding these dreams or visions or whatever you may call it, but I know it was something miraculous because I've never had a 2-part dream in my life. But I've always seen the future as being a unified future, almost a spirit-bodied type of unity that happened, where it was colorless, or you can't say, like, we built another culture behind those gates that didn't include all the things from the government that we have now and the society that we have now. So I've been holding on to that for a long time. When I reached the age of 33, I had a miraculous experience of knowing God, which I had been searching for that all of my life, just to have a knowing, not a belief, but just an experience of knowing God. And it was when I tried to take my life that I had this experience. So this was even before plant medicine, but I felt very alone in the world through that awareness and that awakening, because I was speaking a language that most people didn't speak. And I was very conscious of the words that I was using then that I wasn't before, that I was somehow speaking, terrible spells over my life when it was negativity involved, or how I thought about life, or judgment and everything. But when I got involved with plant medicine, I started to see that environment catching up with me, or being in the groups with people. And I felt like I was home. I was like, this is my tribe. This is my family. And that state of awareness, of understanding that we're not, here to live by societal norms that we have been conditioned to live by, and that we are all vibing with each other on, heart opened, experiences with each other, not just talk. And, we're actually being the part of love that we want to be a part of. So standing in the middle ground road, which I believe that I stand in, I've been walking the middle path for quite a long time, seeing the extremities of trauma, pain, guilt, but also the extremities of like joy and just amazing, goozy, just juicy deliciousness in life. So I've seen all of this stuff, but also aware that the people that I work with in ceremony are trying to find that place too. They're trying to work their way to that deliciousness in life. And studying African spirituality when it comes to Sankofa and trauma, a part of me has to be willing to allow those people to look back to their trauma in order to move forward, to see how much that trauma has governed and dictated their lives. So I really appreciate, you bringing us up to speed of, putting us in the juicy place and the delicious place of like what we're creating, because that's a powerful force. But also appreciating the middle ground road where we can see both as, this is a way where we came from, and this is where we're going. So thank you for that. Yes.
Bravo. So Lana, I know that I had called on you next, and I'm unfortunately, I've only got my 2 minutes, and what I would really hate even more is to have to cut you off. And so here's what I offer in as an alternative. I still want to know, and I know everybody else wants to know, what you envision for the future, our future. If you know how to put a chat comment, would you take a moment and perhaps, if you're able to, write something, and then I will be able, we can read it at our okay, even better, Solana. I'm going to come at 10 p.m. and I'm also going to be there for you, Casey, too. So I'm very excited. And let me just say, as I close my time together, wow. It's like, wow. Can you, and especially being able to close with Mother Jaguar's dream, to how ethereal is this? And especially how fitting, because the future is it can be so fuzzy. It can be so nebulous. It can be so daunting to try and define. So why not be creative? Why not use our dreams to define, to be able to transmit a sentiment, a feeling, an experience of living in this very particular moment in our history? What a beautiful example. I could not have designed a better metaphor. I could not have asked for more thought in terms of how our physical bodies relate to our emotional and mental bodies. I'm very pleased to have this time with you together, to have learned and to have listened. And I'm going to put my contact information in the chat. I'm going to, after this, I'm going to just get a cup of water, but I'll be back for for the rest of, for as much as I can today. So I'm not going anywhere. I'm still in here. So again, you know, just thank you everybody for your openness, your willingness to accept and allow me my truth, my new truth, because truth is the new default. So with that, I'm right on time, and I'll pass to you, Leonora, to introduce our next facilitator. And again, I love you. I say that because I'm normalizing love. That's in my future. So I love you all. And again, thank you for your grace and your time today. I feel blessed and whole and shiny. Well, I got that sparkle, sparkle, shine. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute myself, but there's a little bit of background noise. So Eric is our next moderator. He's having a little bit of difficulty with his microphone, but I think if we all are very attentive to his words and listen very carefully, we will hear him. And so thank you, Julia. As always, you are such a poet and an inspiration. So thank you.
I am going to try speaking loudly because people have said, are people hearing me right now? Okay, great. So let me begin with a little bit of background. I was a former academic. I taught writing for many years, and then I jumped the desk and became a writer. I either written or co-authored 6 books and a couple hundred articles on quite a wide variety of subjects. I now focus exclusively on psychedelic healing and the sacraments that psychedelics can be. So the medical and the spiritual use of these sacraments. I was one of the founders of Decriminalized Nature Seattle. I belong to a psychedelic church in Oakland called the Sacred Garden Community. A little side note, I took my first psychedelic trip, which was acid, in 1965, 3 years before it was criminalized. So, and have been a serious psychedelic explorer ever since. I was aided in this by very fortunate friendship. I was a campmate of Amanda Fielding and Sasha Anand Shogun, and had several people. I used to organize lecture series down at Burning Man. I have learned so much about psychedelics at Burning Man. I've been 16 times, including last year, and I already have a ticket, or will have for this year. I edit a ayahuasca website, which is now temporarily suspended, but we're getting back in action probably by March. And I am an editor for an iboga website, which hopes to end the opioid epidemic, or help end it. And I edit for ICEER. Some of you might know this fabulous organization out of Spain, headed by Ben Belonen. It's the International Center for Ethnobotanical Research, Education, and Service. And a wonderful group. They're the people that have the ayahuasca Defense Fund, which extends itself to other psychedelics, to other people who are being persecuted and prosecuted. So that's a little bit of my background. And more to the point, I worked at McNeil Island Penitentiary when it was a federal penitentiary, and was part of the drug abuse program. And along these lines, to a person, and all men, they told me that nicotine was harder to get off of than heroin. So that's the background. I'd like to work in a quotation from Rene Dubos, a famous Pulitzer Prize winning microbiologist, who was the one who came up with that pithy quotation: think globally, but act locally. It was DuBois' sense that we had serious problems to deal with, but that if we could discover and follow the success stories of our time, that we had a way out. I'm not so sure when I look around and see what's happening politically, economically, environmentally. It's hard to be an optimist, but in any case, we felt that if we could learn from the success stories of our time, that we would be able to overcome our problems. So along these lines, I would like to speak about some of the success stories of our time. And in general, I'd like to begin by talking about ibogaine. It is, as previous speakers have indicated, it's not a cure for addiction, but it's an interrupter of addiction. A flood dose experience will give an addicted person, number one, if it's opium related drugs that this person is on, and there are so many of them now, the worst of them being fentanyl. The first thing it does is it either eliminates or significantly reduces withdrawal. Secondly, it rewires the brain to a pre-addictive state. This means that for up to 4 months, there is no craving. Now, there's nothing out there that interrupts addiction like ibogaine. Unfortunately, it's illegal in this country. There are actually very few countries it's legal in. One of the more recent ones is New Zealand. But there is one excellent facility in Mexico called Beyond, and that offers the real McCoy. I get a lot of my information from Dr. Jeffrey Camlet, who is the medical director there, and who feels that the other clinics that are offering this are not offering the proper dosage, and one of the results is that there are frequent relapses. But ibogaine, as we've heard from our initial session, is a national treasure in Gabon. It's very difficult, apparently, to raise outside of it's where it's endogenous. So I initially hoped that we could just establish ibogaine plantations, because there is a sustainability issue. Many people realizing that they can sell this have been stripping the bark and pulling trees out and bushes out and stripping the bark from the roots and selling it. And in this case, the Bwiti people in some parts of West Africa have switched to other psychedelics because they can't get enough of the iboga plant. So trying to change the laws on ibogaine, I think, are going to be tough. It has to be offered in a highly controlled environment. Frequently, people who have been cured, or at least have had their addiction interrupted by ibogaine, become real enthusiasts and set up shop themselves, administering the drug in hotel rooms, or an Airbnb or stuff like that. This is just asking for disaster. In the first session today, we had a little disagreement about what the death rate is, but it's a real threat. Dr. Jeffrey Camlet believes that it's probably in the neighborhood of 1 in 300. That was poo-pooed by earlier participants, but I just have to believe Dr. Campbell. He knows more about ibogaine and how best to use it than anybody I know. And I'm a latecomer. I first learned about ibogaine when I offered a lecture series on psychedelics and healing at Burning Man. And in 2013, I learned about ibogaine. So I'm just a 10-year veteran of trying to promote it. But I think the more people that learn about ibogaine, the better prepared we will be for any effort to get it legalized. But there are real problems. One of the problems is it was discovered by Howard Lotsof, who was addicted to opiates. And after he had his ibogaine trip, his dealer said, "I got something for you to try." And he tried it and thought he wasn't going to do that again. And then he realized he had no cravings for his main addiction. So this wasn't something that was developed by a pharmaceutical company or a university research station or anything like that. So that's one of the things that it has going against it. Another is that it does produce not so much hallucinations, but it puts you into a dream state where you are the major actor in a drama that takes place right before you. This initial movie of your life lasts 8 to 12 hours, and it's followed by up to 20 hours of contemplation of what you've just learned. So it's an intense experience. This is not a recreational drug. And we earlier discussed whether or not this is appropriate for children. And I heard that this is a drug that some young people are taking. Well, they're not taking blood dose. So whatever they're getting out of it, I don't know, but this is not a recreational drug. In any case, even if the death rate is 1 in 300, it's worth it, because we lost 110,000 people in 2021. I haven't seen the 2022 figures yet, but we lost 110,000 people, 70% of them to opiate addiction in 2021. And Camlet believes, as I do, that ibogaine is well worth the risk because of the benefits that can accrue from it. So that's it on ibogaine. I also want to speak about some other uses of psychedelics in ending or at least interrupting addiction. There's wonderful news out of Johns Hopkins. In 2014, they conducted a series of experiments on tobacco cessation. And I don't know if I mentioned it, but when I worked at the drug abuse program at McNeil Island Penitentiary, to a person, those folks said that nicotine was harder to kick than heroin. So what Johns Hopkins found out in 2014 was that after 6 months and a single dosage of psilocybin with therapy, I mean, this is in a controlled situation. This isn't somebody just taking some mushrooms at home and hoping it would help them stop smoking. This is in a very controlled situation. But after 6 months, 80% of the participants in those trials were no longer smoking. This is the best news. At the end of 2021, the federal government awarded $4 million to Johns Hopkins based on that initial research that they did on tobacco cessation. $4 million. This was the first federal grant for psychedelic treatment in 50 years, more than 50 years. So that is a huge and positive development. I'd like to speak to another use, and this is mostly for opiate addicted people. It's local, and it's a good friend of mine by the name of Todd Young, who runs a program that involves ayahuasca and 12-step. Many people just can't get anywhere in 12-step because of the spiritual dimensions, the inherent spiritual dimensions. So, you know, you can redefine God or use another word, but a lot of people cannot successfully participate in 12-step because the spiritual element just isn't part of their world. Well, Todd manages to compensate for that by combining ayahuasca with the traditional 12-step program. And he has a couple of dry houses near Maple Valley where he lives, and he's getting a national reputation now for his success at dealing with addiction. He first off, he's been there himself. 20 years, he was addicted to damn near anything he could be addicted to. And that resulted in 12 trips to jail and 1 trip to a penitentiary. So he knows this from the inside. And I think that is a wonderful place for him to be able to have full empathy with the people he's treating. In any case, that is a very successful program. And then I'd like to tell you about a new center at the University of Washington School of Medicine. It's called the Center for Innovative Therapeutics in Addiction Psychiatry. So it's housed within the Department of Behavioral Psychiatry and Behavioral Science in the School of Medicine. It's run by MD psychiatrist by the name of Nathan Sackett, and it intends to do clinical research, service, and training, and it will focus primarily on psilocybin. This is something that Nathan has been given some internal support to head the program for 3 years, and in essence, the first job is get funded. So, but this is the first effort that I'm aware of in the whole Pacific Northwest to formally at a university study psychedelics and addiction, or psychedelics at all. I'm not aware of any other program at a major university or a minor. And in terms of research, the University of Washington is very major. At one time, and it may still be, I think it got more research money than any other public institution in the country. So this is a major development that our local university is getting into addiction research.
Right.
So those are a few of the success stories that I wanted to start with, and then I wanted to toss it out and see if any in the audience could tell us about a success story that they know about. And this is going back to Renee DeBow, in essence saying our best way out of our difficulties is to discover the success stories and replicate them. So open to anybody who'd like to tell of a success story they know of. Please do.
I guess I was just going to ask you to turn up your volume. Eric, do you have a way to do that?
It's at max, so maybe I'll just speak louder. Is this getting?
You got it. You got it. That's good.
Okay, I'll speak louder.
I mean-
Sorry, I just got to keep myself loud.
I'm
Yeah.
just trying to kind of summarize maybe a little bit what you were saying. You're talking about three separate things. Ibogaine, can you say more about that? Because I hadn't heard that before. And then, yeah, I know you were talking about some research and how people are gaining funding for certain kinds of research. But are you talking about personal success stories that people have had in this group with plant medicine, or, you know, in general, how they've gotten funding or things like that for?
I was looking more to programs such as COGS, such as the one at Johns Hopkins, such as the new one at the University of Washington. But now that you mention it, if people can tell their story of psychedelics and addiction, that's fair game, please. So whether it's institutional or personal, if it's a success story, share it with us, please.
So is it a personal success story about Ibogaine or other plant
Oh
medicine?
no, any plant medicine.
Oh, so Robert, could you speak about using plant medicines for addiction and any success stories that you know that you could share, Robert?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Coming through loud and clear.
All right, so thank you, Eric. My name is Robert Satayakam, and
oh yeah,
appreciate you allowing me into the circle, Leo. And so you're asking me if I have some success stories with the plant medicines? Is that, yeah, batting 1,000 with success stories with addiction and plant medicines. You know, right? It's like. That success rate goes to preparation, though, you know, when using the plant medicine, right? You know, and usually, how do I want to say this? The patient has to be willing, right? You know, wanting that change in the beginning, and you find people frustrated with they've been trying things, and then they have a belief system like what people have heard, you know, and so there's these different layers of breaking through to get to them, to get to their heart set, so to speak, to be willing to use plant medicine, you know, because it's kind of believe their faith and their belief. Usually they come from everybody's been through school, and so all we know is all we know. And when you introduce a plant medicine, it's really difficult for a lot of people who've tried just about everything for them to buy in or to have that faith or to believe into these medicines like this. But the reason batting 1,000 is that it's because it works, you know. It's whether it's the peyote or the ayahuasca or the mushrooms, you know, that it takes the patients to a place that no drug, no manufactured pharmaceutical can take a person's conscience or their mind or their heart. And when a person's wanting the healing, you know, these plant medicines really will take that patient to these places where they need to deal with it and to confront the demons that are in them, that follow them, because we're on a spiritual level when we enter the plant medicine, you know, and to be a willing participant to ingest the medicine. I feel that the compassion that the plant medicine has for the person who has had the faith to show up, the faith to to go beyond all that is known and to let go and let creator, let spirit, let God, introduce them into this world or this realm, or this vibration. And so for the healing to occur, so it goes beyond 12 steps. You might do 12 steps in a moment there with these plant medicines and the healers that administer and conduct these different ceremonies, and I was just in a circle last Saturday with ayahuasca, Mother Aya. And you can't just rush into something like that, and I was really struggling. This is a personal story. I mean, I was really struggling with my thoughts and how I was feeling. I felt I was consumed, right? I was consumed by some sort of darkness. I was stuck in my head, and I knew what I needed. The whole time I knew what I needed. I was looking in my medicine bundles. I was looking in my medicine boxes. I was looking at my feathers, at my fan. I was holding even the medicine in my hand. I was singing my songs. I was on my knees practically. I thought I was praying, but perhaps I was begging, for the light, for the truth, for the healing. What am I suffering from, and why am I suffering? And what is the cure? What is the cure? Help me, and these instruments, right? These medicines, my medicine bundle, my feathers and fan, the things I use, my sacredness that I use, was telling me the entire time that it's in here. It's about faith. It was asking me, as a medicine person, right? As a person that administers and conducts ceremony, it's like you're looking at these things that support you. You're looking at the sacredness, but you're not looking at yourself. You're not looking at the you. You're not looking at where it's at, really. Like I don't know how many, countless and countless ceremonies, sitting with peyote, sitting with the Aya, sitting with mushrooms and other frog and toad medicines, and having to surrender. And there's hard times with that medicine. It takes you places, but you have to have that faith. And so my faith was stretched pretty, I thought, thin, but it was rock solid the whole time, and it was like my medicine bundles were saying, why are you looking in here? Why are you looking in these places where all the time it's within yourself, and so that I had the faith. And then I think when I surrendered to that, like, I need this healing and I need it right now. I need help right now. The universe, the consciousness, the vibration heard me. It felt me, right? And the opportunity came up, it just came out of the blue, so to speak, It came out of the blue where it was hey, can you come to this circle? And when I showed up, I knew that my healing was there. I didn't know what it looked like. I didn't know what it'd feel like. I knew it was there in that circle. And so I came by faith, and usually that medicine, it tastes, it's pretty strong, and it sticks with you. And, it kind of, sometimes, whoosh, you just need something to help it, settle in you. But once I got there to the circle, to the holy hoop, the sacred circle, I surrendered. It felt good to be with those that I knew, other brothers and sisters that I knew would become family throughout the evening and into the morning hours, and through the hape, the rape, it cleared that channel. I thought that that was a ceremony unto itself, you know, but it put me in a place of being with humility and being humble, right? You know, and being grateful for the earth, the location that the medicine grew, the rain that grew it, the animals that pass by it day and night, the people that understand and know the medicine, the family that picked the medicine and how it was harvested and how it found and came to me safely. And so those are healing thoughts, you know, those that led me to know I was already healing. And then when by the time the medicine came and we started our ceremony, it tasted refreshing. What was once like bitter turned to like a refreshing drink, you know, and I knew the healing was there. And throughout the evening, whether it was through lyric or it was through the instruments or through a spoken word or somebody else's purging or prayer or mannerism, it all gathered for my healing, you know. And I wouldn't be talking today, I wouldn't be speaking here today had I not been in that circle. The darkness, I was brought back into the light. I was granted my healing, right? You know, and this a person thinks like I have this, I'm okay, you know, I don't need this, you know, I'm the person that heals other people, you know, or thinks that, you know, or guides people to their healing. And so when you go into the plant kingdom, so to speak, or that plant realm, you know, it's like it doesn't get any, you know, you don't get any closer to being on the other side, you know. I think we die in a way through those ceremonies, you know. We give our life to it, we die unto it, and to be brought into the plant world, into that realm, places that where there's fractals and things are shards, and how it puts us back together again as one, you know, one again with the elements that are here on earth, you know, our breath, you know, our breathing, the sky, the wind, the breeze, you know, oxygen, our relationship with it, you know, the earth that we dance and play on and pray on, you know. It's like, you know, it's like what hurt me does not no longer ache. You know, what was bothering me no longer is there. The mentalities, you know, are cleared up. My Hutchsada area has been, you know, so it's I went to the emergency room, got triaged, got operated on, and in the morning time, the recovery room, you know, and being woken back up, you know, that it's you know, it restores the faith, the hope, the love, and the ability for charity, you know, like to share this story here of how plant medicines heal, you know. And it's really, you know, pharmaceutical industrial complex versus, you know, the universe, you know. There is no comparisons, you know. We rely on man-made thoughts, man-made drugs, man-made foods, man-made buildings, and man-made schools to try to heal us, you know. And then it may kind of work for somebody, but it's kind of always there, you know. Like so the 12-step program, you go through that, and there's a chance for relapse, you know. But I feel with this plant medicine is like it's a one-way street, it's a one-way avenue, you know. Once you committed to the plant medicines, that spirit is in you, you know. And that's why I was saying earlier that I looked in my boxes, I looked at my medicine bundles, I looked at my fans and feathers, my bones, my instruments, but it was the spirit was with me. The healing was already here, you know. I had to rejoin the holy hoop in the sacred circle of plant medicine, you know, to be reminded, to be returned, to be reconciled and recalled and reconnected to the harmony, the tranquility, the love that is this experience life, and so I feel good again. I feel fine, I feel like the ocean's there, the rivers are here, it's just not all jumbled up, and there's a dam in between now, that stops my flow. It seems to, that's just an example, a personal example of that batting 1,000 with plant medicine, and I experience, I see it all the time, in each and every ceremony, that healing shows up and shows out, and that's the bliss where we're, that tranquility and the harmony again that's restored, and just by showing up. And many times I've heard people that come in with various cancers, right? Various afflictions. And it always seems like this is a common story, like, I've seen this. I'm not sure if this is going to work. I've tried every doctor there is. I tried every medication there is. But that night that they come in to that holy hoop, where there's fire, song, prayer, instruments, and others, by morning time, they say, oh, I feel better already. We say, well, you're already healed. That's because you're healed. And they still hold on to that a little bit. Yeah, well, we'll see, because I have to go to the doctor Thursday. I got a Thursday appointment, and so we always hear through the grapevine, so to speak, a week or so later, hey, did you hear about Eric? Yeah, he went to the doctor, and the cancer's gone. He's cancer free. Hey, did you hear about Rob? Yeah, he's good again. Yeah, his liver cancer is gone. All these things that we showed up for are healed in that evening. And so I mean I could go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. But that's just a quick introduction. I know you don't know me, and I'm not sure I know you yet, but when you asked about the success of plant medicine and its success stories, it's like there's no doubt about it. It's always batting 1,000. It's just waiting for us to show up and show our faith to it, to be invited and restored, and to get back into the flow of life. Just want to say that much, Eric.
Thank you. And I do know about you. Years ago, I followed you in the fish wars, you and your wife, and I was involved with commercial fishing and very interested in restoration and keeping our rivers and seas productive. So I admired you for many years.
Oh.
And when you were talking about shards and fragments, it really reminded me of a line in the poet William Butler Yeats. He said, "Nothing can be whole or sold that has not been rent." And I think that applies a lot to healing. And that's one of the things that came through when you mentioned shards. So
yeah,
thank you for what you had to say. I also wanted to offer a sort of counterpoint to your wholehearted embrace of these wonderful substances. It's called The Risk of Psychedelics. And unfortunately, I can't point you to a website, but I put my email into the chat. And if anybody would like a copy of what I think is one of the most important articles I've ever read on the subject of psychedelics and healing, send me a request and I'll send you The Risk of Psychedelics. Would anybody else like to chime in with a story of either a personal success story working with these sacraments?
Andrea.
Yeah, she wants me to talk now. Hi, my name is Andrea Lindy. I thought I was hosting in the last hour. There was some misunderstanding. So we've been happy to hold space for you guys here during the last hour and a half. I'm Andrea Lindy, www.andreapsychotherapy.com. I guess my personal success story as a therapist and healer and, you know, other things is that I got diagnosed with cancer a few years ago, and obviously I wanted to live. I'm going to admit somebody real quick, and was willing to do any means necessary, right? You know, I'm a mother, and, you know, that was the only door, the only option, the only way for me. And so, yeah, so I think Kelly really suggested and pushed me to try cannabis as well to support with that. And obviously there's a lot of research, as you're talking about, Eric, with that. High content CBD oils really shrink tumors in, you know, laboratory rats, right? And Andrea Joy Lindy. And so whenever my numbers, I would get weekly tested over the period of like 15 months when I was doing my blood work weekly. Sorry, my daughter just walked by. Whenever those numbers weren't moving, I would just, you know, buy $200 worth of plant medicine and use it, and you know, with good success. And I didn't really have time to be high or anything like that, so, you know, I just inserted it in places, right, to have the healing effects, and it certainly worked for me. In addition to everything else that I did, I kind of took massive action in all ways, in all areas of my life. So I'm really grateful. And obviously, as a healer and a therapist, I'm interested in knowing more ways to support people gently and effectively to heal, in addition to whatever's driving them to addiction, right? Healing that at the root. That's really my interest. And so that's my intention when I'm holding space for them and working on doing sessions with them using brain spotting and energy work, sort of what I do. I kind of came to the energy work too in this healing crisis, or whatever you want to call it, right? In terms of, you know, yeah, laying on a shaman's table, right? Like, okay, if I'm here, whatever it is, let's go, you know? And so, yeah, I think I sort of learned more in the last year, kind of what he was doing and how to do that. But yeah, I've been healed and cancer free for like 6+ years. So I think there's, yeah, a lot of benefit to that for many people. And certainly in the realm of addictions, I'm wondering for softer landings for people, like you're saying, and just moving into more their truth. I think in communities like this, and certainly other communities, I think I find people more grounded, more present. I've heard moms talk about how it helps them to be more present with, I think I'm speaking mostly to cannabis here, my knowledge base, right? Keith Spence, who I had on earlier to support me, has more knowledge in that, but I think parents have a real need to express approval to their children and to be present. Those are two of the big things that parents need for children to grow up healthy and happy. And I think plant medicine can help people with that as well. So,
could I ask a question real quick? Do you mind commenting on addiction in our culture in general and how we treat addicts in terms of shame and other types of addiction, like sex addiction, work addiction, any?
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people, you know, I think relationships can be addictions, right? The dopamine for that person, calling you back or texting you back, you know. So I think in terms of all things, I think there's a lot of judgment. And obviously that's the opposite of social cohesion and acceptance. And how I see anything is the root of it usually is probably trauma, right? Known or unknown. You know, I think when people have a need in families to be seen and to be heard and to be accepted. I mean, if that child is not accepted, right, that child would die, like in the old times, right? Like if you left it on the sidewalk. So the child needs that acceptance and approval. And it's very traumatic, obviously, not to have it. So I think what people end up doing is not accepting all the parts of themselves. And I think in trauma, we have a huge need to be all of ourselves. So some part of us is bad and wrong, then we're trying to cope, and different coping mechanisms, work better than others. And so I think a lot of times it's easy. My dad would say, right, it's really easy to judge, someone, and so not everybody knows the road that somebody else has walked and what it's cost them to get there. So I would obviously, with anything, treat the trauma and work to be healing that as the primary intention. And then the addiction is just an attempt to feel good and to cope with not feeling good, and probably some, rejection and earlier wounding from that, lack of social cohesion, right? Lack of acceptance, right? Because that turns into lack of acceptance of the self. And we all need that self-love, self-forgiveness, all that. And yeah, did you have any other questions, Eric? I guess Kelly just wanted to.
You must be an old timer, because I met her as Kelly and you know her as Kelly, and then she.
Oh, did I say Kelly? Oh, thank God she wasn't here to hear me. I was her roommate for a year. She got me 2 jobs. She got me 2 dates. Yeah, she's a good friend. Yeah, so I usually do what she says, but she's yeah, she really pushed me when she was worried, when I had what they call a molar pregnancy, and which is not a pregnancy, it's just like tissue and stuff in there that's growing in your tumor in your womb. And so, obviously I did other things with that too. But she really pushed me to try. That's very helpful at that time. Did you want to say more, Eric? I know you're coasting at this time. I don't want to take you.
I met when she was Kelly. I met Kelly because she was a foster mother to a Muckleshoot girl that we both loved a great deal. And then my sweetheart, who died in October of 2020, and I, in essence, became this little girl's grandparent. She wasn't visited much at Ryder, and she went to Ryder after Kelly was his foster mother for a while. So we go back, gosh, I think that's about almost 10 years.
10 years. I think I recognize you, Dana. Are you, did you go to Antioch University? Do I recognize you from somewhere? Do you want to speak? I know you're just joining the group here.
Yeah, I got here late, I guess. I was out in the street. I was trying to set up something with people in Congress.
Well, Dana, you missed your daughter.
I was trying to get her, but I didn't get back here in time.
Yeah, she was wonderful. That's the first time I've seen her in action, and I hope it's not the last time.
But she's very smart.
No shit.
And pretty focused,
Must have got it from her mother.
No, I know her mother.
No, I'm just joshing you.
Maybe from my mother. Anyway, where are you guys in your program?
We've got looks like about 10 minutes to go, and we were talking about either institutional or personal successes using these plant medicines to deal with addiction. And if you care to add something at that to that point, in other words, sacred medicine and addiction, that's what we're talking about.
When's my presentation?
Oh, sorry, you're tomorrow. I think it's 6 a.m. your time tomorrow.
I asked not to have that again.
No. It's not, sorry, not 6 a.m. your time, 6 a.m. our time. So it'll be 9 a.m. your time.
It's good. Yeah, then I don't have any conflict. I can do it.
Okay, cool. You guys, then the next 10 minutes, Eric is going to be moving on, but we want to say thank you to Eric when his time is over. But I'm going to have to go up to the roof for a minute. So please excuse me and carry on.
Well, Dana, are you going to add anything or should we try and stimulate?
I don't know what has come immediately before, so it's difficult to chime in, you know. What do I think of plant medicine addiction?
That's what our subject is.
Medicines, and they have many different effects. I'd say Ibogaine is the one we found that was the most useful for addiction. But addiction is a funny thing. And the software is as important as the hardware. In other words, intention and being honest with yourself. If you don't have the right intention and you're not ready to call yourself your own bullshit, Ibogaine won't work. And Ibogaine works better than anything else. So presumably the others work. There is some power of suggestion with LSD-like drugs, but that's more abused by the Stephen Gaskins of life. It's not really, I don't know whether it gives you much for addiction.
I've never heard of that working, although I correct myself. We had Daniel Shankin on earlier, and he told the story of how on a significant LSD trip, the LSD told him that it didn't coexist with alcohol and he needed to stop boozing, and he did. And that
Insight is very important, and sometimes it is the difference. But I will say this, your intention has to be unified. You can't have a big mental reservation. Like, I don't really mean it. I'm just saying this to please people. You have to really want to do it yourself and want to do it really big.
Yeah.
Or it doesn't work.
There's a wonderful Shakespearean quote from King Lear that it's the most applicable quotation that I know. And as a former English teacher and English major, I know a lot of quotations, but this one sums up so much in life. 3 words: ripeness is all. And ripeness is all. And
I just get the word.
It's what?
Did you say license?
Ripeness, like a ripe fruit or a ripe relationship. Ripeness is all.
Yeah.
And it applies to so many things in life, and especially to ending addiction. If you're not right, if you're not ready, if you're not into it, I mean, the last 2 people that I dealt with were failures. They just weren't ready for it. One went to his seance place and came home and did not want to participate in immigration or any further dealing with her addiction. And she's back on fentanyl. She wasn't ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty true. Well, so, you don't need a program. You just have to mean it. You have to actually do it every day. And you have to be so that somebody offered you whatever it was that you were doing before, you would just, I already made up my mind. Get that out of here. I'm not going to fucking do that. I do the glass of wine. Sorry.
Well, I think it really helps to, address and clear the trauma underneath, driving that coping strategy. So how I've done it in sessions with people is addressing their urge to drink or their urge to smoke or their clearing that out of their body and mind for good. And then they're really able to, then they don't have the urge. So then they don't have, and they
I
have
still have plenty of trauma. I still have all the trauma I had before. I just decided, thinking about being paralyzed, a half of his body paralyzed for the last 10 years of his life, that there were worse things than even dying. And see, I already died. I was dead for 3.5 minutes. And his worst thing is to be paralyzed. And alcohol can do that. No, I just, said, this stuff could kill me and I want to live. And you got to have that little Buddhist trick of pushing away the temptation, pushing away the thing, because every time you push it away, it becomes easier to push it away.
Any thoughts you wanted to say to finish up, Eric? I know this is your baby this hour.
I do want to invite anybody who would like a copy of that. To my mind, like I said, the best thing I've read about psychedelics, and most of what I read about psychedelics talks about the benefits. This one acknowledges the benefits, but is focused on the risks of psychedelics. And I think it ought to be read by anybody who's being introduced to psychedelics. I'm pushing it within the psychedelic community, the psychedelic church to which I belong, to be offered when people join the church. But if anybody would like a copy of the Risks of Psychedelics, you can send me a request to my email, which is in the chat. And I post a lot of material on psychedelics on my Facebook page. If you'd like to Facebook friends, if you do that, I also post it there. So I think we can go to Leo.
Yeah, she's still on her break, so it's on us to continue carry on.
Okay.
Do we know who the speaker is in the next hour? Are you here? Okay, yay.
Yeah.
We can just do the transfer, and if you are done, we will salute you and go to the next one if you are complete, Eric.
I'll be back in, and I've got some commitments. This is the last minute.
Thank you, Eric.
You're welcome. And I'll be back in. I have some commitments I couldn't get out of today. I was a last minute choice to do this hour. So I'll be in and out. I won't hit my record.
Good to hear your voice, Eric.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
See you soon. Bye.
Let's hope so. Okay, well, hi, I'm Casey Jones, and I think I'm going to lead this along the lines of a fireside chat. I am not a great academic, although in another life I might have been. And what I would say though is, I'm not here as an expert on anything. What I am is I'm coming here as a seeker. I'm desperately want to help humanity elevate our collective consciousness, and so I'm going to share a little bit about my my history and coming back into not back into but into sacred plant medicines and what our experience has been. So I do want to thank those who came before me. Certainly Leo, amazing effort to pull this all together. And for Eric and Julia and Ivia and Rachel and Daniel, who all came before me. Mother Jaguar's input was phenomenal too. The middle path Dream Share was amazing. So what I'm going to share with y'all is really how in 2014. So let's just say I'll kind of start my story there. So here I am, a guy who's roughly 54 years of age at the time, and I'm very is my volume okay?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I saw you leaning forward, Eric, so I was concerned. But what I will say is, in 2014, so my wife had cancer for 4 years. My daughter had ulcerative colitis, pretty severe case. A lot of stuff, you know, we were speed bumps on the road of the Great Recession, lost 95% of our net worth and had to all start over. And I'd love to tell you it was all smooth, but it sure wasn't. As my wife explained, genetically speaking, I came by my addiction issues honestly, because it was in the family, so to speak. And then social conditioning led me down the path further. My drug of choice primarily, I did a lot of things in college, but primarily was alcohol was what derailed me as an adult. And yet I functioned. I'm the prototypical functioning addict. It's like I showed up to work. I started several businesses, did okay on all of them, never failed at anything except for my family. And that's where my heart, I'm not going to cry, Robert. Don't let me cry. So what I would say is in 2014, I had this epiphany that, wow, I've got 3 major problems in my life. My marriage is going downhill. I'm in a soul-sucking job that good people doing bad things for the sake of the quarterly report type of scenario. And then, you know, my anger, self-loathing, which led to my addiction. But, you know, I always thought I was just a loving father taking care of his family. And it wasn't until about that time I started to realize, gosh, all of my anger has somehow I've transferred it to my family. So it was a difficult path. Well, I found positive psychology, and I have 3 international certifications in positive psychology and the science of happiness. And I can tell you, friends, amazing. Looking at Tal Ben-Shahar, Happiness Studies Academy, one of the best academics in the world, former Harvard professor, Columbia University, etc. It almost got me there, but not quite. What ended up happening for me was we were still struggling. So the last thing I wanted, I always thought in my whole life, my mantra was kind of like, well, this may suck and that may suck, but at least we have our family. Until we didn't. We found an amazing piece of property on a hill outside of Portland, where we have been spending the last few years trying to create a rustic wellness retreat. And lo and behold, my wife had the courage, I will say, to seek some alternative medicinal help. Our first foray was with MDMA, so not exactly an entheogenic, but an amazing healing tool nonetheless. And I can tell you that I went into it with a person who was not steeply experienced, but she is an intuitive empathic. And I was the first person she sat with MDMA, and she was amazing. And she just knew how to ask the right questions at the right time. And I can tell you, I came out of that experience with my headline from it was, I almost killed a unicorn. And the unicorn was my wife. And she's just an amazing soul who on my best day, I'm half the person she is. And yet here I am admitting to this group of strangers, but like-hearted, like-minded people, fellow seekers, that, you know, we are having to sell our hill. We're choosing to sell our hill and go elsewhere, apart from each other. So that having been said, what we've been on since November of 2019, right before the pandemic, I tried the MDMA, And in addition to that, and meanwhile, my wife had gone down to speak with someone. And Eric, I wanted to ask you on a separate side note. I know one of the people that helped work with my wife actually was involved with the initiation and starting up of Burning Man, and she's very involved. And I have a feeling you two know each other, but we'll table that conversation for now.
Sure.
So,
What
so
I'd
my
like to, sorry to
Yes.
interrupt, but I need to go to a commitment I couldn't get out of. Would you send, my email is in here. Would you send me your email? And we'll
Absolutely.
Good. Thank you.
I'll come up and see you. I'm down in Portland. I'm going to come see you. All right.
We'll do a home and away.
Okay, perfect.
Bye
Okay,
for
so
now. Yeah.
so gang, what ends up happening is like I'm thinking of Deepak Chopra. On one of the things I was listening that he said, he took Carl Jung's synchrodestiny and synchronicity, and he coined a new phrase, synchrodestiny. And he said basically, when you are on the right path, the teachers come, the people come, and things just line up for you. And that's exactly the experience that I got. I was on the right path. I now have, through the positive psychology happiness side, I've got friends in 50 different countries, and I'm hell bent on going to see most of them. So we're gonna sell our hell, and I'll tell you a little bit about what happened there, and then this will spark some conversations for anybody who came to say, well, have you done ayahuasca? Have you done pick one. Have you done any toad venom? Have you done DMT? Yes, and more yeses. A lot of mushrooms, ayahuasca. And it's not like I'm doing it every day. I space them out and with good groups. And if I do 2 journeys a month, that's a lot. But so I'm not one of the people that we try to prevent from joining these things, or at least participating all the time, are people that are there just for the high. If you came for the party and you stayed for the healing, that's okay. But it's like, something that Robert said, spoke to me and just hugely. And it involves any addiction you're talking about. But until the person suffering it, the addict themselves, is ready to seek healing and to, in fact, demand it of themselves, their higher self, you cannot get there, and you won't get there. I'm highly convinced the medicine alone will not do it. It's a joint effort in my mind. But I have been, it's been my proud privilege and honor to sit with some amazing, what I call, intrepid seekers that are willing to risk everything to gain everything. You really almost have nothing to lose by the time you get to this point, I think, in most cases. Yeah. But at the same time, heck yeah, wow, to watch the transformation of these people that have suffered so much in their lives. And I look at my problems and I think, oh my God, your parents got divorced. You had an alcoholic father. I wasn't beaten. I didn't have to steal food. It's first world problems. I realize this. And yet, what I realized also, and for anybody who didn't get to hear earlier, Julia talking about, this collective consciousness of healing. Let's imagine together what the future looks like in a healed world, where we can take this matrix of, this lie of this dis-ease that we all live in, and turn it into the positive experience it should be. I think Mother Jaguar said earlier, I think she said this, something along the lines of, I'm not looking for Eden. And I don't know at what age it came to me, but I remember not agreeing with what I was being told in church. And I was like, oh my God, this planet is so amazing. Why isn't this Eden now? We are on. And when people say, hey, let's go colonize Mars, I think, what the F are you talking about? Mars is a rock without atmosphere in the middle of nowhere. And we have this, what idiots are we? And so I'm not against intergalactic experiences, trust me, but at the same time, it's like we have everything here that we need, and the sacred plant medicines are allowing all of us to, I don't know, let's update Timothy Leary's, mantra, and let's drop out and tune in. And it's because the frequency is there. It is, oh my God, I witnessed this Bufo. It was a synthesized Bufo experience a few weeks ago. And I just remember this one guy who was new to the movement and the healing community, as we call it. And he just grabbed the leader, the moderator, whatever we want to call him, because the guy will not call himself a shaman, but he is a medicine person. But the guy who was on the Bufo just grabbed him and said, "This is it. This is the frequency, isn't it?" And it was just so intense. And I said, he is dialed in right now. He is just so there. And he came out of it, and he was just this loving soul who had let go of what I would assume would be lifetimes and of just trauma and anger and everything. But I've been, again, honored and privileged to see a lot. We've hosted legal ayahuasca churches at our facility. We've done what's called Silahuasca, which is you take the Syrian root, which is a natural MAOI, and it gets you primed and receives the mushrooms better. And that's what Silahuasca is. And I've done that 4 times. And it's an amazing experience. Of course, setting is always critical. And basically what I want to do is just kind of put some stuff out there and then open the room for questions if anybody has questions. Because if I'm just talking to facilitators that are looking to go through the legal routes, well, that's I'm probably anathema to you, anathema. So that having been said, I don't know, it's like, I want to ask anybody to contribute to the conversation. I'm a guy who you can pull the ripcord on and I'll keep talking, but I like a conversation better. And that's why I said the fireside chat earlier. So would anybody else like to join and share?
I'm just wondering, I was going to ask if Shamsi was feeling up to talking, but the question around, from my experience of what I understand about Shamsi's story is that she has tried plant medicine, but it wasn't the cure-all for addiction that sometimes people think. And so I was hoping that she could share some of her story, and then maybe you could reflect on your perspective in terms of those folks who don't find help and healing with the 12-step issues related to plant medicine.
Shamsi, are you ready?
Shamsi, can you talk about your experiences with plant medicine? Shamsi, can you hear us? Okay, maybe she'll come in later. Maybe she didn't hear the question.
She muted me. She got tired of my first world problems. Anyway, so here's the thing that I've experienced. And again, I can't come to this speaking as an expert. I'm not a medicine person. I'm not a shaman. I'm a person who has benefited from the amazing healing powers of what's going on when we tap into spirit world. To me, I can honestly say that I walk through every day now and I'm in spirit all the time. That mindfulness that I was introduced to in positive psychology, and the great people that have the Western thinkers who have tried to make this more mainstream for us. Some of them have done a very great job, but I don't know that you can't force yourself to be in spirit. In my mind, it never worked that way. But for me, meditation has brought me to a point. I'm not sure. Is somebody trying to talk? Oh, okay. I'll continue. Hey, Shamsi, did you hear Leo ask if you wanted to contribute?
No, I'm sorry. My boyfriend just walked in the door and I muted it for a sec. What would you like me to weigh in about, my love?
Hey, Leo, would you?
Well, there was a lot of discussion by Casey about these really transformative experiences that he's had and he's witnessed for people who struggle with addiction and his story of addiction. I think he paraphrased his story of addiction, but there are those of us like within our community even who have had plant medicine experiences and it wasn't something that helped transform their addiction or what have you. And I was just hoping you could share some of your experiences with plant medicine, like over the years, and like where you thought people missed the mark, or like where hippies thought, you know, this is going to just be a cure-all for everything, or whatever you feel like sharing from your perspective.
Sure. I mean, where I'm at right now, I mean, I can tell you a little bit of what went on for me in the past 3 years, which was some kids showed up that I would say were from like my street family from when I used to live outside. And the one girl is now she's a clinical herbalist and she also sells and prescribes marijuana. And so I had an endless supply of 4 different strains. And you know, they felt like the pharmaceuticals I was on, I'm schizophrenic, were harsh and had horrible side effects, which they do have horrible side effects. That's true. And they were kind of like big pharma is evil, which they are. And I mean, I don't know, that's its own whole conversation, but to me, they are for a number of reasons. So it was very easy for me to be like, yeah, I shouldn't take medication. I should do marijuana and microdose mushrooms. But all these weird things happened. Like they brought mushrooms. I am an addict. So she left an 1/8 of mushrooms. So I ate the entire 1/8 of mushrooms, which is just like typical addict behavior. Like I'll just take all of it. And so I had a really weird time. And, you know, I hallucinate anyway. So I don't really, hallucinogen is not a positive experience for me. Also because I have, you know, the tone of my mental illness is usually about fear and rage. And I would say terror to just try to kind of give you an idea of the level of fear and how consistent and I lock in with these delusions. And so I had a really hard time. And for me, I smoked weed, what I would say addictively. And the one hand, it was great because it allowed me to mourn. And there was a lot of backed up sadness that needed to come out. And so that aspect of it was really beautiful to be able to just sit with the trees and cry was actually really healing for me. But it, you know, I have 2 little boys, and for them to have to watch during COVID, during a lockdown, mom going through this heavy shit, and I'm a single mom. It was a lot. And then they were violent with me twice, this group of hippies. And so, yeah. And then I was locked up for 6 weeks. So about 3 years, I was taking my meds off and on and smoking a bunch of weed every day. And I'm still using CBD. I find that really useful because it doesn't make me hallucinate. And my thing is, I don't want to hallucinate more than I already do. That just for me, for someone who's been dealing with this from the age of 17, I don't want to hear or see or smell more things that aren't there than absolutely necessary, because it's already confusing to have those things happening all the time. And so adding to it, when I microdosed mushrooms, it was cool because it has an antidepressant effect and it did not make me trip. So that was cool. But I don't have access to that anymore because I cut those people off because they were violent with me. I think they didn't really know what to do because they had told me, don't take meds. Meds are evil. And I don't believe that. So what I believe at this point, like Blue Lotus is an antidepressant and an antipsychotic, even according to Western medication, which I love that now even Google, even Wikipedia, all these sources that used to be kind of questionable, somebody has broken down the doors to where there's Western science being done about plant medicine that's very compelling with reference to mental illness. So I know you guys are talking about addiction, and I am an addict and I am an alcoholic, but my primary attraction to plant medicine is to treat the negative symptoms of schizophrenia, which are anhedonia, the inability to feel pleasure, and avolition, the total lack of willpower. I haven't taken a shower in maybe 3 weeks, and I can't do it. And it sounds insane, but it's real, you know? And it's not even depression, which I also suffer from, but even when my mood is not depressed, I have a total lack of ability to do anything. And so that's scary and sad, and you just sort of watch the days go by, and you can't do anything. So I'm excited about Daga. I don't know if anyone has ever used wild Daga, clip Daga, red Daga. It's classified as a cannabis, but it's Cannabis leonidas, and it's an organic herb from Africa. The impact for me was nothing like sativa. It's very, it wakes you the fuck up. And it's like, whoo, it's like rocket fuel. And so I mix it with Blue Lotus and tobacco because I find when I would smoke weed, the difference between weed alone and weed mixed with tobacco, there's something in the tobacco that activates the marijuana to me. It's a very different experience. And I've had that with the Blue Lotus too. If I smoke Blue Lotus on its own, it's a really different experience than tobacco mixed with Blue Lotus. And I'm an avid tobacco smoker from the age of 8. But I think even, I had like 6.5 years where I vaped and chewed the gum and didn't smoke so I could have custody of my kids. But I'm in a weird spot, I just lost both my kids and I'm in like a serious adult relationship, which I haven't been in decades. And everything's very strange to me right now. And I am going to smoke the Daga. I am going to take really high potency CBD. And I do get a little bit high from that, which scares me as an addict. But also, I need something for the negative symptoms of schizophrenia because, the dishes won't clean themselves and nobody's going to come in and give me a sponge bath. And I don't want them to, I want to be able to do just basic ass things. I'm not trying to achieve at the highest level, but if I could brush my teeth every day, that would be outstanding, and I also take like amino acids and tinctures, non-alcoholic tinctures. It's all such a mystery to me. And I wish there was I wish that there were clinicians in herbal medicine recognized by Western medicine that I could use Medicare and Medicaid to pay for my medication, because I think it's really ridiculous that I ideally would microdose psilocybin every day, and I can't do that. And I think that's really sad for everyone who suffers from depression, that that's not an option. And I wonder, like I was talking to a friend about it this morning, and she is a hippie, and she was like saying something like very, about how the earth is healing and society is healing, and we will get there one day. And I hope that's true. But as I was saying, Blue Lotus is both an antidepressant and an antipsychotic. And I take a medication called Latuda, that is an antidepressant and an antipsychotic. And it would be so nice if there was a concentrate of Latuda that was prescription, that was organic and natural, that I could take, that was covered by Medicaid and Medicare. But instead, Western medical science is isolating those chemicals in Blue Lotus, and they'll create a synthetic, which will, of course, have negative side effects because it's synthetic, you know? So that's what makes me sad. If Western science applied itself, it wouldn't be difficult, you know? And I look at like valerian and Valium and how easy, if Western science and like the pharmaceutical companies work together, maybe with a different model in mind, they could use natural stuff, and it could be prescription, and they could do massive clinical trials knowing that, you know, nobody's going to die. And, you know, I mean, you have an antipsychotic, so obviously nobody's going to get psychotic because it has the opposite effect. I just don't know how we can have so much information about how good different plant medicines are, and they're not available to the people who need them the most, I guess.
Right. Right. Well, I hear you, Shamsi. I guess I'll just speak to it. I mean, I guess I live in Boulder, Colorado, so maybe things are a little different here. But the doctor I had invited to come to this is my neighbor. He specifically helps people with addictions, and then helps with I guess I don't know what he's doing right now. He works specifically with another therapist who's not me, but he's trying to, you know, open another branch here with me in the spring or sometime later. But I don't think there's Medicaid coverage on that. That's for sure. You got to get the government back in on that. But he's definitely billing insurance. He's definitely, you know, for psilocybin and ketamine. But I think there can be some negative side effects of ketamine for sure that I know of. But yeah, so I think they're using that for people with addictions right now here in Boulder. I could ask him, you know, if you want to connect with him, but again, I think it's not, you know, not Medicaid, not Medicare. I mean, I think to get on Medicaid and Medicare for a clinician like me, it's a real fight and it takes a long time. Most people, therapists type people, do private practice just because, you know, if you work for somebody else, they take half and, you know, But and getting on different insurance boards takes, you know, like it just, different insurance boards take more time, right? Like, so like TRICARE takes minimum 6 months. Yeah, that's the military one, right? That's one I've considered getting on for one of my clients, but it you know, takes 6 months. I don't know how long Medicare would take me to get on. So I think somebody would have to be real intentional. I think how I mitigate that in my own soul is, you know, to have certain clients that I do at a lower rate or pro bono that I support. Obviously, I don't feel like I'm a plant expert at all. You know, you've taught me something right here about that. But the guy that I had on earlier, I consider him more plant expert, at least in cannabis. And I consider, you know, that doctor more knowledgeable, at least in psilocybin, that I consult with and talk to. I don't think I'm actively recommending it for, you know, clients right now. I have clients that feel different kind of ways, you know, that feel cannabis is more medicinal, and clients that feel that cannabis is more, you know, of an addiction for them and they want to treat it that way to, you know, so they feel like they have self-control over that. So I don't know if that's helpful share, but I think you're right in terms of if it was just about what was best for the client, what would be the path and what would be the way. And I think there's always all these back doors, but I think everybody that wants to use plant-based medicine has to use back doors right now that I know of, other than in, you know, states where it's legal, where you can get a medical license and that kind of thing for cannabis. Yeah, I believe it's just legal now here as well in Colorado for psilocybin as well. So That I think the insurance companies kind of are last to come on board with all of that, but I think it sucks the expense. I don't know. Maybe there's a way to write a letter to your insurance company and talk to them about that. I mean, I could support you with that if you want.
I can't imagine the United States federal government being open to the idea of a schizophrenic woman microdosing psilocybin. I appreciate your hopefulness.
People do crazy things when I write letters, girl. They do whatever I say. But yeah,
Maybe you should write the letter. I'll sign it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I ordered 100 milligrams CBDs. I ordered Canna, which I haven't used yet. It's another African medicinal thing, and I'm gonna smoke it. And then I just give everything to my boyfriend to hold. And then if he feels like I'm having a bad reaction to it, then I just won't use it anymore, because I can't really be trusted as an addict. If something takes me outside of myself and my experience, it's good to me, you know? And as an alcoholic, like, I liked jail, you know what I mean? Because it's air conditioned. So it takes a lot to really stop me. If I've got any way to check out, I'm going to do it, you know?
I appreciate that support to you.
I'll jump back in and thank you, Andrea. Shamsi, thoughts and prayers. I have no idea. I can try to say I'm empathetic, but boy, I am really feeling for you. You know, it's big pharma. You know, you said, wow, you know, it's a conversation for another day. Well, one of the things that I think about big pharma is it's just like how we run business in Western civilization. It's not that they're bad people who are in it. It's just the system makes them do bad things, and they have the most built-in natural conflict of interest of any field that I can think of. And
Absolutely.
I'm sorry.
Absolutely. They need you to stay sick to make money.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just like, I want to think that most people would go into politics, want to do well, and then they realize, hey, we got a pretty good gig here. Let's not mess this up. Don't rock the boat. And it's kind of a similar thing. But yeah, and as to speaking of indicators, where most people, certainly someone with schizophrenia, will be screened out of participating in plant medicine events. I can tell you that on a personal family basis, my sister is bipolar, and she lied to the church that she applied to do ayahuasca. And it was a ramshackle operation. I don't need to name the name. I will say that it was down in Florida, I believe is where she went. And there were like 35 participants and only 2 angels, 2 guides to work with them. And my sister had a horrible experience, and she ran out of the event. And I'm not trying to cause, trigger anybody, but it is something to be very seriously taken into account before someone will go into the realm of sacred medicines. And I could say that much, but I probably shouldn't say any more. So that having been said, so I was hoping to be a bridge between people that are debating, thinking about taking a plant medicine and which one, and wondering, what they should look for and that sort of thing, if you're not going down to the jungles of Peru or to Africa, etc. And does anyone have any questions along those lines?
Well, I have a whole problem with white people gatekeeping plant medicine and these events that people go to that are largely led by white people, and white people are the ones who are not going to get arrested for having plant medicine on them. And if they are, it'll be taken from them, but they're not going to serve time. And all these medicines come from the melanated and the, you know, the global majority. And we're not allowed to use them because the price is prohibitive, or we don't move in those circles with those wealthy or educated white people. And that's confusing to me and upsetting to me, and indicative of like greater injustices in a colonizer mindset. Um, and it makes me really uncomfortable. You know, my uncle is Barnaby Rue, and he's pretty well known in among older people as a like shaman or whatever. And he's just a white dude, and I love him, and I think he's amazing. And I'm sure he's helped a lot of people doing these soul retrievals at whatever Burning Man and stuff like that. And I think that's all cool, but these are sacred medicines at the beginning and the end of the day. That's what it is. It's our grandmother, and she has all this wisdom, and it's for everyone, but it's most especially for the melanated to heal us, and we're the ones who are going to heal the planet. That's my personal. We don't have the colonizer mindset. It didn't come from us. And we have to be healed to do the greater healing work. And we're still, and this is all personal, and this is all subjective, and it's all my personal journey. So I'm not trying to make an overlay over the whole discussion and hijack it. But, you know, I have another friend that Leo might know from when we were younger. Her name was Kaija, and now they're a trans man named Kai. And he did a lot of, you know, white Western gatekeeping of plant medicine. And I just wish, you know, it's part of why I use African stuff like Daga and Canna. I feel like that might be more appropriate for my system as a Black woman, a descendant of West African slaves, that maybe that's better for my system. And that a lot of the illness that I face is from, you know, the way that I grew up. I didn't have human friends, and I lived in the middle of nowhere in the woods in Tennessee, and I just was outside all the time with trees and dogs and birds, and I never could understand people and how people interact. And I still, like, technically it's schizophrenia, but like I'll tell my boyfriend, a song will play and I'll say, do you hear the bass line? These are the words that it's saying in English. Can you hear it? Or can you hear that the birds are saying this? Because they're saying it over and over. Like, can you hear it? Because it's there. And I know that I'm hearing it differently, but I also know if a person who's not schizophrenic really listens, it is there. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not crazy. There's another layer to reality that is completely normal to me, someone who grew up playing with trees and birds and the wind, and that is all music. And I'm also a musician, and that all makes sense to me, and that all coheres. And there's been, this is also not with judgment, this is my personal experience, but I've run into a lot of white straight men who are obsessed with outer space and going to space. And I liked what Casey said about, this is Eden. We already have everything we need. We have all of our blessings. We have all of our gifts. We're here as a human family in Earth School together. And this need to escape and go somewhere else, and even the term colonize, trying to frame that as a positive thing or like some kind of futuristic evolution, is like, our evolution to me needs to be spiritual. We need to evolve towards each other and towards nature, you know, and away from the sedentary lifestyle, away from the nuclear family, and back into community and back into communion with our mother, the earth. And so all those things need to be a part of the conversation, right?
Agreed. Yeah, I think for me, Shamsi, and it's I struggle with the fact that okay, I'm a middle class white dude from America, born into every freaking privilege, and yet, I can remember sitting at my sister's last summer, and they have this beautiful home on a river, and they're complaining about these wakeboarding boats that are ruining their dock, and I was just like, oh my gosh, do you not realize how much pain is out there? And I didn't vocalize that. I complimented them on their lives, and I realized at the same time that when I was coming in here with all this voodoo woo, man, we got to save the planet, and I don't say we need to save the planet because it was explained to me the planet's going to be here after humanity extinguishes.
The planet is safe. We're
going to be safe. But yeah, I am all about coming from the place of elevating human consciousness and collectively, and being part of the solution and not part of the problem. And that's what I'm hoping to participate on when I go on my Global Spirit Day. I'm not going there with a bag of cash. I'm going with a backpack and a little bit and a few coins, and I'm gonna go meet people that want to connect and create a larger community. And that's my goal and my mission. And I hope I can accomplish part of that anyway. But so I see Mike, looks like you're a new addition. We were
I think I'm moderating at 3, so I'm just kind of.
You're getting ready?
So Leo doesn't panic.
Okay. Don't panic, Leo. Mike's here.
I was wondering if Robert wanted to jump in, but I didn't want to moderate because it's your deal.
No, Robert, I loved Robert's share last hour. Bring some more of that energy, Robert.
Yeah, thank you, Casey. It's you're a tall, cool glass of water, and I appreciate your energy and who you are, and how you just shared yourself, and with Shamsi and her testimony, her truth, and the honesty that's being spoken here, and from Andrea in Boulder, Colorado, and I was just kind of noticing our circle, or the ones we're speaking of, and I'm trying to find, like, where do I fit in? Why am I in this circle? And how do I contribute or participate? And at what level, and what is the gist of our conversation? And what are we trying to move forward? And how are we going about? So I have a bazillion questions myself, and always seem to be looking for a gear to find. And it seems, just listening in within this last hour or so, is that we all went to school, it sounds like, and that's all we know is all we know. We've learned from the head first instead of the heart first. We're finding out that this life that we're experiencing is a complete lie, and our trust has been broken, but all we know is all we know. And so we don't know the questions that need to be asked. And when we're led to more mistrust and dishonesty as a vulnerable child, because we believe at a certain made up number of birth dates that at 18, hey, we got it, and we are no longer a minor when we actually become a minor, for these jobs and such like this, which puts us further away from our truth, farther away from our essence. And we're found that then where does this love go? Where do I put my love? Where do I put my energy, the sacredness, my essence, right? And so it's like learning As children, you know, children of God feed on children of earth. And looking around the circle, you know, I'm like, hey, where's my, you know, like, where's my natives, you know, in this circle? Because this circle is talking about my natives medicines, you know, and how certain people are predatory on people like ourselves who find themselves expressing from the heart space and about that our head space has been messed up, and now we hear about something or we experience something in our lives. Maybe like it was said earlier about the surroundings, how we might have ingested hey, this will help you, and you're with criminals, with predators, misguides, receiving the wrong sort of messages, which enhances the disturbance, the dysfunction, the discomfort, and the dis-ease that we are experiencing. And there's nothing wrong with the medicines we're using. You know, I heard cannabis brought up by an earlier speaker, and like that medicine brings it down to that medicine's level, right? And so that is like corn, where it's been manipulated and it's no longer like a leaf anymore, but this bud or other than, and it has these multiple names. And so you have multiple feelings or dullness when it comes to the cannabis or that medicine. Whereas when you come into the plant world, you have to you have to be willing to forget and let go of everything you've learned, everything that you know and believe to be truth or your truth, and allow your healing to appear, to show up, to find you and you to find it. You know, it won't be through thinking about it. You know, it won't be how you think rather than how you feel, right? So I'm a messenger of water, because water has no intention to be a magician or an illusionist or to tell you anything but truth, you know, and it tells you about the truth about your breath, the sky, what's happening above, what is happening on this earth plane, and what is happening inside of us, you know. And I heard somebody like, hey, why would you want to go to Mars? You know, that's like, yeah, we're looking for water. We're looking, you know, there'll be life there when it's all here right now, you know. And so I think we believe that what we've been learned and not taught in you know, because they back that school system right up to our mom's birth zone, right? And it's when we're born, right, we're in that water sac for that time, that vibration, that realm, that protection, that safety. And to be birthed, right, they've got that school system right there in the hospital. And it's been him that's cut that intellect, right? The umbilical cord to your life. It wasn't been her. It's not she, right? Us natives allow that world, that connection for the download to occur through the umbilical cord. For all you're going to need to know, mother's intuition, the thing that needs to be allowed for the child, the newborn baby to know as it transforms, as it comes into this realm, into this vibration, into this frequency, into this world, onto earth, right? And so it's always been him and he, right? That creates the war. That's why I think they want to go back home to Mars, you know, men are from Mars. And so it's him that cuts that cord and backs that school system right up there, because with that hospital, that floor or that waste paper basket that they throw the bloody stuff into, when you're born, right, you don't come in with a backpack or your medicine bundle. The Creator has provided you with a gift to let your mother know that you're here, this earth, and that's your teardrop, the sacred water, the salt water, the marine water, the sea water, your tears or your sweat. And as that you cry, you sing your first song that, hey, I'm here, you know, wow, that teardrop, right? It's supposed to fall to the earth, so the earth, okay, you know, a child is here. You know, now we're gonna start you, you know, we're gonna learn you how to maneuver in this realm, in this vibration on earth here. But the man is, the system has known that, so it seals it either with that rubber glove, the waste paper basket, or the hospital floor, that square building, right? And so he throws you into school. He's the one that tells you there's four corners of earth, you know, in this round circle, this holy hoop, the sacred circle. They square up your head and they block it, anything that gets to your heart, whether it's religion, banking, or their government, right? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, whatever system this is in, and make you believe that, hey, this dollar bill makes the world go around, you know. These pages and these words, you know, are going to learn you how to maneuver through life, you know, where it's just teaching you more war and misery. You know, I don't mind suffering because there's healing from suffering. But misery and war and strife and these things that are a constant bombardment to make you fear and live in it, which causes the stress, the dysfunction, the discomfort, and dis-ease. What is the remedy? Take two of these and keep out of the reach of the children. You know, what are you, a child of God that feeds on me, the child of earth? You know, that's what the school system is about. You know, you can have higher education. When shit was hitting the fan, I saw lines or queues, people full of toilet paper and cases of water to save their life. You know, now maybe a carton of eggs. Is that what school has taught you, how to live in life in this experience, in this way, to trust what a doctor says in a meat cutter's white jacket, to give your authority, to give your essence to some surgeon, you know, to some doctor, you know, because they have a certificate, because they went to higher education, you know. All they know is all they know. I bet you Einstein hasn't sat around a fire overnight and into the morning time learning, being taught by the coal, the charcoal, the flicker of the flame, right? Or this breath and how it spins and turns, whether it's this way or that way, you know. Hasn't been taught about a pail of water and the life that it gifts instead of gives, you know. And so we live amongst caretakers instead of care gifters. What circle do we find ourselves in, and why are we with them? Why do we gift our sacred energy to another person to listen to BS? You know, where are we spending our worth and our while and our attention? Hey, Billy, look up here. Pay attention. Pay your worth, pay your while here on this square chalkboard, looking at square book at your square desk on these square tiles under the square roof out that square window and the square door that you walked in. We're squaring you up, buddy. You know, and so we allowed ourselves, they break the child of earth to become the child of God, you know, the child of, that makes war. So the people that are recruited don't know that they're pressing buttons and levers and these things that create this world. And so we find ourselves here in this circle here. It sounds like our child has been traumatized. It sounds like our child in us has been hurt somehow so bad that we can no longer trust even ourselves, and we'll do harm to ourselves that we wish we could do to the predator or the predative thought or the action that occurred to us as a youngster, as just being here for a year or two or three or four and being abused and used and torn and manipulated, you know. And so all we know is all we know, and it forms our belief system, well, in our trust system, in our honesty system. So we have thoughts that we hold into ourselves, and also now we're locked into our headspace, locked into our brain or this mind or our thoughts. And our thoughts become a prison because now we're thinking about what some other person's thinking about us maybe, or what we're thinking about, what we should be feeling about. And so when Casey tells me, hey, you know, I wish there was a way, you know, and I'm like, well, you know, it'd be nice if you would, you know, like in the sweat lodge, that holy hoop, that sacred circle, right? The water comes in and you learn this early age, they say. The grandpa or uncle told me, he says, hey, fellas, see that bucket of water right there? It has no enemy. You know, what? You know, huh? That water has no enemy. And so for Casey, it's like, do they mention that at Burning Man? Do they mention that anywhere? Have you learned that in school? Have you learned that in pre-K, K? Have you learned that in high school, college, universities? Has anybody said anything about that water has no enemy? You know? And so if you knew that what water is, you know, if you really had a relationship with it, the saline, the salt, the marine, the seawater, and then with the brook, streams, creeks, and rivers, the rain, you know, the fresh water, right? You know that this that I'm speaking with and speaking too much with is the mouth of the river. That's where the glaciers, the creeks, the rivers, and streams come into the seawater, into the ocean. This drip or drop, splish or splash, right? You know, rivers, so we would know peace. Because the tongue doesn't fight. Hey, we got to be fresh water throughout our body. No, it turns into the ocean. It turns into the marine life. Like when you watch the creek go into the Puget Sound or the river go into the Puget Sound, do they fight one another? No, it's peace. But are you taught that anywhere in school? No. What's the name? That's a Sea of Bengal. That's the Pacific Ocean. It's only one. There's only one salt water. And it is us, life, that they got you looking out into space, someplace we'll never go or never be. We learn books. We think Columbus is a person or Amerigo Vespucci was an explorer. These are concepts. Where isn't Columbus? Columbus is right here, right now. I'm sitting on it. I'm living in a square house, for Pete's sake. I turn on a flicker of a switch and Columbus is on. I'm living against nature. I'm not living with nature. And so we have expectations that, hey, I'm going to take a medicine, an ayahuasca. I'm going to take a bufo. I'm going to take a peyote. I'm going to take these things. It has so many layers to get to your healing. That's why in the beginning I said, hey, you show up, you know, you have to have that faith. And when you have that faith, you know, then hope comes, not wishing, hope. Right. And then right over the next one is love. And then the last one before you leave the teepee or the lodge is the charity, which I'm sharing here. I'm not writing checks or giving money. I'm simply sharing time and space, you know, gifting time and space, and hopefully some sort of healing, some sort of sense, some sort of thing that might make some sense, you know, not common sense, you know, not adding to your problems, you know, but maybe helping with remedy and solution, and sharing, you know, conditional love, not just unconditional love. Love is blind, right? And so I want to gift, you know, healing love, you know, remedy love, solution love to this holy hoop, to this circle. You know, it'll clear our heart space if you want to get in passing laws and getting knuckleheads and nincompoops to like, hey, yeah, well, you know, our pharmaceutical, medical, or industrial complex doesn't need truth. It doesn't need honesty. We like people sick, you know. And so the more that we share and understand that we somehow, some way think, which is wrong, that we're children of God, you know, it's like, you know, it might be, you know, change your heart instead of your mind and become a child of earth, you know, it'll bring you peace, you know.
I'm going to start moderating in 2 minutes. So can you wrap this up?
I'm done. That's it. I just want to share that in a good way, Mike.
Thank you.
Oh, all my relations.
Hey, Robert, I just wanted to thank you all, and Shamsi and Marissa, my friend, thanks for coming on board. I'm going to turn it over to Mike now. I just want to say to you all,
well, I guess it's pretty much 3 o'clock.
You're on.
My name is Mike, and in the circles I run into, I jokingly refer to myself as an escape artist. And what that means is I can get addicted to anything. I don't have any particular thing that I'm addicted to. So I don't have any placards on the wall. I don't have any certifications, but what I do have is I have 34 years of uninterrupted sobriety. And 1988, because of my trauma, when you dump alcohol on someone who's been traumatized, you get antisocial behavior. So because I became scrutinized by the court system, and I got what you would call judicial intervention. And the court system sent me to traditional AA, and I wasn't really happy about it. And in that program, I learned how to do a proper appraisal of myself, my own behavior, and we call that an inventory, personal inventory. And I learned how to trust other people and figure out what my part in things were, because I can't control the world. I can only control myself. It's one of the things that we say is it's a spiritual axiom that whenever I'm disturbed, there's something wrong in me. And I need not be concerned with the world. It's in changing myself to accommodate the world. And it's so much easier to point the finger at the world and talk about the world being the problem. But if I'm not taking care of my own inner world, it's useless. Then I learned to do this thing, which is kind of equates it into cleaning up your karmic wreckage. It's what we call the 9th step, or the amends process, is where we go through our lives and see where we have done people wrong. And we go to these people and places and things, and we own what we did without making excuses for what we did, explaining what we did and how what we did, but just owning it and offering to make restitution. And so it doesn't look like this. I'm sorry that I did this, but if you hadn't have done that, I wouldn't have done it. That's not what it looks like. It goes like this: I was wrong, and here's your money. So this is what they call the amends process, which is an important part of cleaning up the psyche so that you can at least like yourself to some degree. And then we learn to carry this message with other people, not successfully, but just to try to carry this message to other people. And, you know, it's like offer it at their feet, and if they want to take it, they can. If not, that's fine. So I was involved in this group, a cult, if you will, AA, for 29 years. I still go. And I was trying to address childhood trauma from a personal inventory that looks at character defects. And it wasn't working. And I had this partner that was doing this group called Adult Children of Alcoholics about cleaning up the psyche. And she said to me, Mike, you're pretty triggered right now. And I go, what do you mean? She goes, well, the amount of anger that you're just displaying right now is inordinate to the situation. And I'm like, okay. She goes, how old do you feel right now? And I go, 14. She goes, there's your inner teenager right there. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So I went to this group called ACA, and people were talking about their inner child and their inner teenager and their inner critic and their inner loving parent. And what I found out for me, how I identify with my inner child, is 6 and under, when I was helpless, hopeless, shamed, afraid, lonely, all the helpless hurts that we feel or triggers, all that I can't take care of myself, all the ideas that my parents didn't pay attention to me because it meant that I was bad or unworthy, and all those subconscious beliefs I was carrying around that. And then when I started to get a little older as a teenager, I started to do the fuck you, I'm climbing out the window and doing whatever I want. I'm getting high. I'm in charge of my own world. And so that part of me usually tries to defend the little guy when it looks like some sort of childhood powerless trauma comes up, the little guy runs interference. And that's often called the inner teenager. And I refer to the inner teenager as having a Molotov cocktail in one hand and a cigarette lighter in the other. And when he comes on board, normally I have to get the cigarette lighter out of his hand, first of all, and tell him, you know, remember last time we threw the Molotov cocktail, it wasn't pretty, and it was a big fucking mess to clean up. And so that's kind of like negotiating with my parts. And that's the inner loving parent that's doing that. But before I did this, I would become that part and think that's who I was. And Eckhart Tolle refers to this as identifying with the ego. I want to talk about my belief in the ego as the Windows operating system for a human being. It allows you to navigate duality. You know, where my car is, my job is, my mouth to feed me, these concept of me, what I like and what I don't like. And the good things about me, my sense of humor and loving and all these beliefs about me. And I need this thing. It's a tool. It helps me navigate and keep the body alive so I can continue to have experiences in this realm of duality. So the ego is my interface for the quantum field. It allows me to perceive it in such a way to have these things that we call experiences. And my ego has some bad programmings in it, some what I like to call them subroutines, programs that Paul Ruiz refers to them as agreements, or some of them that we didn't agree to, that we just were handed to us, and we accepted them because the people that were handing them to us were our gods. And of course they're right. So we agreed to these things. And so I notice the reason I'm talking about this in reference to addiction is every time I had a craving to get loaded as an addict, it really meant that the way I'm feeling right now is not okay, and I want to change the way I feel. And addiction is really just a self-soothing mechanism that's gone awry. That's why it's called addiction. It stops soothing us. And so I have to ask myself when I'm in a craving, what's wrong with how you're feeling right now? And prior to recovery, I never did that. I just answered the call. I don't feel good enough, and now I'm going to change the way I feel. I was never aware of what was going on until I didn't want to use it anymore. And then I realized what's going on for me that I need to change the way I feel. What's happening? And as a result of carrying trauma around in our subconscious or in our bodies or wherever you think it is carried, I kind of believe that we're all running around on a baseline of a certain degree of pain and discomfort, but because it's so normal that we think that's our baseline, that's how we feel. And if anybody here has ever had an abscessed tooth, you get used to it in a couple of days, and then when it's pulled, you're like, damn, I should have had that pulled a long time ago. That was a lot of our suffering is similar to that. We carry a lot of suffering that we're just so used to, we don't even realize it's suffering. And every time that I feel like distracting or becoming the escape artist I am, obviously there's a subroutine that's going on that I'm not aware of. It's making me have some feelings about it. And so I got curious about all this, you know. I want to know why and how it is that, you know, at 29 years of substance abuse recovery and my life still looks like shit, and I want to get loaded and I want to kill myself, and I'm angry, and my life just doesn't look like I thought it would look at almost 30 years sober. And so I had to dig a little deeper. And in the substance abuse programs, we often talk about the drugs and the alcohol aren't the problem, because if they were the problem, you would just walk away from them. The problem is we choose to keep using them. And there's a saying that goes that if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, expect different results, it's insanity. But for drug addicts and alcoholics, our particular insanity is we do the same thing over and over again, and we know we're not going to get different results, but we do it anyhow because we don't know what else to do. It's like, I know I'm spinning this damn wheel and I don't know where it stops. Hopefully it stops on me landing at home without any blood and scalp on my bumper, you know, hopefully. But there's a good chance that things could go wrong. And there's a point in every drug addict alcoholic's life that when we pick up, we know that before we drink, we know. So what is it that causes someone to take poison to feel better, right? And, you know, Dr. Gabor Mate refers to not why the addiction, but why the pain. And we never really get to look at it because it's down there, it's underneath in our subroutines, subconscious, if you will. So anytime I find myself in any kind of trigger, I realize now I have an opportunity to investigate, or I could just point the finger at the world and go back with my shitty navigation system until I find somebody else just like them to trigger me again. And this will keep happening. The universe keeps conspiring for me to show me that it is not the world, it is me. And that's a fucking hard pill to swallow. It's not the world, it's me. It's the way I navigate the world. I can put on my shit colored goggles and point fingers all fucking day if I want to. It's kind of how I look at it. It's about the only free will I have. It's how I decide to look at the world. And the world is a rough place. It is. But it's a manifestation of our collective unconscious. And so I got involved with this group, and I decided, because I got into this other group called the Course in Miracles, I decided that I was going to do a spiritual bypass on the ego, because it's just the ego, right? I was going to do all this spiritual, wonderful shit and transcend my ego. Well, that doesn't fucking work. You know, after you're leaving your 6-day Vaisvana retreat and somebody cuts you off and suddenly you're flipping them off, it's like, oh, where'd all that spirituality go? Your ego's like, you still haven't cleaned me up yet, and I'm going to keep showing up. So show me a man with no ego, and I'll show you somebody in a psychotic break. Now, the ego, as Eckhart Tolle likes to refer to, is a tool, and we need it. But when we start believing we are the tool, then we're in trouble. That means identifying with it. And something happens for me when I get in a triggered state. I start believing I am that character. And it causes me a great deal of distress. So this stuff can be healed in a safe environment. And usually we are the medicine. So healing takes place when other presences are there, other beings witnessing us in our growth. We're social creatures, and we're supposed to be together. I'm trying to read what you said. I'll remove the triggering state and not take it on as identity. Yes, that's right. That's it. It's like realizing, oh shit, I'm a trigger. I'm in a trigger. And that part of me, and I've come to realize, as I started doing this work, I started giving all these faces and personas names, inner child, whatnot. And there's a book that kind of will help you start with this. It's James Fadiman's Your Symphony of Selves. And he talks about the society has this belief that we have one mind, and it's erroneous, that we have a mind that's multifaceted. Like I have a different hat for every situation. And so as such, I've learned to notice each part that comes on board automated, to notice who's on board. And it has a lot to do with the way I'm feeling inside of my body, how I'm showing up for me. And so I'll notice that I have you got a hot mic there, Casey. Anyways, I'll start to notice how these things come on. And what I've learned is that most of my triggers, if not all of them, are a reflection of an unmet childhood need, mostly for safety. And it's a lot of it's instinctual. And as they come up, for some reason, the first triggers I ever recognized were my antisocial ones. And that's the anger. Everybody goes, man, you're kind of flipping out. That's not cool. That's real obvious. But there's another one that comes up for a lot of people they're not aware of, and that's the fawn response. You ever find yourself in a situation where you've been an exceptional kiss ass to your boss, and you walk away and go, why did I do that? What if I don't like me? You know, when a lot of times when people feel unsafe, that's a trigger, and we're not even aware of it. And we find ourselves fawning. And what happens in fawning is if people run around fawning, you're wearing a sign above your head that says, I have no self-esteem, no self-worth. I'm a doormat, walk on me. And people that are perpetrators will subconsciously pick up on this and treat you like that.
Support my friend Mike.
Amber, you got a hot mic, dear. Anyways, I'm kind of all over the place. But for me, all of this is relative to recovery from substance abuse, because if I don't like the way I feel, I want to change it. And a lot of the way I feel has a lot to do with what I'm thinking and believing. I mean, if you have a toothache, that shit's real. It's not an imagined future. I mean, that's real. That's one thing. But to be miserable and uncomfortable, it usually has a lot to do with the stories that are going on in my head. Some of those stories are valid. Most of them are not. And so learning to deal with these parts is important. That there's a part of us called the inner critic. And most of us know what that is. That's the voice that tells you, get up, go to work. You better work hard, do a little extra, otherwise you're going to get left behind. And the critic can be really shaming. And the critic's usually the one that gets out in front of us the most. It causes the most interference in this recovery. There's a gentleman named Pete Walker, who's also a psychonaut, who wrote this book called Complex PTSD from Surviving to Thriving. And he talks about, in order to heal the burdens that the inner child is carrying, we have to get past the inner critic. Because the inner critic's going to say shit to us like, don't be a little bitch, suck it up. There's other people that are worse off than you. You don't need to do this. And it's a protective mechanism to keep you from getting in there. And I love that you're here, Amber. And so as such, I was reading, anytime something comes into my field, 3 times I investigate it. And I heard this come up, nonviolent communication, a lot. And I thought, oh yeah, that's just I statements and not yelling at people, right? And if anybody's ever investigated what this is, it's basically a language in that you learn to let people know what your needs are in a way that doesn't point the finger or evaluate them. I need this. And you get vulnerable and tell people what your needs are. And most of the time people are able to see you. But when we come out with people with you, they raise their shield, can't hear or see anything we have to say. And then they counterattack afterwards. So we have a language that almost guarantees we're not going to get our needs met. So in nonviolent communication, I use this application to my own inner parts by not shaming myself and asking myself, what do I need? What do I need to feel safe? And how can I meet you there? Because shaming these parts creates shadow, and we know what shadow is. The unconscious parts of us that run our life from the subliminal in a not so good way oftentimes. I have this saying about making friends with your shadow and let it out to play every now and then. It'll sneak out the back door and light the barn on fire. So the shadow is not going anywhere, but you can cooperate with it and help it out and ask it what it needs, because it's part of you and it ain't going away. Where there's light, there's shadow. So anyways, being aware of what's going on for me is really important, and learning and reading these books like Complex PTSD and has put language to it. So guys like Luke over here and Amber and Doug and some of these people, Andrea, we can have conversations in a way that we kind of laugh at ourselves about our little weird idiosyncrasies and take it more lighthearted, and how to learn to love ourselves in a non-shaming way. And as such, when my mind is running a little cleaner than average, I don't feel like getting loaded. You know, it's easy to stay clean. You just don't take nothing. But it's hard to want to make that choice when you're in pain, whether it's psychological or physical or whatever. You have to make that choice that, like, we take stuff because, God damn it, I don't like the way I'm feeling right now. I need to change this. So the sad thing is that doing the work takes time, and substances are immediate gratification, but they come at a cost, right? You know, it's kind of like robbing Peter to pay Paul, getting loaded. And I'll have a couple more last things to say. I think of feelings as like unpaid employees. They knock at your door, and to pay them, they need to be felt. But I don't want to feel them. So I slam the door in their face and go have a pint of ice cream. Now, I'm assuming in my mind, I just avoided that feeling. But no, the feeling goes back to the end of the line of the other feelings that haven't been felt and just waits for its time. And until I pay that fucking unpaid employee, he's going to keep knocking on my door wanting to get paid. And I've been an escape artist my whole life, avoiding my feeling. And so I kind of want to close with this, talking about, I had a journey where I was trying to have this conversation with my inner child around one of the first times. And he said, I don't trust you, man. Why? Why don't you trust me? He's like, because every time I'm having a hard time, you fucking bail on me. You abandon me. You get loaded. You get high. You're not there for me. And I'm like, holy shit. You know, that's the way I was trained in my life is if you don't feel good, change the way you feel, not sit in it, not find out what's going on. And that was a revelation for me. That if I want to feel better, I have to feel all of it, feel it, and learn from it, and find out what the stories are, and maybe change the narrative to the stories. And this all only happens in a safe environment. It looks like I ran everybody out of the room. But anyways, you digging this, Eric? Are you resonating? Are you resonating? Just a little more than resonate? Right on. Okay. So I try to keep since so my experience at 29 years sober, I started taking mushrooms and 5-MeO DMT and changa and as you can see over here, I've got a bunch of I don't know if you can see it, a bunch of San Pedro being prepared medicine. And I'm just going to show some books and then I'm going to open it up for discussion. Healing the Shame That Binds Us. And that would be like getting the inner critic off of your child so that you can do the work. The best book that I could refer to anybody ever so far is No Bad Parts. It's it kind of breaks down internal family systems and it teaches you how to navigate your parts. These two are kind of dense. I'm sure most of you have heard of them, but these are The Way of the Psychonaut by Stan Grof. Very fucking dense, not dumbed down for the layman. You might need to make some references. I did. I spent probably half my time researching what the fuck is he talking about. But it's really good stuff in there. Stan Grof is my he's my guy on psychedelics. You know, I'm all about woo-woo, but I'm more about quantum physics and consciousness than I am about specialty. And if you think you have to have specialty people deliver medicine, well, gurus will take your money until you figure out you're your own guru. This book, I haven't finished it yet, but I've heard a great deal about it. It's called The Body Keeps Score. And the one I have read is When the Body Says No by Gabor Mate. And being that I have ADHD, which is a feedback loop of checking out, it's called Scattered. And there's another one I haven't quite finished yet called Scattered Minds. And these are Gabor Mate. Yeah, let's see, what else did I got? Oh, yeah, this one right here. Paul Levy's Quantum Entanglement or Quantum Revelation. It really dives into how the conscious mind affects the quantum field. And all of this stuff is relevant in a way. And then I've got a few more books. The Untethered Soul was one that really got me into the concept of sitting in your shit when you're like, if I'll paraphrase it, like make loneliness your bitch. Don't run from it. Make loneliness a Monday and then quit. It won't be an enemy. Loneliness is just be a fear of being with yourself. Imagine that. A person that should be your best friend. I'm so I have not learned to do self-love in such a way that I'm having to go and reparent my inner child and learn to love myself because it wasn't modeled for me. My parents didn't have it. It wasn't given to them. They didn't know how to teach me to do it for myself. And I'm 60 years old and having to learn to do it now. Anyways, yeah, right. I'm probably not the oldest guy in the room. I can't hear you, Eric, but I can see you. I still can't hear you.
I was just gonna say, you're 60, I've got 20 years on you, and
Well, you look good for 80, dude.
Thanks, but this has been a big year for learning. Last year I learned more than probably any time since I was a child.
Right on, man. I commend you on that. Like I'm an old dog and I ain't learning no new trick shit. So I'm gonna open it up, and whoever wants to talk, I guess just chime in.
Well, thank you for what you had to say about revealing what your trip through life has consisted of and how you have learned and some of the sources of information for you. Thank you. I resonated to a lot of what you had to say.
I also really benefited from hearing what you had to say. And I just want to emphasize, like, some of us are going to be on here for 24 hours. And so if we're not like having the camera on, it doesn't mean we're not in the kitchen listening to
Oh,
your
I
voice.
get it.
And
get
your voice, sometimes you can take in people's like message better when you're away from them and not like preoccupied with like, oh, look at how they look and look at how I look. And so I just felt like what you had to say like really struck my heart. It was really beautiful and very felt very real to me in terms of its like general vibration. But one thing that I was thinking about when I took the dogs outside for a minute was how we, you talked about how we're not dealing with the pain of the reason for the addiction is the pain. We're not talking about the pain. And I think you see more and more loneliness today. You see a lot of men that are killing themselves with addiction or with suicide. And I think we just have an epidemic of like, how are we treating men? Because they're like such high rates of suicide. And then if you add the levels of addiction with men, like, I think there's like this huge kind of elephant in the room with like, what are men going through in our Western society? They're really struggling. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about was, I used to do chemical dependency groups. I'm a substance use professional. And it really felt hard for me to have to go into Native American centers where I worked with indigenous people that are coming out of this racist, classist, judicial system, right? And they're so fucked up. They're traumatized by like what we did as colonizers, but then they're traumatized by this fucking fucked up legal system, right? And then they come out with nothing and we shove the fucking 12-step program up their asses. And it's so harsh and so penalizing and so shaming and so judging. And I think it's disempowering for some folks because it kind of teaches them that they have to give their power over to like another authority. And for some people, they've never had authority over themselves, right? They've had that ripped away from them since they were babies. So I feel like sometimes like some people don't need to be told that they need to give up their authority because they never had authority over themselves. And anyway, I also think as a substance use professional, as a family therapist, what I've observed for almost all fucking addicts, for every single fucking one of them, whether they talk about it or not, what I've observed is that they were sexually abused in childhood. And I feel like until this nation can have bumper stickers on our cars that says not just that you're the proud parent of Tommy, who's your autistic, 7th grader, or you walked that fucking marathon for breast cancer, but says I am a survivor of childhood sexual assault. And that there's pride in that, right? Especially for men, because I think in our society, we don't let men come out of the closet about sexual abuse as children. I think it kind of relates to how we make mothers into these beautiful creatures. And we never talk about the mothers that hurt their sons and, destroy their children or whatever. We only talk about mothers as being good mothers. So I think it comes back to a societal issue of not being able to look at mothers as being anything but good. But as I'm seeing all this just go on, it just terrifies me that really it feels almost strategic that we've shamed like what we clearly see from just being in the field as the predominant cause of abusing ourselves is childhood sexual abuse. And so until they can remove the gag and allow us to talk about that openly and without shame, and when I see old men talk about childhood sexual abuse, it really warms my heart because I'm like, thank you for taking the time and not exiting this earth without ever acknowledging how your childhood was stolen from you. Thank you.
Yeah, personally, I didn't experience any hands-on sexual abuse, but I was exposed to sexual ideals and stuff at a very young age, at 8 years old. I had a stepfather that was telling me things I didn't need to know. And for years, I didn't understand that that was sexual abuse. And I don't feel like I have a lot of trauma behind that, but it interfered with my development as a person at that time. My mind needed to be going down other paths. And I know it's a lot of people's history. And as far as men being disconnected, women are too. And we're one affects the other. It just goes around. But they say that the antithesis of addiction is connection. And I was talking about healing in a safe, with a safe witness and with people. That's where it happens. So we are disconnected, and the internet is not helping. It's actually, I think, making it worse.
I'll tell you a place that is really making it worse is the accessibility of pornography. So many women too, or girls, but especially boys. I have a grandson who's addicted to porn. He's 16 years old and he's addicted to porn, and he steals screens and goes out of the, I mean, this child had a horrible childhood, abandoned by his first family, abandoned by his first adopted family. So he's got some difficulty with executive function. I mean, somebody called it holes in the brain. He's got that. And, you know, I'm in for the long road with him. But I mean, he steals from me. He used to steal from my sweetheart. It's a shameful addiction. And the pornography out there, it's changing in ways that any pornography that I saw as a child, you know, was a Playboy magazine, for Christ's sake, not the full access to the internet. So
I remember it was pornography. You could find the panty section in the Sears and Roebuck catalog when we were kids. I mean, right now, a 5-year-old can Google 3 girls in a cup or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy, and I guess it does something to. I hear that porn addiction is much more difficult for people who become under a certain age. That those of us who, when that part of our brain was coming online, developed to a certain, so that older people like us could detox from it, no problem. But kids who grew up in that element, it's like I can't imagine how they walk down the street and look at women after viewing hours of porn. I can't imagine the thoughts that go through their head.
Yeah, no, it's a problem that we did not have 20 years ago. So, and I've got it in my family.
I just wanted to comment on your share, Mike, and thank you for being here and for letting me know that you're here. I kind of the essence of what you shared, I heard that just there's so many tools in recovery, like so many great teachers, so many great authors we can learn from. And I love how you said, and you know, we can pay, you know, a guru will take your money until you learn you're your own best guru. And you know, psychedelics as medicine is a part of recovery that can really enhance. And, you know, sitting with our shadow side, you had mentioned not pushing it away or trying to reject it, but befriending it because it's a part of us, and removing that shame around having a shadow. And I think all of this is like the greater, I call it expansive recovery, because I feel like, you know, I know it's interesting because I had a psychedelic trip about my conundrums with AA and really because I was going through an identity crisis. You know, I was so identified as an alcoholic in Alcoholics Anonymous. And then I was shifting and realizing I'm not really there. And then when I started to use psychedelics as medicine, I had this journey that was like, the people who are in the AA rooms, they're like native plants. They're like, I call them the native plant people. Like they need to be there. You know, those, you know, people with 30, 40 years and that's all they do. That's all they ever do. And I was judging them for a while, but I'm like, but they have a purpose to like help the newcomer who walks in the room. And so they're like the native plant people. And I consider us people in psychedelics and recovery, and this was in my vision too, that in my journey, we're like exotic butterflies that fly from room to room to room, you know, from maybe I go to ACA a little bit, maybe I go to AA a little bit, maybe I go to NVC meetings a little bit, you know, I explore IFS. I mean, my whole world is so big now, like there's so much to explore and learn. I can't believe, I'm shocked, not that I can't believe, but when I look back and think that my whole world was in a bottle for so long. So, and I love how you said, you know, it takes safety to be able to, you know, feeling safe with others and finding that safe space to be able to recover and heal from some of this. So Thank you. My friend who loves learning, like as I do as well. I love that about you, Mike. So I appreciate that about you.
I just want to put a plug in for Psychedelics in Recovery. It's a 12-step group and everybody defines their own bottom line and they define their own recovery. You can find it online, Psychedelics in Recovery, and request a Zoom meeting list and they'll send it to you. Hey, Luke, are you available to talk?
I am available to talk. Yeah, thanks, Mike. I didn't catch your whole talk. I think probably about the second half, but I just wanted to touch on what really stood out to me, and this isn't necessarily a new concept for me, but I'm having a new experience with it. You said how the antithesis of addiction is connection, and I'm just thinking about that in terms of my experience with Alcoholics Anonymous. And I'm like a lot of people, I think, I mean, I've heard many people say this anyway. I don't know if it's the majority, but I was highly involved with Alcoholics Anonymous. So I got sober in Alcoholics Anonymous. And then years down the line, I hit a wall, an insurmountable wall. And it became very clear to me pretty quick that AAing my way out of what was going on with me was not going to work. And that was a really frightening place to be for me. And it was palpable, the disconnection with years of sobriety and really diligent, honest, genuine work. None of which was bad. That's not what I'm saying. I truly do think that Alcoholics Anonymous saved my life. And I don't think there's a way around that for me personally, but I got to a place where all of a sudden I'm profoundly disconnected and suffering tremendously. And what I have been doing isn't going to work anymore. And plant medicine for me, really, I mean, it picked me up and shook me up and then put me back down. I was like, holy smokes. And I'd also like to reference Psychedelics in Recovery has been such a huge deal for me. Because it was just, I mean, there's a lot of examples in there of people who are going this 12-step route. There's a lot of folks who aren't. But to me, it was unfathomable that I would be able to work with plant medicine and still stay sober and in recovery. It just did not compute. You know what I mean? It just felt like absolute heresy. The other thing that stood out to me, Mike, as you said, kind of in passing, you know, when something presents itself in threes, you know, I investigate it. And that's really how plant medicine came to me as well. I was in a state of unbearable pain, and mushrooms came to me once, they came to me twice, they came to me 3 times in rapid succession from 3 completely unrelated spots. And I was backed into a wall, and sure enough, it led here. And now I just, you know, the inner child work and IFS and these really profound connections. I mean, Mike's one of my best friends, and I just would never have been able to construct these relationships, you know. And what plant medicine has done for me is really opened up the vein of mysticism that really I tasted at the beginning of Alcoholics Anonymous, somewhere in that process, you know, just the mystery of it all and the awe, but that had died, and it really tapped back into that for me, you know. And so anyway, I could keep rambling, but this is really cool that this is happening, and thanks for your share, Mike.
Thanks for coming and supporting me. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't know. A lot of people in AA don't know that Bill Wilson, at 20 years sober, was like suicidal, depressed, chain smoking, womanizing, and then he started doing LSD, and it started really helping him. And he really wanted to scream from the rooftops, everybody should take acid. And the good old boys in the AA club weren't having it. And it's funny, you can have, you know, I talk to people with 20 years sober that have no idea that Bill Wilson was a psychonaut. No fuck. And then when you tell them, they go, oh, well, it was legal then. And I go, well, alcohol's legal. What's that have to fucking do with anything? Right? You know? Andrea, you out there, sister?
I am out here somewhere. Thanks very much. That was very cool. Glad I was able to pop by for this. I don't really have much to say. I've read some of the books that you showed, and collectively they make for pretty good understanding. I haven't read all of them thoroughly, but I have read, how the body's connected to it all, and getting into some ACA work and adopted work, getting into the next layers of stuff, And I think I also liked how you were talking about that, you put on the glasses and see what's wrong with the world. You can, like, as an option, I think I sort of did that today. Yeah. Thanks very much for the invite. It was great to hear you today.
I see my buddy Joe V out there. So fucking good to see you in here, man. I was like, Joe V, I know a guy named Joe V. John Bon Jovi.
Hey there. I've been driving in traffic in Silicon Valley, but I just wanted to chime in and say, dude, the work that you're doing, it really shows. And I think you're on your path to your calling, man. I really do. And because you really want to help people, and the way you're able to process your personal experiences and then the growth that you find through them and the tools that you found to use to have your world grow, expand and continue to grow. I mean, I think we're two of the most open-minded 60-year-olds in the world. And psychedelics, I think, facilitated that after years of being clean and sober. So a couple of things that really stood out to me. One, the butterflies going from room to room, I could totally relate to that because I've been seeking my whole life. And I forgot my second point because I'm old. But overall, man, I'm happy to see that you're doing things like this, and you're doing, you're getting PIR going locally, and you're working and sharing. And I think that's where the power is, because that's what I get from AA is the power is knowing that you're not alone doing something, but without the dogma. And then here's the thing I remembered. A friend once told me after I was sober 10 years and 3 months, went to an AA retreat, and I got an invitation to join the cannabis business, and I did it. She told me that she had a different relationship with cannabis than she did with alcohol.
Right.
So, and I've taken that to develop different relationships. And for me, what it comes down to is this going to burn a hole in my pocket? If so, then it's probably not for me. And then also, is this going to alter the way I make decisions? Because that's what alcohol does for me. So I choose not to drink today, but I have a psychedelics company that I'm starting. So I think everyone has to find their own path, and that's what I think the beauty and the metamorphosis of the butterflies is. So thanks for sharing. I got to go back to work now.
All right, Joe. Are you twerking? Are you twerking, Joe?
I'm working. I'm always working, man.
I know some of you aren't into AA, and I don't blame you. I got there, and it really helped me. But the thing is I was not anywhere near ready to address the roots of my problem. I needed to get the plug in the jug, learn how to take a good look at myself and clean up my mess before I was even anywhere near close to opening the door to my past and having a look at the experiences that I modeled my belief systems after. There's no way in hell if I would have got through the door and they said, now you need to look at this stuff, I would have said, fuck that, I'm out. And so I often joke that it's a wonderful one-trick pony, gets you sober, but it will not take care of the trauma. And so get sober, then find out how to deal. And that, a lot of people don't understand. The big book actually talks about if you need outside help, by all fucking means, get it. We realize we only know a little, more is being disclosed to us daily. I mean, that's what it talks about in there. So, and culturally, AA is different in every fucking town and state. In some places, everybody in that community is a Southern Baptist redneck. And so the AA you get in that meeting is probably going to be akin to that. Now, if you go to San Francisco, people will be talking a little bit about Buddhism or whatnot. So it's different everywhere you go, kind of like bars, and it's not for everyone. I certainly didn't want it, but even though I didn't want it, I saw that there was some truth in what was going on. And had I another $2 in my pocket at certain given moments, I wouldn't be here. So I was desperate enough to dumb me the fuck up, sit down and listen to take some directions. I don't know anybody else to call on. We got 15 minutes.
I like how you said it's a great one-trick pony, but it doesn't deal with the trauma. And I actually I live on a little island in Florida, and it's a really pretty island, and I haven't been really involved with getting to know people because I don't go to AA here much. And so I've been trying to go to AA just to meet people in person. And I went, and I have a cool Buddhist friend. He does the refuge recovery meetings, which I like. They're Buddhist based. And he also goes to AA, and he said, you've not been coming around recovery rooms that much, and I'm concerned about you. You're going to not stay sober. And I thought, oh my gosh, I'm getting it from him even now. So, and I wanted to say it, like, I'm doing a lot of recovery. I do recovery every single day. It just doesn't look like this traditional, because I had this awakening where I remember when I was drinking, I was having the same conversations with the same people in the bars over and over and over. It was like it was like Groundhog's Day. I was sharing that in an AA meeting one time, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's happening in AA. And so it's like, it was time to learn more, So anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Well, now I'm curious who's Chad that could share his experience. Chad, are you there? It doesn't look like it. There was a Chad Boom in here, and he's gone now.
Oh yeah.
Maybe we said that double A word too many times.
So I'm such a control freak because I was wanting this woman to jump on who has kind of been in the AA community, and she is okay about that being out there. And I felt like a lot of the conversation that you guys were having in the last half hour would have really helped her, because I feel like you talk about psychedelics and recovery, and we started a group here, Amber, here in Seattle, like physically and also online. And we are working with Todd from Psychedelics and Recovery.
Okay, Todd's fucking great. Love Todd.
Yeah. And so I feel like, it's just beautiful when people can see directly like the faces of people that are in that group and in that 12-step community. I did kind of have a thought about like, why can't people proselytize about, psychedelics and recovery, because I feel for me, it's kind of stupid that it's not talked about more, or people don't know more about it. And I just think there has to be a line between like proselytizing and never mentioning it like it's a secret cult. So because I feel like people, like, we're in a desperate time of crisis. There's just so many people that are struggling with addiction. And I don't really want this event to just only talk about addiction to actually we could talk about addiction to plant medicine, because I have a sibling that is constantly going to her next plant medicine ceremony, and it feels like an addiction. But I wanted to talk about other addictions, sexual addiction, work addiction, not just substance use addictions. But I know there are those of us here who have been struggling with addiction. And Chad, I was hoping you could just share a little bit about your story. Welcome, Kokina. Chad, do you mind just sharing a little bit about like your Kratom experience or your issues with addiction that you feel like sharing? Don't want to push you.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, my Kratom experience actually started about, I'd say about 2 weeks ago. I was about to actually end up in the ER for a physical issue. And I've been told since Kratom came out that it worked, and I didn't believe it, honestly. And so for the last 10 years, I've been using codeine from the ERs. And finally, one day my doctor was kind of being a little lame, and they were like, well, if you want to go and get more codeine, you have to go to the ER and get it. And I was like, all right. And I was about to go back to the ER and talk to the ER doctor. And I went down to the store and I bought a bag of Kratom. I followed the recommended dose. I swear to God, it felt like an oxycodone that they give me, except I feel like I got a cleaner high and I feel like I'm not sick from it, you know, like I do off the codeine. Like I don't need Odazotron to like help me not throw up, because I was taking pills to like help me not puke when I was taking the codeine. With these, I could just take it and I feel great. I'm on 8 milligrams right now, and I just took 8 milligrams about an hour and a half ago.
I have a number of friends that are really struggling to get off of that Kratom. And
Yes.
if you've got a physical ailment and you have to do it, it's probably better than big pharma, right? But I noticed that's one of the plant medicines that you got to be careful. That tobacco, there's a few of them that really that are kind of iffy. Like a lot of people in psychedelics in recovery, we all define our own bottom line, so nobody gets to tell anyone whether they're loaded or not. So a number of us struggle with like marijuana, Kratom, and some of us are like cool with it. We have a different relationship with it. It's, you know, and Cochina, it's good to see you. I hope you check out Psychedelics in Recovery. Leo has told me a little bit about you. I totally identify. Hopefully you'll come check us out, and we'll welcome you as is. And you're welcome to come too, Chad, or anybody here. Psychedelics in Recovery. It's a 12-step group. Everybody defines their own recovery. We use the 12 steps as a model to integrate our psychedelic use. And there's no, we don't talk shame. We talk trauma informed. It's a wonderful group.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I might have to check that out. See, like it's stuff like that. But with the Kratom, like I feel like it helped me physically more than it helped me like mentally or anything like that. Like, I mean, like I said, Leo's seen videotapes of me where they're shooting me up with Dilaudid in the hospitals.
Can I ask what your ailment is?
I have pancreatitis, reoccurring pancreatitis, because I got a cyst on my pancreas.
So yeah, you absolutely have to do something.
Yeah, so I can't not. And like this stuff, dude, I swear to God, it is so much more better than the codeine or anything they've ever gave me in a hospital. Like I don't have to take any nausea medication with it at all.
I'm glad you found something that's safe and not issued out by Big Brother.
Yeah, exactly. See, I have heard a lot of people telling me to be careful on it because you could get you know, like a lot of people have gotten addicted to it. But right now I feel like I could stop it and then just use it like I normally do with my codeine when I'm like, you know, injured, and then maybe like use it for a week out of the month and then quit for like 3 weeks. And then when I'm injured again, use it for another week, and I won't really have a come down. But I have heard people getting pretty addicted to it.
Yeah, I have a friend that's using Ibogaine to get off of it. Actually, Ibogaine is the only medicine that I would even say is anything close to a magic bullet. But most of the psychedelics I've used, not plant medicine, but psychedelics, aren't magic bullets. They just show me the work, because they don't take away my free will or agency. They just give me information that I can then do the work with. But some of these medicines work like physiologically, like, you know, about Ibogaine resets the opium receptors. But for a lot of the people that quit using Ibogaine, I mean, heroin via Ibogaine, end up, because they haven't changed their lives and the way they believe things, they end up in a certain amount of psychological pain and they go back to the heroin. So it's more than just getting physically sober. It's about cleaning up our minds. And psychedelics really help with that.
Well, I think I think the definition of addiction is a chronic relapsing condition, and that recovery is an ongoing day-by-day process, right? And so going back to it after Ibogaine, there is data, I might fumble at actual numbers, but that abstinence in the immediate month after treatment is at 85%. And that is higher than a traditional rehab.
Yeah.
That's higher than just going to NA, AA.
I have a friend that I sponsor that he got clean off of opiate pills, and had amazing results, but he had no recovery, like psychological recovery stuff going on, no emotional stuff. And as a result of living the same lifestyle, he needed to change the way he felt. And then he died 3 times on the way to the hospital from his usual opiate dosage, because it
After
had
his
set
Ibogaine.
yeah, he had the
Right.
Ibogaine made him like a new user again, but he had no living skills in addition to that. And so
Right. So it's a tool for
Yeah.
addiction interruption.
yeah,
And then the work to get clean, that's going to vary by people's relationship with higher power, other substances, cannabis, other psychedelic plant teachers. But of course, the regular detoxing of sweating and saunas, exercise,
integration,
yoga, body work.
evaluating
Aftercare
the
is
belief
very,
system.
very, but that integrative period, that aftercare in that 6-week window of an interruption of cravings, because it provides that. And so Avia and I were talking about this way earlier. That seems to us a big, when, to the extent there's a danger, and I do believe Ibogaine can be given safely to almost everybody in the proper conditions and preparation, that the period afterwards is what sometimes people don't prepare for. An aftercare period, getting a sponsor, working the steps, getting it gets you clean, it resets you, but you have to do the work to stay clean.
Absolutely.
And there's someone, I can't, anonymity is a spiritual foundation, but I know someone who has stayed clean for more than 20 years, and they do the work in their
I've been
rooms.
34 years sober, so
With psychedelic assisted therapy or without?
No, without it for 29, and then with it for 5.
Nice.
Well, I just dig a little deeper into IFS type stuff, ACA type stuff.
My name's Rachel. I've seen you in PR a few times.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, good. Yeah, good. So
Yeah.
you know you.
Yeah. Over in December, it was really a lifeline for me over the holiday.
I wish you were here for the whole thing. I was showing off my book collection pretty much, but
See, that's what I like about this is, with Alcoholics Anonymous, they have like a 12-step program that's all based on God, but this is like a different structure. And like when you're dealing with the 12-step program in Alcoholics Anonymous, some of the steps don't really make sense, and they never really.
well, you can think of
make
God
sense.
as the quantum field or the universe or whatever you want. We don't have any, you don't have any requirements. The door is so big. They call it God because it's just easier to say than the quantified fields.
Yeah.
Yourself. You can believe in yourself. And I know a lot of atheists that work a better spiritual program than people who claim to be Christians. So
Yeah, see, that's kind of like, I mean, I'm kind of spiritual and like believe in God and all that, but at the same time, I kind of don't. So I'm kind of like in like a half believe in God and like atheist kind of thing, where it's just like, dude, I don't know. And I don't really want that to affect my life, at least currently. You know what I mean?
you won't
Like-
find anyone in those rooms telling you what to believe in.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe
See,
you
that's the
will,
hard
but
thing with like the AA is like those people, dude. I mean, I don't mean to say those people, but some of them are just plain rude.
well, I was just saying earlier that if you go to an AA meeting in the Bible Belt, you're probably going to run into a few of them. It's culturally different in every area. Everybody is it's like a melting pot of the culture of the demograph. Every place is different.
Yeah.
Some horror stories of some of the shit and I went to one back in Tennessee, and I thought, if somebody talks about screwing their sister, I'm out of here. And you know what? Somebody talked about screwing their sister.
Dude, I used to go to them, and they helped me out. I liked it. It helped me out a lot. But I've been to ones where you have to be an alcoholic to talk. And if you stand up and you go like, hey, I'm a drug addict or I'm an AA.
Yeah, that's when you should probably go to NA.
Like, you're not fucking allowed to talk here.
What if you were in a meeting and you were like, let's say, an overeater, and somebody and start talking about shooting dope? You're probably going, what the fuck's going on here?
Yeah.
That's kind of the deal. That's why it's that way. There's a reason for it. And I understand the feeling of exclusion. That's why they have NA for people who get treated that way, but the steps are the steps. It's the same pretty much in all of them.
Yeah, see, that's what I kind of thought too. It's just, have you ever heard of refuge recovery?
Yep, I know. I got sober with Noah Levine, and he got
Yeah,
sober.
see,
Hey.
refuge recovery is a really, really good thing. Have you heard of smart recovery?
Yeah, those guys are pretty smart.
Yeah, yeah, those guys are pretty cool. In the houses I was in, I used to have to go to like 3 meetings a week, and they told me, they're like, if you go to a smart recovery meeting or a refuge recovery meeting, it doesn't count as your meeting for the
That's
week.
too
and you
bad.
gotta find another
That's
one.
too bad. Take your ticket, whatever helps you wherever you can get it.
Yeah, so they'd force me to go to a normal AA meeting, and they'd be like,
Well, did they force you, or did you agree to go? Because if you didn't, you'd go to jail.
"Oh, I was never gonna go to jail."
I mean,
But
there's
they would
always an
kick me out of
option.
the
The
house.
judge told me you can go to AA or you can go to jail, and I chose to go to AA, but I never say the judge made me win. I chose.
Yeah, see, I could go to jail, but if I didn't go because I was living in a sober house, then you got kicked out of the house.
Yeah, that's a bummer when you get under somebody else's.
Exactly. That's why I'm skeptical about some of that, the AA stuff, because I've lived under it before. And dude, I've lived in some pretty weird places with some pretty weird rules.
Hey, listen, I gotta go. You guys have a good evening, and thank you, Leo, for asking me to come. I hope I wasn't too all over the place. And I want
Oh, man,
to,
yeah,
Leo's
thank
going
you.
to try to hook you up with me, Coachina, and I want to maybe steer you into a group with some women that you can, feel safe with. We won't shit on you either.
No, that's my job.
Okay.
Thank you for
All right.
sharing what you did.
Okay, bye-bye.
And thank you for your service.
So Alicia is due to moderate right now. She's a bigwig in Vancouver working with tribal drug and alcohol rights for the BC government. But I think something is causing her to be late. So we could kind of just go around, and for those of you who feel like sharing, we could kind of just do a check-in until she pops in. Coquina or Chad, do you feel like starting us off, or Solana? And we could just go from there with the flow, and I'll work on tracking down Alicia. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'll jump in. My name's Coquina. I'm gratefully sober today. I've never been to a group like this, so I just bear with me. I'm on day 1 of, well, I guess day 2 of no drinking, but it's like I lost more of my front teeth that the other day, and it's like it just gets worse and worse. I flipped my car the other day. It's like it just gets worse and worse. And when I think about this program, or like psychedelic assisted therapy, there's part of me that feels a bit afraid, because again, like plant medicine, like I can't do pot, even though I find it incredibly holistic and healing. It is something that I will just take and take and take. And I was with, I've been in AA for a little over 13 years, and well, in and out. And in August of 21 is basically when I started drinking, and here and there and here and there. And I was with a pretty abusive relationship over COVID, and this person was training to be a psychedelic assisted therapist, and then became one when we were together. And so I wonder, there's a part of me that's like, oh, is some of that with me of just the experience that I had with him. And like, I know he would have, and I've done some like medicines where out in the woods, it just is like awe-inspiring, right? And I didn't feel like I had cravings for that afterwards, but I know that when like he would have microdoses of like acid or something in the house, and I used it alcoholically or addictively, however, and it's like, I guess I'm just
in a place where I feel really just I guess open to receive, and I feel also quite a bit scared. I'm curious about this program. So thank you for having me, Leo, and your encouragement and your love. And thank you everyone for listening.
Avi, I'm concerned about the late hour for you. Avi's in the UK. Kokina, I really want to invite you as much as you're able. Alicia mixed up the time. So as much as you're able, I love your Cancerian beauty. So if you feel like helping out with this hour, that means a lot to me. But I'll ask Avi to take the torch, and then maybe Chad. But if we could just kind of pass it around for this hour, I think we'll be fine. Eric, I'm not sure if you heard Kokina speaking. But anyway, I'm going to connect you with Eric also, Kokina.
All right, I gotta go put my dog up real quick. Come on.
Okay, Avi, can you take it away?
Somehow my phone is in driver safe mode right now, and I'm trying to make it stop acting buggy. So give me a moment.
Maybe I'll just say something for a minute. Kokina, one thing that stood out to me was you're talking about your partner doing psychedelic therapy, basically where you're kind of like a guinea pig and there's like a power differential, or, you know, that was something that was spoken about earlier, was about power differentials in psychedelic healing. And we're actually going to do an event just about like sexual misconduct in the psychedelic community, like any organized church might have. But I know that Avi cares a great deal about like women's rights and things like that as well. And so I just wanted to take a moment to honor your share, but also, you know, just my observation is that as a therapist, if you're doing psychedelic therapy with someone who's in addiction and has mental health, because I see addiction and mental health as being intertwined, I feel like that is stepping over boundaries, because if I thought my partner who's in recovery needs to maybe benefit from psychedelics, sure, I might like tell them they should or give them my opinion, but I would probably send them to a healer, because my husband has been pretty open about his addictions and how severe they've been. And like he's gone to like a shaman I recommended in Mexico, and like another dude that he found, and you know, and the ayahuasca church, and it wasn't like on me. I did do mushrooms a couple times with him, but it was like not as in I'm gonna save him, and it certainly wasn't like in lieu of the treatment that he desperately needed. So he is going to speak later today, but I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. I'll respond to that. I really appreciate that. And I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? It's like, man, I didn't even realize there was such a kind of relationship, which in its own way was such a gift. But yeah, I thank you. So I'll just say that.
Okay. So does anyone else feel like sharing or jumping in, because we're Chad, can you help with this hour in terms of talking about your drinking or something until we can get Avi back on? Can you talk a little bit about alcoholism? I can't hear you because you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Well, my alcoholism started, you know, pretty much like anybody else. I was a young kid. Just wanted to have fun. My friends were in college. It was just like, you know, I started drinking and I thought I was drinking responsibly. And I was using marijuana with it and obviously other drugs. And then I did that fine for years, actually. And then it was about, I'd say about 25, I was working all the time. I started having backaches. I started having a bunch of pain. I didn't want to take pills, obviously. So I just started hammering down the booze. And before I knew it, I was hooked. Like literally, like, I mean, I'm drinking right now kind of. And I mean, you know, fucking before I knew it, I couldn't stop drinking. But I always had the weed there to kind of quail the drinking, you know what I mean? I never tried the kratom, and I feel like that's helping me a whole lot. And I have used psychedelics before to get me off drugs, but I haven't done psychedelics for over a decade now. I haven't done them since I became an alcoholic. But once the booze caught me, man, it was just weird. I tried every 12-step program there is, and like they just didn't help. And even to this day, like I'm supposed to be hired at rehabs. Rehabs wanted to hire me, all this stuff wherever I go, and it's like, I just, you know, I can't get hired at a rehab if I can't work a normal 12-step program because I don't believe in it. You know what I mean? And part of it is I don't believe in the normal 12-step program because I've watched people actually like talk about how it's failed them, and I've personally seen it. And it's not like I feel that it's failed me. I just feel like they force things upon you intentionally. And that they're like really forcing, like they actually do force things. And it's really weird and you can't do anything about it. And they're like, well, if you don't do this, then you can't go on to this step with your sponsor. And it's like, dude, I don't believe in God, you know, or I don't want to talk to you about my religion because that's none of your damn business, you know, but the whole thing is doing that kind of stuff. And like in every 12-step meeting I've been in, they force you to do that. And that's why I kind of just quit. Like, dude, no, talking to God about me is like talking about politics. It's just a bad idea. You know, so that's where I feel that the 12-step programs failed me the most, was because of their religious, like just jamming it down your throat and saying that if you don't do this religiously, you will never change. And I felt that if I ever worked at a rehab, that I was never going to tell anybody that. Like I would be the counselor to be like, dude, screw that, man. I've done things throughout my life that people said were impossible. I've went against all odds and won many, many times. And, you know, I don't need to hear you tell me for my job. I need to go and tell somebody that if they don't believe in God, they're not going to get sober. Especially when I myself might not believe in God. You know, so it's like, dude, I'm not going to go cram that down somebody's throat. And I don't know how, you know, like specifically, like I'm not going to do that because like I'm not going to cram a belief down somebody's throat that I know is going to fail and that I don't believe in. And that's where I feel that AA really, like where I got back into plant medicine with the weed. And then really this kratom thing, I'll be completely honest, this kind of just happened out of necessity. And I really didn't want to go to the ER. And Leo's seen a lot of my ER videos, dude, like me getting shot up with Dilaudid and shit. It happens every time I go there. And I'm like all screwed up every time and shit. And this time I was just like, screw it, dude. Everybody told me that Kratom works and that it will help. And I tried it, and I swear to God, it feels like an oxycodone. It's no different than what they give me at the hospital. The only difference is I don't get sick off this, and I could eat. Like on the codeine, I can't eat. I have to have a Dazatron to eat for nausea medication. On this, like if you guys wanted to feed me right now, I could hand down whatever you gave me. Like it's amazing. Like I've never had anything like it. I've literally been stunned for these last 2 weeks. And I'll honestly be honest, I kind of feel like an asshole telling people for the last decade that this shit don't work. And thinking that, oh, I'll just use the normal drugs, or thinking that, you know, I used to be a real drug addict and I was cool and all that. And that's just some herbal Kaiser Permanente newfound mumbo jumbo. Because at Kaiser, my friend's wife is a doctor and she works in the herbal medicine department, which is brand new. And I usually just tell them like that shit's bullshit and make fun of them for it. But now I tried it and it works. I'm stunned. I don't know what to say about it. I've been telling Leo about it, that I can't believe this actually works. And it works.
Does the Kratom affect your alcoholism?
It makes me drink less. Yeah. It makes me drink a lot less. And for the most part, it's just because sometimes I drink to deal with the pain too. But like this stuff, I swear to God, it feels like a codeine just without like all the negative effects of it. But you know, this is what I'm saying with people saying like, because I've been given a lot of advice of getting addicted to Kratom. But like, if I do it the way I'm doing it, and then like when I don't need it, you know, don't take it. And then when I need it for pain, you know, like if I do it, you know, like I could quit like every 2 weeks, or like for 3 weeks to 2 weeks, take it for like a week, you know, have like a schedule. I don't think that it will be as bad as people think. Because I mean, on the codeine that I was taking, when you come off that stuff, it's horrible, dude. I mean, it is horrible as shit. You sweat, I mean, it's coming down on dope. That's what it is. And like, sometimes they give me bottles, like I could show you guys big ass bottles. They give me like 30 pills at a time, 10 milligram codeines, pure codeines, the nice pink hard, like nice ones. Like, you know, so they don't give me the little kid shit. So it's like, when you come off that shit, it's bad. And I feel like right now, if like yesterday, I wasn't even going to take this stuff because I felt so good. There was no point. I feel like, honestly, that I'm not really going to have that big of a come down, but I will report to Leo about what my come down symptoms are so you guys can know. But I feel like I feel way better doing this and coming off it than I do with the codeine. Like, I just feel like I don't know why. If maybe right now it's because I'm on it and I've been on it for a week. But like when I did stop yesterday, I didn't have any come down effects. So I think I'll be fine.
I can give you my Kratom experience, and I'm personally, like anecdotally, I can't use it. I don't use it. I've seen it like really be beneficial for a lot of people. Me personally, I used it to help me get off alcohol, and it worked. It was amazing. It was like a wonder drug, or a wonder, you know, plant medicine. It worked great, and my like life actually got better, and that was awesome. However, I started using it very, you know, addictly. I was upping the dose. I got up to a point where I was taking like 30 grams a day. And it was fine. My life was fine. And I wasn't even like that bad price affordable. So I thought everything was fine. But then eventually I started getting really sick. And apparently it was like giving me really bad liver damage. So I ended up having to wean off it. It was very difficult, but it was possible. But I was experiencing like, you know, just like any kind of dope sickness. Not as bad as like Oxy 80s or something, but it was tough. And yeah, I mean, honestly, I would have stayed on it forever if it wasn't for the liver damage. And so apparently it can do that for some people, but it's not everybody. I've seen people on it for like 20 years and they're fine.
Yeah, see, because what I have to do is I have a reoccurring pancreatitis because I got a cyst on my pancreas. So pretty much every month I have a pancreatic attack and I have to be on pills for a week or more. And like I said, I was going to go get more codeine. I've been taking codeine for like 3 years for this pancreatic cyst and just having to deal with it like that. And it was only 2 weeks ago, I like literally last week on a Monday, I tried this and it kept me out of the ER ever since. I was about to go to the ER and get codeine pills and I haven't been to the ER.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think it's great. I just always like to warn people, just like what my experience was, because, just pay attention to what's going on with your body. But I definitely think that for most people, it's a much better, supplement to like actual oxys or codeine or anything like that.
Yeah, see, that's part of the reason why I wanted to talk to all you guys about that too, because I've heard all different opinions, but people have said that too. They're like, dude, it is better than taking straight oxys. And it's like, yeah, I'm kind of in that boat where I have to.
Yeah, unless it hurts your liver like it was doing to me, then obviously, so like that's what I'm saying is I always want to warn people on that. But again, I think I might have been kind of like an anomaly or something, because like the place that I would go get it, the guy that owned the store, he'd been on it for like 25 years. He was doing high doses too, like 20, 30 grams a day. And he was fine. So,
yeah,
I appreciate that perspective, Rob, because I don't know the drugs you guys are talking about. Well, I do know oxys. I don't know the one you're talking about, but I had shared earlier. I'm not sure if you're here that I've been a late stage alcoholic since I was 19, and I'm 54, and I've been around AA for most of those years, and then I chronically relapsed, right? Like, whatever the fucking term is, but and it's like I hear people being like, AA doesn't work, and I was fucking pissed for a while that I had to go back to AA because I was mad that everyone was talking shit about themselves, and I joined ACA, and I'm like, and I do CODA, and it's like I do all these groups, and I'm like, oh God, I really still have to go here, and who knows what truth is there, but I guess for me, it's like, I know that, I've been through the steps, I've worked, I've sponsored women, and I always knew that there was things that I wasn't being honest about. Like, right? Like it was me who was not being honest. But I was also picking people to be in my life, like sponsors who reminded me of my parent relationship, right? Like, no, that didn't really happen. And I'm like, yeah, what? So I know I would keep myself scared, right? My first addiction is to fear and to pain. And I can scare the fuck out of myself, and it gets me to drink. And I guess what I am curious about, like, I can't fucking smoke pot. Like, I can't. I know some people can. It's like, I can't do it. Like, I will do it addictively. I will spend all my money. I will end up drinking. And I can't like drink less. I can't drink at all. And so I'm curious about like how people find that line, because I completely obliterate myself in a second if it's something that I become addicted to. And I've tried microdosing, and that was triggering, but then doing something all out in the woods is less triggering. So I'm just curious about people's experiences along those lines. Thank you.
Yeah, I think if the question, just to reiterate, it's finding a happy medium. Is that what you're talking about? Like how much you can use to a point?
I guess that's not my question, because I want to clarify, like, I can't fucking risk it.
Yeah, like if you
I flip my car over, I lose my teeth, like I kill people.
Yeah.
And so it's like, yeah, trying microdosing when I was with like a really fun relationship over COVID. Like I did it, addictively. But I guess like I don't know what's gonna fucking save my ass. No.
No,
It's like
I-
kind of what is the medium of those medicines?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I always found, when I was starting to, I'd used opiates for a long time, and then I was starting to like look into getting clean, and made a couple like half-ass attempts with rehab and stuff. But then I started getting into things like Suboxone and methadone, and at that time when I was taking those, I would abuse those anyways. So that's why I just ended up going to plant medicine after that. As soon as I was able to take some mushrooms and go down to Mexico a few times and do some bufo, it helped me out, immensely. So I mean, I would say that 5-MeO DMT, it made such an impact on my life. It saved me. I literally walked into a ceremony addicted, terrified to die, right? Which is kind of contradictory because I was behaving in ways that it was going to end with me dying anyways, right? Using drugs and alcohol to just ridiculous excess. And when I did the 5-MeO DMT, it felt like I guess I would describe it, but I don't know, as what dying might feel like, but it was the most pleasurable experience afterwards. It was scary initially, but coming out of it, I felt so like warm and loved and happy and healthy. And I'm just really thankful, I'm very thankful. So I know it's a bit off topic, but it's just kind of
Good for you, John. Katrina, have you ever tried psychedelics in recovery?
Not if that's a program. I had shared this earlier, so apologies for anyone who's heard it. I started a pretty abusive relationship with a man on March 7th, 2020. So hooray. And we were together, and he was studying to be a psychedelic assisted therapist. Before that, I had never done acid. I'd done mushrooms, but I don't know if that's considered one of the plant medicines, but I know that for me, that was really a spiritual experience when I was out in the woods. But like when we had microdoses in the house, I overdid it, right? And having that halfway point was like, I need more, I need more, I need more, even though it agitated me, just like my addictions, right? And so, no, I haven't. And Leo had said earlier, I'm not sure pronouns for Leo right now, that, I made myself a little nervous. That having been in that relationship, and we did ketamine once, and he, I was his guinea pig, and I was like, that really correlates with the dynamics that we had, and then I hear you talking about like love and feeling so much love. And it's like, I now have a partner in my life who doesn't want to see me for at least 30 days, but who it's like, we've been communicating in so many levels for so many years. And we did, and it's like, oh, now I have like this profound love in my life, and it's not saving my ass either. Right. And so it's like this aha moment of like, yeah, part of me was still trying to be rescued, and like, oh, that's such stinky poop, But anyways, I'm digressing. And so I experienced a beautiful experience once out in the woods until he came down. It wasn't very nice, but and then I also experienced doing microdosing with the very same drug, and it was incredibly triggering.
Well, there is what I was referring to is an organization. It's like the psychedelic version of AA in that sense. I mean, I'm only making the loosest of analogies because it doesn't take the 12 steps or that sort of stuff. But there's a group forming, I believe it'll be at NPS. And if you'd like me to put you in contact with the people, I'd love to do that. And part of it is a support group for people that are going through, in some cases, something like what you're going through. So, and I do want to meet with you.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate you sharing that and clarifying.
Yeah, I think just speaking to what Eric just mentioned, the psychedelics and recovery, the PIR group is really awesome because it's not necessarily AA or NA. It's got kind of its own twist on it, but it's a way to still, be active in recovery and meet weekly and talk to people who have a similar interest, but they're also following this little route in their life where they're on the path of plant medicine and helping themselves and bettering themselves. And, in the meetings, we just get such a unique, diverse group of people. And, through all the meetings we've had so far, it's just been beautiful. Everyone's so nice. Everyone gets along well. So I would encourage you, if you're ready or ever want to follow up with Eric, because that would be something that you might like, One of the things I kind of had heard you say earlier when you were talking about, being saved possibly from your addiction. And I know my heart goes out to you because I've been there before. I've felt like I wanted to be saved from my addiction and looked for it in love or in other people or in, say, God or whatever you want to say, But, moving forward, and I'm sure you've heard this a million times, right? And it might be like, just hearing it again. You got to get clean for yourself, because we're the only permanent, structure in our worlds, right? People come and go, whether you like it or not, people come or go. So, I would encourage you to just do it for yourself, and you're valuable, you're special, you're a beautiful person, you're on this planet, on this earth for a reason. And I feel like, you're here for a reason because you do want to get clean. You said earlier, you have been a late stage alcoholic for however many years, but you're here, right? You're here learning about addiction and plant medicine and talking about it and talking about what's going on. So you're definitely on the right track, And so I commend you for that. That's awesome.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Let's just hope that this is the time, that this is, that quotation you weren't on when I used it before. But there's a wonderful quotation from Shakespeare, Lear. Rightness is all. And if you're at all right, let's try and put a new combination of solutions together for you, including psychedelics and recovery, meeting weekly at NCO, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, can you put the times of meeting or anything up on the chat so that other people?
Yeah, I'll post it before this is done here. I'll have to get it off my phone onto the computer, and maybe I'll be able to get the link too. And that's another really nice piece of it is the person we have who's kind of, well, there's a few people who are kind of in charge of the IT side of the group, but they're running it out of Zoom as well. So if you don't necessarily have to come down to the space, we have a pretty good Zoom attendance. And then we do have an in-person attendance. I found when I go to meetings, I personally do better going in person, but that's just me. I like some of the camaraderie and just, seeing other people talking to them and stuff. So.
Well, that actually ties into what feels like such a pull to my heart, which is ceremony and ritual and the reverence for life rather than the I've been incredibly spiritual my whole life, but I've been living agnostically because I've been thinking, and you know, and so that's, I mean, that's something that pulls me for the work that I want to do in this world, but it's Francis Weller put out a book recently, and I don't know if any of you know him, but it's called The Wild Edge of Sorrow. And it's one, I love that book. But one of the stages of grief, he talks about 5 stages of grief, like the first that we're all familiar with, right? Like loss, that we get to spend like 20 minutes feeling. And then like what we expected to get and never got, like we expected to wake up with 40 pairs of eyes on us, right? The 40 pairs of our community, that we're not just in this one little nuclear family. And but it goes on to talk about just how much our marrow is craving ceremony and ritual. And so it's like now we just wander through them all, and you know, and so like that to me feels incredibly like the path that I want to go on. And I still have that, like I will die if I drink, you know, like I will die. And so even risking the urge right now, when I'm not like, when I have so much distrust in myself and I have so much condemnation running through my bones, that that I don't necessarily trust that I will be honest if that happens.
I think you need the help of the community, Christina, and this will help you get to a place where you can begin loving yourself, and that is such a healing feeling. It opens up, number one, your ability to more fully love other people, but it's so important for you to get to a stage where you can love yourself, and we can talk about that later. I think there are some communities that I could introduce you to that help you. I belong to a psychedelic church, and it's basically a place of great healing. So I'll send you information about that, but we can talk later tonight, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, and another thing I liked what you just said, Coquina, and thanks, Eric. That's very, very important. But what you had just said is you talked about a ritual, and I feel like as addicts, we have rituals just, or the want to do rituals. I hope it's coming out right. The want to do rituals is like embedded in us. Almost every drug addict or alcoholic I've known was all about the ritual. It was like waking up and having that first drink and having that cigarette, or going to get the drugs and stopping at a certain spot and doing the drugs, or you know what I mean? Everything was based around repetitive rituals, you know what I mean? So that's why I feel like you just said, as you go kind of start putting your foot outside and working into the world of recovery, following your group or your home group as a ritual is okay. I think that's a spot where it's definitely okay.
Thank you for sharing. I smiled when you were saying that, because it's so right? It's a ritual to obliterate myself. It's a ritual to run from myself. It's become that maladaptive, whatever. I mean, absolutes, whenever I speak about absolutes in this noise, it's like, okay, who really knows? But yeah, that place of I need to commit myself to something, and it's like that just repetitive experience of being an addict and the shit that comes with it skews the direction.
Yeah, you're totally right. And I think that, another thing that happens is we find comfort in rituals, like whether it's subconsciously or it's at the forefront of your mind. I think we find, comfort in that. I spent a good 20 years using, and actually, let me think. Yeah, at least 20 years, 22 years using. And when I say using, I mean using anything I could touch, whether it was alcohol, drugs, and I look back at all this, now I'm 30, going to be 38 here in March. And I look back at all this damage I did to my body, and I treated my body so poorly, and I, want to constantly apologize and be like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. But anyways, I guess I'm saying all that to say it's never too late to make a correction and to live the life you want to live. You're a very smart person, you're very well spoken, you're pretty. I mean, you have a whole world in front of you, that you can have. And so I'm just, supportive of you and whatever you feel like doing. And sometimes when we do try and get clean, as we all know, we don't always succeed the first time, right? I met a guy when I was in rehab in Palm Springs, California. He was a Vago motorcycle club, a Hispanic man, but he was in the Vagos. And he would tell me every day he had kind of worked up through the recovery process, and he worked as a clinical, not a counselor by any means, but he kind of like watched over everyone who was at the rehab and like just kind of an aide, I guess, or an assistant. And, every day I would talk to him, I'd say, hey, how are you doing? And he'd say, oh, I'm good. And he goes, I might use later. And the whole point was you would ask him how he was doing, and he would say, I might take that drink later. Tomorrow I'm going to take that drink. And he was always just putting it ahead of him 10 to 24 hours to get through it, because then it doesn't seem like you're looking at such a long goal of like, oh, wow, I can never touch anything for the rest of my life. He was like 5 hours later, he's like, yeah, I'm not going to drink for another 5 hours. And I just found it a very interesting way for someone to get through it. I never had seen anyone do it like that, but that's what worked for him. And I thought that was really cool. A lot of times when we have abuse from a young age, or we have, it could be as easy as someone, talking shit about us when we were in high school. A lot of stuff sticks when we're young. And one thing that psychedelics have helped me do is be able to process a lot of that shit. I suffered from sexual abuse, and it's something that I was able to, finally, after 20 years, right, 15 or 20 years, it's something I can talk about now and not feel shameful, and, be, I am who I am. It's not my fault that happened to me, but what I do know is that caused me to treat myself really horribly. And, so I would just encourage anyone who has had something like that happen to, just know that, you're okay. It's not your fault. There's a lot of cruel people in the world, and, live the life you want to live. Don't let them dictate the rest of your life. Well, I gotta let
Thank you for sharing. You've been heard. I appreciate that. It's something that, or you sharing and stepping in with that truth. I think what that brought up for me was this place of, I have not wanted to rely on people, right? Like I got into AA, and then I sent myself to like $50,000 worth of intensive therapy training, treatment, and all of this. And still opening up and availing myself to people. I mean, that correlates back to, it's like, oh, I start to see the kind of people that I'm afraid of, right? And and how I've surrounded my life with them. ACA has really helped me with that. But I remember also in 2012, I think I was about a year sober, and I had started like this intensive therapy that lasted me many years. And I remember going into AA, it was the beginning of my relapse, right? And being like, I did find an easier, softer way. For anyone who doesn't know, that's part of the beginning. And it's like,
Right.
because if I am sitting in a room telling myself I'm hopeless, I'm powerless, like all of these things, it's I'm dyslexic and I don't really grasp that because my training has been to internalize that rather than act on that. And it's like I have felt spirit, like I've been incredibly sensitive and in a really beautiful way my whole life. And you are not alone in that pain. And but something about my head said allowing myself that grief, which that is just, sometimes I just have to say what's coming in.
That's great. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, just get them to God, right? Like, get them to God. And I can believe in, oh, that's what it is. I lost my track. Like, I can believe in God, but I don't necessarily I'm exploring the idea that I don't believe that God believes in me. And I just use that as a placeholder because I don't think my little mind can actually conceptualize a word for God, but there you go. So yeah, I just wanted to say thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you also, Coquina. Thank you. You've been frank and you've shown your pain, but also your hope. And let's emphasize that and see if we can take away the first. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome, Eric. One thing I think about Coquina when I talk to you and you've been talking here is it seems like you've had a significant amount of clean time in your life, right? At different periods.
I've had, my biggest coin was 2 years, but
That's awesome. That's
I've had
huge. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I've had like 5 years without alcohol, but then I smoked pot or, so it's like, and for me, I can't do pot because I do it addictively. So it's like, and I know that some people can.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
And it was like, I was always still hiding from truth of myself. And I think that I probably still am. Like, what a delight, right? But yeah, I think part of me is just so afraid that I can't trust myself, but I think that's me thinking that I can think myself out of addiction.
Right.
If anyone could follow that.
No, I feel
it's
you.
like, it's the backward step, right? It's the backward step. It's that nothingness that's there. And it's like, half foot one and half foot the other. And that's what some of my elders in the program have said. Every time I relapse, I go to like certain ones, right? And then they're like, yeah, Coquina, like, you've been doing this dance for years. You've been halfway in and halfway out. And so that's part of my curiosity with this medicine, that and the ritual.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be different than whatever you've done before, using the 12 steps or trying to and being successful and then relapsing. This, I believe, is a more effective way of dealing with your situation. So let's get you into psychedelics and recovery as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm trying to copy that link right now and send it to the computer, so it should be up in the chat here shortly. And right now the meeting time we've been going with is Wednesdays at 7:30, and it's one night a week. And we don't discriminate of who comes in. As long as you have a want to be clean and a want to not use illicit substances that are going to harm your life or harm your mental state, we welcome everyone. And I think that that's one of the, I said earlier, I like how, what's the word I'm looking for? Diverse our group is. You know, a lot of times you'll go into the rooms of AA or NA and you'll be in a geographic area and you have a certain demographic of people, right? You have all white middle-aged men, you have, you know, all young ladies, you have all older men, right? And the nice thing about our group is we have everything from, you know, very younger people to older people to, you know, just a little bit of everything. And so it's just very welcoming. Yeah, hold on 1 second, sorry. So earlier on I heard you talking about Kratom, Chad.
Yeah.
How's that going for you?
All right, actually, like I said, it does keep me off the alcohol a little bit.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's kept me out of the ER. Like if I didn't have this Kratom or try it 2 weeks ago, not this Monday, but the Monday prior,
Right.
I was gonna go to the ER and get oxycodone, another bottle. And I went to the store and I tried this and I haven't been to the ER since.
That's awesome, man.
And like, I mean, it worked, you know, I think it feels better than the codeine. I don't need nausea medication with it. And like I said, I mean, you know me, I've done mushrooms. I've done all of that in the past too. I believe in plant medicine. I believe in everybody should have not, I wouldn't call it a trip, but a life experience, you know? And I don't know. That's why you know, me and you, like I always thought about like Kratom being a herbal
right
kind of medicine. So I was thinking like, you know, man, I've done real drugs in my life. That shit's not going to work. That's why I never stopped.
Yeah,
And then a week and a half ago, I go and try it because I was like, dude, I just don't want to go to the ER anymore.
Yeah.
You know, I'm tired of making videos and me getting shot up with Dilaudid and shit there.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I know the ER nurses by first name now. Like we just straight up know each other. And it's like, dude, I tried this. It feels just like an oxycodone, except without the negative effects.
It does. It does. I've tried to tell people that. So, you know, I've been clearly, well, you know, you and I have a long history, you know, 20 plus years. And, you know, I've used several opiates and the Kratom it's very similar. It's very similar, but without the negative effects. That's the twist I would put on it.
Yeah, dude. It's
not fiending for more the next morning. You know, you just take it and you're done.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I felt great yesterday morning and stuff like, and like I said, usually I'm on like bottles like of like codeine, like 30 like pills, like fucking, you know, 10 milligrams, like the pink ones, not the fucking, you know, the pure codeine, not like all that shit. And I haven't been on it since. I even talked to the doctors since then, and they were like, well, if it's working, it's working.
Yeah.
They like, you know, and like I kind of thought about maybe trying maybe another mushroom trip, but you know, when I do that, I want to be in a nice safe location and like you know, be in the right mindset and all of that. Like I said, just so like I know that if I have like a life-changing experience on my journey during, you know, that time, that I could actually see not only inside myself, but inside what problems I have that have caused me to lead to this.
Right. You know, that's very, very wise. I agree with you there. You know, I was talking to a veteran. I work for the Port of Seattle, and we have a program down there called it's basically like veterans internship programs. So if you're a veteran and you're getting out, it gives you 3 to 6 months to have basically like a decent paying job and get into seeing what it's like working for a government entity.
Oh,
So in this case, the port, you know, and what it comes down to is I was talking to this guy and we were talking about mushrooms on and off, and he had talked about doing them and how, you know, they had helped him when he was younger, and he's come back now, right? So he was in Iraq, Afghanistan, 9 tours through there. He was a medic, so he saw some of the worst, you know, helping people at their last moments, bandaging people up, taking care of gunshot wounds, blast wounds, etc. And he told me, you know, he said, I want to do psychedelics so bad, Sean, but I'm afraid of what's in my head. I'm afraid of what's going to come out. And I was just thinking, you know, Eric, do you have any input on that? As advice for him, maybe?
Yes, and I would tell him that that is what he needs to do.
Right.
That, and I would try and convince him that some of the so-called bad trips are the ones that yield the most good results. Because
Okay, yeah.
you're dealing with these things that you've been avoiding, and I would tell him that he is dealing with the causes when he encounters those things, and he
Yeah.
needs to encounter that. He needs to surrender to that, even if it's uncomfortable. Just because it's uncomfortable does not mean it's a bad trip. They're the most productive ones.
Yeah, totally.
So that's the tack I would take with him.
Yeah.
Okay, be afraid, but also be courageous. You will encounter things that may be unpleasant, but you need to do that in order to get well.
Right.
So just sell him on the idea that bad trips are good.
Yep.
Yeah, see, that's kind of what I thought too, because that's what I was kind of scared of, was a bad trip. But like I said, the only reason why I want to be in a safe place is because Sean might know a little bit about my situation. I'm around a bunch of elderly people that gamble all the time, and they're hell of addicted to gambling. So imagine tripping around on mushrooms and talking to these people about that. You know, and be like,
No, I get it. I feel like, you know, the environment when you use mushrooms is definitely, especially in a ceremonial manner, you know. I remember the first time I used mushrooms, and I was 15, 16 years old, and I, you know, took them and sat in this garage full of storage and just kind of sat on a box in the corner. And then, you know, as I've come in and met people like Eric and met people like Leo and people who have had more experience with this stuff, I've learned, you know, how important it is to have a good container and to have a good space set up that you can do the medicine in and not feel so affected by your surroundings, you know, I guess is the best way to put it. You know, every time I've done medicine, probably within the last 2 to 3 years, it's always been in a very good feeling space, even spiritually. And I'm not literally saying like, oh, it was swept and cleaned, but it's just so important to have that good energy, that good spiritual feeling. Like I hope I'm not divulging too much, but like at Eric's house, he has a beautiful garden, and he's got this beautiful waterfall down there, and it's just like, it just feels so positive there. And I've never, you know,
It was made to feel that. I mean, I tried to create a place where people could contemplate and meditate and rusticate and feel nature. So it's done in a Zen way. And what you're trying to do with Zen gardening is use rocks and plants and water to simulate nature. So people sometimes go around the corner and see my waterfall. And even though I have told them that at one time this was macadam, they say, was that here when you bought it? So I have been here 20 years, and I've worked every year at making this that special place.
Right. Oh, and it is.
Unbelievably-
It is
unsolicited
special.
testimonial, John.
Yeah. Yeah, that waterfall is special for sure. It's just, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. This last summer, went down in there on a hot day, and it just, it's just the perfect little retreat from the hot sun, and splashed myself with some cold water and sat by the cool earth. It's just a great spot.
You need to come back soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, man, you seem like a whole different person almost from like a long, long time ago, Sean. Like,
Yeah.
It is. I mean,
I am.
I've heard stories, and he is a different person.
Yeah, I am for sure. And it's, it's good. And like I said, I owe it all. I mean, I don't want to say all. I owe a huge amount of it to these molecules, right? And these plants that have done, I feel like every time I do plant medicine, like, so I semi-frequently go to the Santo Daime, and I go to, it's my church, right? That's what it is. It's basically the ayahuasca church for short, or slang. And every time after I go, it's funny, I go to the Daime, and I'll go on the weekend, and I'll leave work on Friday, and I'll come back on Monday, and everyone's like, wow, you look so much better. You look so refreshed. And then they're like, where do I get that? What are you doing? Where do I get that stuff? And I just kind of, laugh and whatnot. But it's true. There's a reason people have used these forever, since the dawn of time, people have been using this stuff.
yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, like I said, some of my most enlightening moments in life have been on mushrooms and LSD. And
yeah.
I mean, I would never take those moments away for anything. I felt like not only did I become a better person afterwards, I felt like I understood more, not only about myself, but just about how the world works and society works in general, with like in conjoinance with each other,
Yeah, no, that's great.
I want to say too that hearing that response that like that this will bring stuff up that I've been hiding from is actually incredibly like calling me forth, right? Like I think it's like I don't know what my biggest fears are, right? It's probably my thinking, but it's something about, will I keep lying to myself, and will I keep hiding? And so hearing that response, I'll just say from somebody kind of wavering or wherever I'm at, who knows where I'm at, but I found that very helpful as a response. Like, see, it won't kill you, it'll save you.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think that's a good point. I didn't think of that either, but it's true. That stuff that you're afraid is going to come out is what you need to come out. That's what's haunting you. That's what's holding you back, so yeah.
And this is the kind of encounter where you're really dealing with causes and not just dabbling with symptoms. So that is the major difference between pharmaceuticals and sacrament or medicine, psychedelic medicine. It's going to change so much in this decade. The idea earlier, when it was my session to moderate, I mentioned some of the best news that's come down the pike, and that is a $4 million grant to Johns Hopkins to study psilocybin in smoking cessation, since we're talking about in this 24-hour sequence, addiction. And in 2014, Johns Hopkins conducted clinical studies and found that after 6 months after the treatment with psilocybin, 80% of the people were not smoking. That is phenomenal. I worked in a drug abuse program at the Deal Island Penitentiary back in the 80s. And
to a person, every man there told me that nicotine was harder to get off of than heroin. So if they can, if you can go through a single session with therapy, and 80% of 6 months later are successful in having stopped smoking tobacco, that's the kind of thing that ought to be getting government support. And this is the first time in more than 50 years that the government has, in fact, funded psychedelic treatment. So things are changing, things are moving. Even the DEA, I went back in May and was one of 17 people arrested at DEA headquarters. And I actually think that while they did not engage with us at the time, that they see the writing on the wall, and all charges were dropped.
Nice.
Yeah. I don't think they wanted any more bad publicity. And
Right.
I think we can put pressure on the DEA. Things are changing, and it's happening faster than I thought it might. So I am optimistic about psychedelic treatment becoming more and more common. I mean, what ADAPT is trying to do, what they've already done in Oregon, the legislation sponsored by Senator Solomon in this state, things are changing, and we just got to keep the pressure on. We just got to keep enlisting people, and the more success there is with MAPS. I mean, next year we are going to have ecstasy, MDMA treatments legalized. That is going to make a huge difference when it's not just some veterans or people who go off to Costa Rica or something like that, but when people will be able to treat PTSD in this country and so effectively. It's about 70% of people who go through PTSD MDMA treatment, 70%, or I think 67 to be exact, 67% 1 year later show no signs. Now, if you're working, if you had a pharmaceutical that worked 66% of the time, it would be hotcakes.
Right.
But we have that in our drug cabinet. So again, I think it's through the portal of medicine that we are going to win over the dubious or the more than dubious, the ones who just couldn't think of taking a psychedelic. Well, when people in their family are solving their problems with psychedelics, that's going to make a big change in people's attitudes, and it's happening. And next year, PTSD is going to encounter a terrific antidote. I mean, what they do now in VA hospitals and that sort of stuff, or in VA treatment. I mean, I don't know if you know this, but the most common form of dealing with it is to try and immerse the victim in the story. Oh, tell me the story about how you shot that Vietnamese girl again.
Oh, no.
Yes, no, that's so. I mean, it re-traumatizes them. This doesn't work, but it's what the VA uses. So that's going to change. The VA is now allowing some of this PTSD treatment for veterans who are in the MAPS project. So it's happening, legal in 2024, next year.
Nice.
Thank you for your service to that. I find it, I'm going to share a little bit more about myself. I find it really fascinating because
That's great. Go ahead.
I don't know who all was here before, but yeah, starting in 2020, I entered this relationship and I got exposed to some other psychedelics that I'd never tried before, because really just ever drank and did things that people handed me. So, and I probably still, I don't know, language. But it hits my home because what a gift that relationship was to me was seeing my role in a lot of things, but also in the playbook of this socialization more and more and more, right? Like I got deeper into it, and I got lulled by that thread of abusive behavior that just felt so comfortable. But what else it was like, you know, I'm dyslexic. I was kind of got the idea that I'll never amount to anything, right? And that I can't, you know, all of these things. And he went to a special school because he was really smart, but he was not really smart. Like, and what I realized was that I was always pissed off that he was judging me. You know, we took a bath early on, and he's like, I don't think I could ever be happy with your body. I'm in recovery for an eating disorder. I stayed with him for 2 more years, or like a year and a half. Like, it just went on and on.
Okay. It's not okay.
But what, it's not even, I mean, no, and for me, I was like, oh, he's upset, right? Like, he's believing his thoughts right now, and I can empathize with that. And I, like, you know, that low of patterned relation is really strong. But what else it was like this white man who got told everything, and no offense, you white men in this room, but who was incredibly oppressive, and me, who I would get angry and like squeeze bananas. He really liked bananas. And he'd be like, I instigate your mad to get you, like, to gain power over you. And then he would forget that he would tell me these sort of things. And so I guess it feels really inspiring because that within its own experience was, I don't know, I just resonate with, you know, the trajectory of things moving in this world, hopefully. But, you know, like, not the beginning and the end, the masculine. It's like, we need both. We need the feminine, we need the community. We also need the decisiveness. And I'm kind of going all over, but what I'll end with this is that one of the things that I had mentioned earlier was that having been exposed to psychedelics through this person, there's a part of me that feels like, or I actually don't know why I feel afraid, probably because I don't want to fucking drink again. But that's it. So I just think I was very great correlation for my archetypal experience with this.
I just noticed it's 6:11. Sean, can you get Leo to get the 6 o'clock session going?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
I just noticed it.
No, you're still muted. I think. I can't.
Well, I have a 6 o'clock downtown, so I will stay for the beginning.
Okay. Yeah, she's it sounds like the next person's gonna be on here in a few minutes. Leo just spoke to him. Okay, so Eric's got a 6 o'clock. I've really enjoyed having you here, Eric, and being able to
I'll be
give
back.
you a lot of great input. So
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, hey Eric, thanks for your input on the bad trips and all of that. That really actually does kind of make me feel a little less scared.
Good. I mean, the key word for this is surrender.
Yeah.
It's hard for some people to do, and of course they need to overcome their basic fear, but the fear is logical. You just need to be courageous. And so anyway, I'm off to my 6 o'clock appointment downtown, and I'll be back probably by 9 and see some rest of this. It's good stuff. Thank you, Leo. Bye.
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 Bye, Eric. Thanks.
Nice. Casey, I don't know if I've had a chance to meet you. Well, clearly not in person, but on Zoom yet. You're from the Portland area?
Yes. Is this Chad?
No, my name's Sean.
Sean.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Sean. Okay, I see you. Yeah. We live like about an hour outside of Portland. We just found this beautiful hill, and unfortunately, we're going to sell it soon.
Yeah.
But we've already had some great ceremonies up here. People have done one-on-ones. They've just done. Well, we've just had, I don't know, group fun, and we've had big ceremonies. It's been fun.
Chad and
Anybody
I
here is
both
welcome.
spent a lot of time outside of Portland, north. We were north of Portland. What direction are you?
Yeah, we're due north. So we're like on the road up toward Astoria, but only a third of the way up there. We're like a half an hour outside of Portland. But
so that's where we're
to drive
from.
up the hill is another 25 minutes. So
Yeah, that's where we're from. So
Yeah,
like
that's where we're
Scappoose
from.
area.
Yeah, we're both from Scappoose.
Oh, I'm St. Helens. I put that on the.
Isn't that
Yeah,
fun?
we've lived here about 17 years.
Nice, man.
I said 17, 7 years.
7
We
years.
love it, but
Oh yeah.
yeah, you missed my earlier moderating hour, but it's it's a long story, but we're gonna sell the hill. My wife's gonna go back and hang out with her parents, and I'm gonna go on a global spirit quest and just find community and connection.
Dude, that's awesome, man.
Yeah.
Where is the Spirit Quest gonna take you? Is it like on a sailboat or is it like on foot? What's going on?
No, I will be on boats at different times, but I'm going down to Central America first, helping some people find property for a retreat, which I may or may not be lucky enough to get a lot out of to build a tree house or something.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to Nicaragua, Colombia. I want to go to Peru, but it's kind of wild there right now.
That's what I've
And
heard.
Brazil, and then I'm going to go to India. I'm going to go to India and get lost in an ashram and a yoga teacher training for a while. Just
nice.
That's
That
actually
sounds
really,
cool.
really good. I was in a bunch of classes with a yoga teacher that went to India for training, and she said it was freaking awesome. She said the first day though, she was like, man, I thought I was all cool, like, and I was really good in America. And she's like, when I got there, I was so scared. She was like, I started breaking down crying, and I didn't know what to do because these guys were really good at yoga. She's like, then I just finally went to a group, and she was like, it was so awesome, and I just got into it for like the whole week. And then like
Yeah.
this lady was really good. Like
I'm gonna beg in advance for them to understand that I'm an old man who just I want Indian yogi training, not just American asana training.
Yeah. See, this lady was an older lady too. She was crazy, dude. She could do headstands, like yoga poses, and like stand on her head.
Yeah. Oh no.
I was like, dude, what, dude? Like, it was a good time. It was a rehab I was at, and they had a yoga group, and you had to do it for 2 hours a day, 3 days a week, and it was pretty good.
Yeah,
You did like
it
the
was.
whole gong thing, where at the end of it, you do the gong, and you get to like hear the sound vibrations, and like, it was actually a really good group.
Awesome.
Yeah, so like I'd say, I mean, getting into yoga would be like, I mean, it's really helpful. I want to get into that eventually.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Kokina, were you able to get the psychedelics and recovery link from the chat?
Oh, yes, I can. I got that. Thank you.
So that's the meeting time is every Wednesday at 7:30 is when the group meets. I'll go ahead and type that in here now. So,
Thank you.
what's your current state, Kokina, as far as alcohol? Are you making a run at it right now? Are you on the wagon? Like what's
I am 2 days without alcohol, and I am 1 day clean. For me, I again use marijuana addictively, so I used it a little bit to get me over the hump, and but today is technically day 1. And so yeah, I mean, I don't want to do it. Like it's like I black out, drink, and I flip my car and I lose my teeth, and and so it's like part of me is like, well, I don't know, I have so much AA in my head. It's like, well, you're not sober until you're sober, right? And it's like this past, year and a half, 2 years, it's like, I've gotten a month here, I've gotten like 6 weeks here. I've never stopped going to meetings, but yeah, so that's, and all I want is sobriety. And I scare myself into using.
right? And what do you mean by that? You say you scare yourself into using.
So there's a line in another group that I do called ACA, which is Alcoholics of Dysfunctional Families, and adult children of alcoholics and dysfunctional families.
Okay.
And there's a line in there that says our first addiction is to pain and fear. And it's, oh my gosh, I read that entire book and the entire thing resonates. But that line is like, oh, because, like thinking. And I don't always even realize that I'm doing it.
Right.
But I also wanted to say something about the yoga, because I love yoga, and I am a dancer. I dance usually when I'm sober, 3 days a week, ecstatic dance. Like it's a very spiritual expression for me.
Yeah.
But when I first started trauma therapy, and I went for 3 months, I was in for a year, and then I was, 3 months of intensive inpatient, and then almost a year of 8 hours a day, partial hospitalization, and then 3 hours a day, right? So my point with that is I had a therapist who she would do soft yoga with us. And eventually I ended up trying to take a class to become a yoga teacher trainer. And I think that this is something that is not spoken to enough. I don't know what this community, how this community leans, but when I heard that, like, well, yoga would be good for you, it was just another way to keep myself from myself, right? Because I would think, God, why can't I do this? But it actually was re-traumatizing me, because at that point, being in my body was too fucking terrifying. And I think I still probably have that belief sometimes, and but at that point, and to everyone it's different, right? But I think I just want to put a voice to, if there's anyone who does have that, how important that was for me to learn for myself, that I wasn't doing something wrong, or that I'm not broken. And I think I still have that belief. But the fact that just sitting down and being quiet and meditating with myself when I'm in the beginning of intensive trauma therapy, or when I'm in the beginning of getting to know myself, it completely associated me, and then it was more evidence to how broken I was. Okay, so I'm just kind of going all over the place. Again, one day sober. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
No, you're good. That's what this is all about, just talking about trauma and addiction, and anything you want to say is welcome here. So yeah, we were supposed to have another person coming on here any minute now. I'm not sure. I haven't seen her pop in yet.
Hi guys, I'll say something.
Yeah, Casey,
thank
my
you
wife.
all for bringing up. Yes.
Oh, my wife kept saying, asking me to ask you to tell your story again because I didn't hear it. About what, Leo?
That was it, the story.
Your story.
I will reshare, and thank you, Leo, for being willing to hear it again.
Okay.
Well, so it's interesting. My what I call my spiritual journey kind of really began in. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So I really feel like I hit this wall of life in 2014, and I realized I had three debilitating issues in my life. And I had a soul-sucking job, and my marriage of 30 plus years on the rocks, and I basically was dealing with addiction, which was really a reaction to my anger and self-loathing and lack of self-esteem, I guess.
Right.
So anyway, I found positive psychology and the science of happiness. And I have 3 international certifications. I'm a positive psychology coach, although I call myself a personal transformation guide. And that was beautiful. And the science of it was beautiful. And it almost got me there.
Yeah.
But it's not what got me. What got me here was entheogens. And my personal, I jokingly refer to it because MDMA is not an entheogen, man-made product. And it's, but it was my gateway to entheogens.
Right.
And I could say that with loving laughter, because my 7 hours with MDMA on a first time, guide with a first time guide who was just a natural, empathic, intuitive, and she just knew what to ask me when. And she opened up some amazing doors into the shadow side of my life that let out nothing but love. And it was truly a transcendent, transformational, permanent change in me from that moment on. And yet I didn't even begin to understand until I met Mother Aya and my ayahuasca experiences, which, truth be told, we're all stateside. I haven't been down to the jungle yet. I am going. I am called. It's that whole experience has been one from sitting on the hill wondering why we haven't made it happen to hosting an ayahuasca church here on the hill was an amazing experience. And it's like we went to another place where they had converted a big barn into a ceremony space, and I was inspired. And I said, we've been there 5 years. And I said, that's it. That's what we're doing with our barn. And 4 months later, we had a ceremony space.
That's awesome.
And we've had probably 10 Wachuma. So Leo hasn't heard half of this stuff because I just didn't get into it. But so San Pedro cactus ceremonies are known as Wachuma ceremonies. And those are just amazing 10 to 12 hour experiences that go from getting grounded to community to self-introspection and just contemplation to music fest. And those have been amazing. And we've just done a bunch of different things. Soahuasca. If you haven't heard of Soahuasca, it is the combination of taking one of the plants, not the psychoactive plant, but the Syrian rue from ayahuasca. And the Syrian rue is ingested earlier. It's a natural MAOI. So you're going to get the effect of the mushroom so much quicker. And we also lemon tech. For anyone who hasn't lemon tech mushrooms, you must. And I insist. And it gets to you quicker and it lasts as long. It's more intense with the lemon teching. I don't know the chemistry behind it exactly. I just know that it works. And in addition to that, we've done just straight. I'm sorry, Sean.
Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. So anyway, Leo wanted me to jump back in because whoever was going to take over in the last hour hasn't. And I'm just reiterating a little bit about my own personal journey. And Robert was on earlier today, and I hadn't met Robert before, but he had some amazing shares because he's a Western doctor, I believe. I also think he has Native American roots, if not Native American. And he just had some brilliant insights of kind of that East meets West, natural indigenous thinking, you know, the great wisdom, the ancient wisdom, and how if we just fucking step off our, you know, merry-go-round long enough to listen, you know, the information is there, spirit is there, and hey,
no, thank you.
Sharon did for me.
No, that's awesome. So
Yes.
it looks like she's made it. A good friend of ours, lovely Leslie White.
Hello, hello,
Here
hello.
she is. Hello, how are you, lovely?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing good. Doing good.
Okay.
Hey, lovely, I yield the floor to you.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's see. I'm on my phone right now, so I'm trying to get a better view. Oh, well, all I can see is Leo. I think that's Leo. Is that Leo?
Tilt it sideways, lovely, and go landscape. If you tilt it sideways.
Okay.
Did that help?
Oh, no. Let me see.
And at the bottom, you could scroll over. Sometimes it has 3 dots at the bottom. You could scroll over and see everybody who's in the room, maybe.
Whoa, whoops. Okay. I usually am on my
phone
computer.
half of the day today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Casey. I don't know who's out there, and I don't usually go on my phone on Zoom. So bear with me. I guess you kind of introduced me, lovely Leslie. I just go by Lovely, but my given name is Leslie. But I was given the name Lovely by my little brother. So, and it's a reminder too of who I am. So I like to use that name. And I wish I could figure this out. Okay. Anyway, so I am here to talk a little bit about my story because I am an advocate and a supporter of plant medicine and holistic types of healing modalities, especially when it comes to people and persons experiencing things like drug and alcohol addiction and depression, anxiety, you know, the whole thing that Entheo Society and ADAPT stands for is really in alignment with me. And that is a long time coming. I'm having a birthday this coming month in March, and I've pretty much experienced some sort of drug addiction or mental health issues throughout my life. I have a history that has some experiences that include considerable trauma and abuse and such. So I resorted to trying to find ways and means to get out of that feeling. Sometimes just even get out of myself. I was listening to the conversation earlier, and I could really relate with something that I think Julia said about wanting to just be within herself, be okay within herself, and not have to like interact with society in this world, you know, in a fashion that was a lie, you know. And one of the things that I came to realize that is part of who I am, and that's one of the reasons I go by Lovely, is because I am a super overachiever and people pleaser when I want to be, because I want to be okay. I want to be approved. I want to feel okay within myself. And I was seeking that on the outside of me, you know, for many, many years. Sometimes I still do, you know, I'm human, you know, I'm experiencing this life, you know, in this human body, and some of my natural, you know, physiological reactions and, you know, mental, emotional reactions to experience, you know, is natural, or, you know, would be, is kind of a given. However, I really always sought to have a higher quality of life. I thought that there was more, there had to be more. In fact, I'm a writer and a rapper. And one of the lines in one of the raps that I wrote is this as good as it gets? I've got plans to be met. Forcefully driven like the rose grown through concrete, these streets have uniquely created a masterpiece. Another one was just another junkie on the street, you know. Recently I did a song, would you measure me if you knew my whole past, you know, by that? Or would you be able to see the light beyond the darkness? And sometimes it still comes to haunt me. And one of the things that is really important to me is the integration of having the psychedelic experiences and using other types of modalities. I've tried everything. Something I heard, you know, earlier, I think too, somebody talking about, you know, finding any ways to get out of, you know, feeling I could get addicted to anything. I could get addicted to reading. I could get addicted to studying. In fact, that's how I came by getting involved in psychedelics, because I was so bent on trying to understand my issues, because it wasn't for the, you know, not wanting to be clean, you know, or not working the program well enough. There was something more for me. In fact, I actually have considered the psychedelics in recovery group that I've participated with a couple of times. We were talking about a name, and I was like, sometimes more, or more than recovery, or more in recovery, or something like that, because I've had multiple years in the program and other programs, 7 and 8 years, you know, and worked the program just like I, you know, had the, you know, did the steps and all of that kind of stuff that they told me to do. And I was living this perfect life on the outside. But for some reason, there was something going on inside of me that kind of left me still seeking on the outside of me that feeling of peace and safety and okay within myself, validation. And I think that that's a lot of what I was seeking out throughout my life, through, you know, whatever I was doing. And it included a lot of drugs. I started very young, did everything because of the family that I grew up in. And I guess I'm just telling my story. Is that okay? I'm just talking right now. I don't even know who's out there, what's really going on, but you're going to hear some of my story. Of course, I started by drinking alcohol. We had a wine cellar in our basement, and I think I was 12 years old, and we got into that. We drank the whole lot over the summer. We got so drunk, like just every day, and like running around the lake and just getting into all kinds of trouble. And I still didn't ever feel okay with that. I didn't feel like it didn't fit me very well. So I kept trying to do better. And I'd go through bouts where I'd be like a super achiever. I'd be Miss Perfect, you know, even in high school with, you know, credit cards and a good job and, you know, extracurricular activities and going to nationals and all this kind of great stuff. Like I thought that, you know, the sky's the limit for me, right? There's nothing impossible for me. I can do anything. And, but I mean, that's actually, after a lot of trauma, I got moved to another family's house. Well, my family, my biological father and my stepmom, And all I had to do was take care of me, you know, go to school, do whatever I wanted to do, what was good for me, and help out around the house, you know, be a positive contribution to the family and to the community that, you know, I was in. So that's what I did. And I really excelled because I didn't have any other responsibilities really, but to just be me, just to shine. And I took that as a great time to do that after a lot of trauma and attempted suicide. And I'll, you know, between the ages of, you know, 12 to 15, you know, I attempted suicide a couple of times. I got brutally raped. I was like promiscuous, kind of started to be promiscuous for a minute, and trying to figure out something to feel okay. And so I just dove into being perfect, and it worked for a little while until it seemed like I didn't get what, you know, I thought that I'd worked hard for. You know, that's just the way life is. And then my life started to change. I couldn't go to school right away. I thought I was just going to go straight from high school to college. I had all of the, you know, credits and 3 years of Spanish, and, you know, went to state or national, got second in state, went to nationals and debate. You know, I was just like this super student, super employee, super perfect child. Like you couldn't have asked for a better teenager, honestly. I was like the designated driver when my friends were going out, like at that point. So I went from like being completely bad to being perfect. And then when I got out of high school, I was like, okay, well, what now? You know, I couldn't go to college. And I ended up getting pregnant and getting into getting pregnant, having a baby, getting into drugs right after she was born. I mean, I smoked marijuana and drank a little bit, but I wasn't like heavy into anything else pretty much for years, you know, between the ages of 15 and 8 or 20. But then I got a taste of cocaine and crystal meth, and I snorted a couple of times, and that hurt. I didn't like that. And my friend was using a rig, and I was like, I want to try it. And they're like, no way, wait, what? And I'm like, look, I look innocent, but I'm a badass bitch, you know. I'm hardcore, I could do it. So that was not the greatest decision, you know, but and then I spent the next probably year and a half, 2 years. That's about the longest I could go, because I just ran myself ragged when I would use of just, you know, complete drama and chaos, and, you know, losing my shit basically. And went to treatment. That was, you know, one of the times I went to treatment, 2005. And I was clean for 7 years. And I was doing really well, actually. You know, I went to college again. I went to college, you know, got a good job and stuff, and everything was going, you know, started, met somebody, and things went to shit, and had another baby. And, you know, some years later, 7, you know, years later. And when my ex went to prison, I started using drugs again. And at first, my sister taught me, I found out that him and my sister were actually having sex and smoking methamphetamines. I didn't even know you could smoke meth at the time. And I always did it wrong too, apparently. So that's what I did for the next year. Oh, wait, 1999. Wait, I'm sorry. All my years are mixed up. Anyway, I've been in and out of treatment. I went to college to be a drug and alcohol addiction counselor. And I always wanted it. I wanted to be okay within myself. I want to be able to interact in community, you know, and with other people, and not feel like I had to find something to make myself feel better. And it didn't seem like no matter what I did, it wasn't enough. You know, I had the service positions. I worked, my kids grew up in the program, you know, so much that my daughter actually thought that drinking alcohol was a drug, because in the NA program, they say alcohol is a drug. So she would be like, oh, Mom, they're doing drugs. Somebody was drinking a beer. It was kind of funny. But anyway, that was 1999, the first time I went to treatment. Then it was 2005. Okay, anyway. And then In 2005, I went back because in 2003, my ex went to prison and I lost my children and I got heavy into drugs and I would, I started smoking it with my sister, but once you, in my opinion, since I used drugs, with an IV, IV, it was never the same as smoking. It can never be the same. So I was, being sneaky about it and stuff. But people knew, they figured it out, and I went to treatment again. I was clean again, and I went through some trauma all over again, some 7 or 8 years later. And, somebody, management, we all went out to dinner and I was a blind date with another manager from Boeing. And it was like this big thing. I was so feeling insecure, and my boss knew that I didn't drink, and she knew that I was in recovery, and I ended up drinking again. And then I was like, well, fuck it. I like to smoke weed way more than I like to drink. So I started smoking weed. And then with somebody in the program, she's like, oh, I thought you were never going to ask, because she had been smoking weed, I guess. And then I found out a little while later that she was also doing other things like Molly and methamphetamines and such. And I started getting involved again. And it made me so sad, because I knew so many people too. My whole life, I feel like I've been, a Captain Save-A-Ho. I always want to save somebody. I always want to help somebody, especially people on the streets and doing drugs and all the things that you do for drugs and alcohol, that go along with it, or that I've seen be done. I usually keep a friend around like that. But anyway, and so I started studying it, because I got my kids taken. I lost my shit. I literally lost it completely, more worse than I had ever done before in my life. Like literally I'd been like an upstanding, good, parent and employee, and, home, having a home and everything. And I lost it all, and was really sick, not only from, the drugs and such, but my body, what I had done to my body. And I spent hours combing, different treatment facilities and trying to get help with not the same way, because I didn't feel like I could be open in the rooms. I didn't feel like I was really appreciated when I was like, well, I really just want to smoke weed. And I don't feel like, I still feel like something's missing. I don't know, really what's going on still. I mean, it looks okay, but I still feel like this vacancy within me that just, I got to fill it up with something, and, I tried the whole God thing, and, I've gone addicted to exercise and, all different kinds of things, trying to be just to set myself, even, and feel like I can navigate this world, through all of the, the ocean waves, and I started reading stuff about psychedelics. I was like, I always liked acid and, mushrooms and stuff. And I actually had a boyfriend that broke up with me because of my drug addiction. And he was a shaman, and he started got me a pen with DMT too. And so it kind of put me in that space where it was more than the toxins that I was putting in my body that was happening. It was the toxic thoughts. It was the toxic feelings that were buried down below that I couldn't necessarily get to in just talk therapy, going to counseling, no medication that they put me on I ever felt comfortable with. No amount of meetings, no amount of steps, still I was feeling unsatisfied. I was like, freaking can't get no satisfaction no matter what. And I started reading about psychedelics, and I'm like, And then I went to treatment again in 2018. And I even talked about it then, and everybody's like, no, no, no. And I heard that Bill W. was like an advocate for psychedelics. And I was like, well, you know, what's missing here? And then I was like, well, fuck everybody else, because I wasn't happy anyway. I had to get rid of all my using friends. I didn't know, you know, anybody else. So, and nobody I knew actually liked to do the things that I like to do. And I kept reading of all these other types of healing modalities that could help with drug and alcohol addiction, and you know, what happens to our brain and our body that makes it so challenging for us to, for me to move through that. Because, you know, my dopamine and my serotonin and all that shit is broken, you know? So I'm trying to, like, you know, feel happy. I just want to feel happy. I just want to feel okay, you know? And so I started participating in things like drumming and dancing and art, you know, and music. And, you know, even like speaking out in my own voice, like at drum circle, I was like, hey, so I read somewhere that, I mean, in the middle of drum circle, I'm like, excuse, not, okay, so at the end of drum circle, there's only like 6 people there. I was like, hey, do you think you could add your voice? Because I really want to add my voice as an instrument, but I feel kind of corny doing it. So can we all just add our voice, you know? And then the next week, you know, a female brought a tone drum, and 4 of us sat there and just like added our voices after the drum circle. And so at that point, they started doing like a small, like, you know, song circle afterwards to kind of like engage people in that way. Because I, you know, like, it's true. Like, apparently our own voice, our own tone to ourselves is healing to our body when we hear it. So, and if, for myself, I was always a people pleaser, even, you know, my drug and alcohol addiction, I'm Captain Savaho. So, you know, I was never a good drug addict because, you know, I'm not a cheater. I'm not a liar. I'm not a thief. You know, I want to help everybody. I don't necessarily believe everybody, but I want to see the good in people. I do see the good in people. I want to walk in love. That's one of the reasons I go by Lovely, because that's who I am. And I really felt like the creator universe was like, don't let this world, especially like the life, the kind of experiences that I've had, harden me. Don't let it change me of who I am inside, of who I'm meant to be. But it was always challenging because it was like I always had this, you know, idea of who I was supposed to be, or who you wanted me to be, or who I thought that you wanted me to be, or whatever. And it was never enough. It was never, you know, good enough. And when I started, I wouldn't say things. I would hold it. In fact, like if I got emotional, I could feel it in my throat. I would just like get this ache within my, you know, like from my heart to my, you know, to my chin. It would just feel like I was just like, ugh. But I would not say anything. And one of the things that I found has helped is singing, you know, and so it didn't, I actually had a friend that we would, you know, take some plant medicine and then go into the woods and literally like sing in the woods together. And it was so much fun. And it was so like, there's something, to me, it's like purifying. It's a medicine for me. And, but it went hand in hand, because if I hadn't participated in using psychedelics, then my conscious mind would be like, oh no, you can't do that. And I can't, like, I would sound terrible too, because I would cut it off, literally like cut my voice off, and I would be like, you know, and I couldn't drum, I couldn't, you know, play any instruments, and I was insecure and, you know, not confident about what I was doing. So I'm like, that's just not me. But when I started doing things like using art, that's one of the things that I do. I have at least 20 different artists on my walls in my apartment, because I have taken to participating with people that have experiences with drug and alcohol addiction and or mental health issues, and do art with them. And in fact, I just recently did a self-portrait. I just put it on the wall of somebody, and he's like, looking out into the distance over this wide, you know, ocean kind of that's like orange and red from the sun. And it's pretty interesting, the conversations that I've had with people and some of the art that's come about from it. And it's much different than just talk therapy. I mean, especially somebody like myself, I've studied it so I could talk the talk. But when I'm doing something else, like participating in art, you know, with another person, you know, or dancing, you know, or singing, you know, or playing, acting, improv, something happens. It's like the Leslie, you know, that was nature and nurture or not nurtured, would be the front man. That was a front man. But with psychedelics, I've learned how to, and now I can take that, Leslie can take the back seat and Lovely can come forward and be who that person is, rather than having to be this persona and have everything be okay and look okay. And but that only happened through the breakthroughs of utilizing psychedelics as a ways and means. No medication before that any psychiatrist ever gave me works. No amount of talk therapy. I've been years and years in counseling. When I'm the oldest. I have 9 sisters and 2 brothers, and I did take care of a lot of them. So, and most of them have major issues as well. My brother's in prison for murder. One of my sisters is a heroin addict on the streets of Yakima and has been for many years. And I have my youngest brother is also, you know, they've all dabbled in drugs and alcohol, you know, lots of toxic relationships and such. I don't spend any time with most of them or talk so much, but from a very early age, I wanted to help the children. I really did, because I know what it feels like to be alone, you know, and not know how to feel that ache inside to nurture whatever needs I had. I didn't know how to do it. And I searched on the outside forever and ever and ever. Like I said, I still feel it, you know, I'm human. I still get lonely. I still want to find, you know, some you know, validation from the outside of me that I'm okay. But ultimately I know that if I'm not okay, I'm going to be okay, or I'm not, either way. Oh, shoot. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm getting a call. Oh no. No. I can't. Can you still hear me? Oh, shoot.
Yeah, we can hear you, Lovely.
Okay. Thank you, Sean. You know, when I started doing, you know, seeking more and more, like not just studying it, you know, but actually just taking my own ass and going to the drum circle by myself, because that sounded like fun to me, you know, going and being like vulnerable and courageous enough to spin fire, you know, because that sounds like fun, you know, and get out of what everybody else is going to think of me. And if it's, you know, if it's okay for a 50-year-old or whatever to be going roller skating, you know, or going dancing at the Monkey Loft, or, you know, a club in Seattle somewhere or something, you know, and I've been told many times actually that I'm too wild, you know, but one of the things that I found in that and doing that is that I really learned what is going on with Lovely and with Leslie and how to marry those two, because those are both of who I am. One of the things is like talking about like loving, used to hate it when people would say things like, oh, well, you'll find somebody, you know, or you'll be okay when you learn to love yourself. I'm like, bitch, really, you don't even really like yourself that much. So how are you going to tell me that, you know? But the reality of it is, and I had this from a psychedelic experience, is that when a love song comes on and I'm thinking, well, why did I, you know, or somebody doesn't like me that I like, or whatever, or, you know, I'm still single, whatever, then why is it that I'm feeling inside like I'm missing out on something, or that I gotta, why, you know, that I got cheated, or, you know, done wrong, or, you know, it's not going to happen. You know, I've got this bad feeling inside, or there's something, you know, inherently wrong with myself because I have not done that, or, you know, I haven't reached, you know, successful levels of business, you know, enough, or whatever, or made enough money, or, I learned how to look at the things that I didn't want to look at, that I wouldn't even look at myself, while utilizing psychedelics. Like one night I did a hero's dose for real. And I ended up standing in the mirror naked with, I basically had pineapple on the cob. I cut all the skin off, I cut all the skin off the outside off of it. And I was holding it by, you know, the crown, and I was eating it in the mirror and just really looking at myself and who I am, and is that okay? You know? And all of a sudden it was like I could see all the parts of me that I tried to hide even from myself. You know, acknowledging that throughout my drug and alcohol addiction, that, and, you know, and just trauma and mental health issues, because they weren't, you know, dealt with in a healthy way. You know, that I actually neglected and abused my own children. And that's really terrible feeling, because I was the opposite. I studied early childhood education and drug and alcohol addiction, and I believe in supporting families and children. And it's the last thing that I wanted to do was hurt my own children, you know. But I did, and I had to not hate that part of me, because for a long time, that's what I did. I hated myself for that part of me, that drug and alcohol, you know, user, that, you know, sex addict, that food addict, that, you know, overachiever, the cocky, you know, overachiever that still feels insecure inside, you know. And when I realized that that was all part of me and that was okay, my defense mechanisms were built to keep me safe, because I love me, you know. And it's okay if I love even the bad parts of me, you know, and not even to measure if it's good or bad. It just, you know, I mean, do I think that it's great to abuse my children? No, absolutely not. But I can't change that, you know. So today I get to be the best, you know, okay. I could be, and that's really from using, you know, psychedelics. And now I don't have to do them all the time. You know, I actually have a microdose chai tea that I started drinking, and I do it, or, you know, sometimes just a little bit, and it helps me even integrate that and remember who I am on the inside, not who I became or my experiences or what I've done, but really my spirit. And that seems to be more powerful to me in my life than anything that I've ever experienced. So, and I'm so thankful that I got an opportunity to meet Leo and Sean, and get to participate in this, because I really believe in recovery. I do. I believe that it's possible, and that there's a lot of people out there that are dying and hurting and really want happiness and love, and it's available. We all have the power to be superhuman and be whatever we want and just grow and change. And that's the path I'm on. And I appreciate this opportunity. Thank you so much. I think it's time for another moderator to come on. and I'm going to take the back seat. Thank you so much. Mwah. Yes, love yourself well. Yes, I'm learning to too. I'm learning to too. It's not a, it's always Dobby. Dobby loves me. Oh, Dobby loves me. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Who's on next?
In theory, I am.
Mark
Do you want to
Hayden.
introduce me or shall I just
Yeah,
launch
Mark-
right into it?
No, Mark Hayden, everyone, this is Mark Hayden. So take it away, Mark.
Right. So I guess I would be appropriate for me to introduce myself. My name is Mark Hayden. I'm an adjunct professor of the UBC School of Population and Public Health, and I spend my life talking about psychedelics. My initial career was I worked with Vancouver Coastal Health, running an addiction services program. I moved on from that and started MAPS Canada, which is the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies. And I have a cough right now, which is quite frankly really irritating. So we'll see if that intrudes. I ran MAPS Canada for 10 years and have now joined a couple of different companies. And I want to talk about a completely novel psychedelic that is like nothing I've ever heard of, called MEAI. So I'll probably talk for, I don't know, 20 minutes or so. And then I'm open for questions about anything to do with psychedelics at all. It's a wide open ball game here. So let me start by talking about my history with addictions. For those folks who don't know Vancouver or Canada, all the health money, all the hospital money and community health money goes through the provinces and then funneled through the health authorities. And they have different programs. And I ran one of their programs, which was an addiction services program. And I was acutely aware that we really weren't very effective. I had fabulous staff. You know, they were really dedicated and enthusiastic and talented and engaging. And nobody ever walked into my clinic and had a transformative experience and walked out and said, "Thank you very much, I'm done." And rat. And I became increasingly interested in the possibility of psychedelic healing. And I remember one particular client that I had who was really not doing well. I had been working with him for years, and I'd worked with his parents, and other members of my clinic had worked with him. He was a heroin addict, and he was becoming increasingly scruffy. And I just felt the pain of their parents, and I felt his pain as nothing seemed to work. And eventually the words ibogaine slipped out of my mouth, and he wound up going down to Mexico and having an experience. And he showed up in my office and he said, "I'm not an addict anymore." And I said, "What on earth do you mean by that?" And he said, "Well, I walked out onto the crossroads of my life and I looked one way and I saw the signpost that said addiction. And I looked the other way and I saw the signpost that said recovery. And I realized that I have a choice. I've never had a choice before. I just do addiction, and I've done addiction for decades. And now I have a choice. And you know something? I don't want to do addiction anymore. I'm completely sick of it. I would like to do recovery." And I said, "Okay, what does that look like for you?" And he said, "Well, I'm going to clean up and get a job." And he showed up the next week, not looking scruffy anymore. He actually looked presentable. And I said, "Well done. You know, you've now laundered your clothes and you're presentable as a human being," which was quite something because he really hadn't been for a long time. And he said, "Well, the next thing he's going to do is get a job." And I said, "Well, what do you want to do?" And he said, "Well, actually, I have mechanical skills, and I'm going to go work as a mechanic somewhere." And I said, "Okay." And he did. And I kept in touch with him. And from that one ibogaine experience, he did incredibly well. So I became passionate, and I started essentially a one-man propaganda or persistent messaging within Vancouver Coastal Health. I was constantly spamming the management saying, "We need to take this seriously. You know, we're in the business of helping people to heal, and we're not doing very well. We need more tools." And it was interesting. There was a woman who ran a clinic not far from where I worked, and it was called the Iboga Therapy House. And I got to know her, and she was trying to do research. I'm a bit of a research guy, and she was interested in improving what she did. So she had been collecting data on the effectiveness of her program. And again, she was just one woman. So she could do no follow-up. She ran a fabulous ceremony, but she couldn't do all the things that was necessary around integration just because she didn't have staff. And so in spite of the lack of program that she had, she was demonstrating a level of effectiveness that I had never seen. And I'd been running addictions treatment programs for decades and knew our success rates well. And she was way more successful. A single person was way more successful than anything I had ever seen. And she was collecting data by basically phoning people up and saying, have you ever used heroin again? A lot of people were heroin addicts that came to a program. And mostly, I think she had an 80% success rate from this one experience. So I eventually, because of my constant polite persistence is how I defined myself, I was eventually invited to come and speak to the physicians meeting, the Vancouver Coastal Health physicians meeting with addictions and mental health. And I had about 25 doctors in the room. And I had 20 minutes on the agenda. And it was a fascinating meeting because I wasted the first 5 minutes of my meeting or my presentation dealing with the challenge from one particular individual who said I shouldn't be there. This was not an appropriate topic that they could even discuss. And he basically said it's too political. And I said, for you, I understand that politics trumps evidence. And for me, evidence trumps politics. So I'm actually going to go ahead with my presentation. And I spent 15 minutes going through what I had observed with the data from this woman at the Iboga Therapy House. And at the end of it, I had a couple of recommendations. One is hire an independent researcher to look at the Ibogaine literature and come up with a recommendation for us. And the second recommendation was that we provide a taxi service, because we had a problem with our residential treatment centers is that people would show up on day one when they begin the program, either in withdrawal or intoxicated. One last party before you go into treatment is very, very common. And so we have a front door problem that completely matched the Iboga Therapy House's backdoor problem, because as people left her program, they had no support. So I said, why don't we pick up people who are leaving the Iboga Therapy House, drive them to our clinic and have them do our 30-day program, and then simply ask the staff what they think, because the staff were really good. The staff were mature people who had been around the addiction services for decades. And so they would know if Ibogaine was helpful at the end of the experience. So what I recommended had no cost to us and no risk to us, because we're not giving any drug to anybody. And I phoned up the medical director the next day and I said, so what do you think of my recommendations? Do you want to move forward? And he hummed and hawed and grimaced. And eventually he said no. And I said, why not? And he said, it's too political. And I said, but hang on a second, we're a health organization driven by evidence. We're not a political organization. And he said, sorry, it's too political. And I said, but we're not political. That's not us. We're health. And eventually he just said, sorry, I can't continue this conversation anymore. So I bailed. That was it. I was finished with Vancouver Coastal Health, and I left it and I started MAPS Canada. And now, to be fair to Vancouver Coastal Health, they had invited me back. A few years later, they did open up the doors to hearing me and became much more interested in psychedelics because there had been enough evidence accumulated. So to be fair, they have shifted over time. But I started MAPS Canada to bring the voice of MAPS into Canada. And it was interesting because we primarily were there to support research. But really what was going on was we were building a community. We were building a community in Canada. And how I built a community is, again, I was a spammer. I would just send out the evidence. I would send out the media reports. I would send out event notices constantly, and that our community group grew to thousands who were constantly being informed. You know, this appeared in the media, this appeared in the media, this appeared in the media. And so it was giving people tools that they could go into their communities and talk about psychedelics constructively. And so it was a community building process. It was also an educational process. We held events and would bring people together. And I always made a point of, at all of our events, allowing lots of circulation time. So people would just get to meet other members of their community and talk, because you can't build community unless people get to know each other. So it was never just an event with a talking head up on a podium. It was always lots of time for people to hang out. And it was also curious because one of the other things that a role that I never anticipated playing was I became the community complaints department. Everybody got to know me because I'm on the podium constantly and spamming people constantly, and I guess people trusted me. So if a underground therapist had a problem with a client or a customer, they would call me, but the opposite was also true. If a customer of an underground therapist had a problem with what they had experienced, they would call me to try and intervene. I would talk to both sides and see if I had anything to offer. But mostly I would say yes. And I would try and get them together to resolve the problem that had happened. And it was certainly better than them phoning the police. The police really have no role to play in this. So it was really the role of community complaints kind of grew. And it was out of that I realized that underground therapists are actually really important to our world, partly because there are so many of them, partly because they provide a cheaper service. They will always be competitive with credentialed, expensive people in really nice facilities. So the underground world is going to continue to grow. And so they can offer a fabulous service, but they can also be completely abusive. And so how do I help the underground to provide the best possible service? Because if they're not doing well, that's a vulnerability for our whole community in terms of the media finding out what they do. And then suddenly we've got all this bad news in the media. So the underground world could be a real asset to growing recognition of the effectiveness of psychedelics, but they also have a huge vulnerability if they behave really badly and it gets into the media. So I wrote a manual. It's called the Manual for Psychedelic Guides. And it was designed to show how psychedelic therapy works in a way that is incredibly accessible. It's not complicated. My book is very, very straightforward. This is what you do. And I found that many underground therapists use it, and their work gets better as a result. So I did that for 10 years. I worked with MAPS Canada for 10 years and eventually decided to move on and wound up working for 2 companies. And I want to talk about my experience with one of them, which is called Clear Mind Medicine, partly because just what they're doing is so fascinating. And they were a company that was formed around one particular molecule. It's called MEAI. If you really want to know what that means, it's 5-methoxy-2-aminoindane. And it's a very specific molecule that I've actually had the good fortune to try about 4 times now. And I believe that it has a radical and powerful effect to intervene with people who have addiction concerns. So let me just describe the experience of MEAI. If you take 1 dose, it feels like you've had 1 beer. And 1 beer is, you're slightly relaxed, slightly disinhibited. It kind of takes the edge off and your stress level goes down a little bit. If you take a 2nd dose of MEAI, it feels like you've had 2 beers. Now, at that point, you're even more relaxed and you're more conversational and you're engaged with people and you're feeling slightly more euphoric at that point in time and even more relaxed. If you take a 3rd dose, it changes. And it changes actually quite remarkably. And it feels like about 50 milligrams of MDMA. So 50 milligrams of MDMA is kind of half a dose. So half a dose of MDMA is how do you describe that? You feel safe, you feel connected to people around you, you feel slightly euphoric. It's not a fabulous experience. 50 milligrams is not a full dose. So there's no wow, but it's pleasant and it's attractive. So it's an attractive experience that is not dramatic. Then if you try a 4th dose, the abrupt transition is actually quite bizarre to experience. And the best way that I've ever heard of describing it, it's a bit like you've just finished eating 2 pieces of chocolate-covered goopy cheesecake. And somebody puts a third piece of cheesecake in front of you and hands you a fork. You can't imagine touching the cheesecake. You just look at the cheesecake and you go, yuck. So reflect on that for a moment. What's it actually like to look at that third piece of cheesecake? Why can't you touch it? You're not so sedated, you're lying on the floor. You're not so stimulated, you're hanging off the ceiling. You're not so violently ill that you're kneeling in front of the toilet. You can't touch the cheesecake because you're done with cheesecake. You're satiated. You're completely and absolutely finished. So MEI gives you this satiation response. So the inventor of it found a group of Russian alcoholics, and he somehow persuaded them to what they did, their routine was they got together every 2 or 3 days and they all brought 26 ounces of vodka and they all drank their bottle during the evening. That's a lot of vodka. And somehow he persuaded them to include MEI in the experience, and they all stopped drinking because you have this abrupt satiation response. But what was also interesting is they all liked it. So let's go back a notch, because I ran an addictions treatment program. Let's look about the options for people who are suffering from alcoholism. There's counseling, absolutely yes, and there's AA, which is hardcore abstinence in groups. And there's a couple of medications. There's acamprosate, naltrexone, and disulfiram, antabuse. Now, the first two, acamprosate and naltrexone, don't particularly make you feel good. In fact, what they do is they take away the pleasure of alcohol. The disulfiram, antabuse, makes you violently ill if you combine it with alcohol. So there's nothing on that list that is actually attractive. So MEAI is actually attractive. You like consuming it. It's a pleasant experience. So there's nothing else like that in the world of addictions. And so here we have this molecule that helps people to stop addictive behaviors, and it's attractive to consume in itself. The aminoindane, MEAI is part of a group of molecules called the aminoindanes, and they're generally like stale MDMA. They're of interest to psychonauts who just love taking different molecules to see what they're like, but they're not really of interest to people who aren't dedicated psychonauts and like to experiment. So it's just this really interesting molecule. Now, I know one individual who took 25 dosages all at once, drank them all in one glass. Now, I can't imagine what that would be like. That would be such a bizarre thing to do. I would never do that myself. But when I asked him, what was that like? What he said is, I just wanted to lie down. So I said, why did you want to lie down? Were you able to walk? Were you sedated? And the answer is that he just wanted to lie down because he felt everything was in balance. He had achieved homeostasis. So when you've achieved homeostasis, you have nothing to do. So he wasn't sedated. He wanted to lie down, not because he couldn't move. He wasn't, his gait was not impaired. He could walk easily, but he just had achieved homeostasis, which is absolutely fascinating. So the company decided to do some anecdotal. Actually, it wasn't the company. It was before the company was formed. The inventor of this decided to find out how many people experienced MEI. So he found a woman who lived in an impoverished neighborhood in I think it was Boston or somewhere, and she started holding MEAI parties. And there were 2 deals. To come to the party, you had to do 2 things. One is be dosed with MEAI as you walked in the door, and the other was fill a questionnaire as you left. And what you did between those 2 was up to you. And she filled 1 table full of alcohol, and it was everything. It was beer, it was wine, it was whiskey, it was vodka, it was the whole thing. Any alcohol you'd possibly ever want was on 1 table, and the other table was full of food, whatever you want. And there's tons of different kinds of food. And it was interesting. I asked her how many of the people that came to you, and she did this repetitively with her neighbors, kind of again and again and again. And she asked, or I asked her, how many people that came to that would you describe as being alcoholic? And she said, probably about half of them. And the results from the survey is, it was a scale between 1 and 5. And so it was about a 4.5. Most people gave it a 5 for drinking less, because it does seem to stop people from drinking, but they also enjoyed the experience. So here's this substance that helps you to stop drinking, and it's really positive to take, which is curious. But also she noticed that people also didn't eat as much. And many people who would have showed up would have just binged on the food, because many of the people who were coming didn't have access to a lot of food. So she became interested in, is this helpful for binge eating? So then enough anecdotal evidence had built that the company Clear Mind Medicine was formed, and it's been building ever since. And so they started by doing rat work. So you have to, in order to turn a molecule into a medicine, you have to do a clinical trial. You have to do the clinical trial pathway. So that means preclinical toxicology at first, where you give it to a whole bunch of rodents. And it's been interesting because the first observation is it's safe. That's the first thing you have to prove. Is it safe in rats? And it's about as safe as psilocybin, which is remarkably safe. It's one of the safest molecules around. So MEI, so far, through the lens of rats, is a very safe molecule. And then they decided to start, and they also gave it to alcoholic rats. I didn't actually even know that you could create an alcoholic rat. And lo and behold, alcoholic rats drank less when you gave them MEI. But then they started to experiment and go a little bit wider, and they found an obesity researcher, somebody who just studies different molecules on obese rats. And it was fascinating what he discovered when he gave them MEI. And I would describe it as being a normalizing agent. And let me give you one example. There are many examples, but here's just one. So he measured their movement very, very precisely. They had all of these sensors in the cage, and there were tons of sensors. So every little movement was recorded by their computers. And what he noticed, or what he knows, is that obese rats don't move very much. They just tend to lie around, and they're very lethargic. That's the nature of obesity. And if you give rats a stimulant, they move in a very specific way that is erratic and agitated. And so he looked at the movements when he gave them MEI, and they weren't stimulated, which makes sense because that isn't an experience of MEI, but they normalized their movement. And so they started to move the way a normal rat would move. And by that, I mean, they would get on this wheel, this voluntary exercise wheel, and they would start to exercise. When they, I hate animal studies for what they do, but when they opened up the rat and looked inside, what they found is the MEI treated rats had normal livers, or their livers were becoming normal, because when you overfeed or you feed a rat an obese creating diet, then what they get is a very, very fatty liver, and it's full of white goop. And when they fed them MEI and they opened them up and they look at the livers looked normal. And then they looked at their various metabolic pathways, and what they found is that the rats had become normal in that as well. Their way of producing insulin or managing insulin had become the same. So it was fascinating how they found that MEI produced this normalizing response on obese rats. And then they said, well, what happens if we give MEI to rats who have a choice between sugar water and regular water? And they weren't obese, they're just regular rats. And what they noticed is regular rats will drink a fair amount of sugared water. And even when they have the choice, you can have sugar water in one corner, you can have regular water in the other, and regular rats tend to go for the sugar. And when they gave them MEI, it shifted their preference towards just water. So they became healthier without any requirement for them to do that. So it's a kind of a normalizing healthy behavior that you start to see when rats consume MEI, which is just absolutely fascinating. So the way the company's thinking about this is you could use MEI in a number of different ways. You could use it as an alcohol replacement where you simply sell it a little shot and you take it because it feels good. And so it's a less alcohol, as you probably know, is really, really harmful. It damages every organ in the body. So if there was something out there that could replace alcohol, that gave people a pleasant tipsy feeling where they were relaxed, de-stress them, they feel close to other people and feel somewhat euphoric, it would be better for our whole society. So we could, Clear Mind Medicine could sell it as an alcohol replacement. Or, I mean, ideally, in my little fantasy world, if I had a magic wand, I would require all alcohol to have MEI included with it, because that would mean that people could still drink alcohol and they would enjoy it more, but there would be no more alcoholism. It would simply stop alcoholism because you'd stop drinking after having X number of drinks. It depends how much they put in there. But one of the questions that many people are pondering right now is, what other addictions is it useful for? Because we know it's useful, or we have really good evidence that it's useful for alcoholism. We have some evidence that it's useful for obesity and, binge eating. I personally believe that I think it would probably be helpful for any kind of compulsive type behavior. So something like crack cocaine. If you just feel simply satiated, would you stop smoking crack cocaine? My belief is yes. I don't know for sure. That work hasn't been done. Would it help with gambling addiction, which is also quite compulsive? That one, I don't know. I don't know if you're drinking MEI as you're pulling the arm of a one-armed bandit. I have no idea if that would help or not. Shopping addiction, I don't know. But it's certainly an interesting molecule that has significant potential. And I have enjoyed my work with it. Okay, that's me talking for half an hour. I'm open for a discussion, guys. Let's talk about psychedelics. What would you like to know? Any questions or comments?
I have a question. I was thinking about what you were just suggesting, and I was like, well, what if you saw something on the bottles that had this substance that said, it's kind of like a way to show, kind of like a moralizing way to show we're a alcoholic drink that is part of this movement to stamp out alcoholism. It just seems like there could be peer pressure within like the community, kind of like a green friendly environmental movement kind of vibe to it, where it feels like it's part of a social movement to care about the justice of alcoholism and how we can stamp it out. Like, I think that's like kind of like a moral posturizing perspective or position to take, but it does seem like that's been very effective, like with other areas where you're trying to elicit social change with like something that's, quite common to the public in terms of alcohol. Like that's such a common denominator in our society. But when I first heard about this drug, I was fascinated by the idea of how it would apply to my friends that are addicts with other things like the overeating or like the gambling. So I think it's fascinating that this could be applying to so much, because this could forever change the 12-step model, which tells us we are powerless, because this kind of gives you back your power, and now we are the powerful, right? And so I think that really changes that power imbalance thing, which for me harkens to the Calvinistic qualities of our culture that are very much like shaming and, like you've got some kind of father figure over you and so forth. So if you can dictate your own well-being and control your own consumption about something that we've been taught has control over us, like these addictions, fill in the blank, whatever addiction, I feel like we could transform society, because we're really changing that addiction model. And it's one of the last few vestiges or what have you that they have to, I think, control us.
I agree with everything you've just said. Thank you, Leo. Other comments, please. And we can talk about any psychedelic, we can talk about 5-MeO-DMT, whatever you want to talk about, any psychedelic.
Do you guys see me, Avia? My Zoom is not working well.
I can hear you, Avia, but I can't see you.
Oh, okay. Well, what I wanted to just kind of weigh in and say was that, what we're working with are fundamentally two different models that we have to somehow bring together. And one is the architecture of the brain, and the other is the architect of society. And so bringing it back to Iboga, which was sort of the starting point for this conversation. What Iboga does is it essentially retrains your neuroplasticity. It rebalances all of your tolerances. And then from just a cultural perspective, in an indigenous sense, which is what I weighed on at the beginning of this conference earlier this morning, it calls you to do the self-work. And it's a weird parallel to a 12-step method where you're called upon to do the self-inventory. And at the same time, traditionally speaking, you are called upon to regain your connections with your family and your ancestors. And I think it's pretty safe to say anyone that's had a flood dose of Iboga or Ibogaine would have experienced that. That being said, I'm not familiar with the chemical compound you've been speaking about for the last 30 minutes, but I would venture to say, without having much knowledge of it, and perhaps I'm wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the difference is that Ibogaine has that ability to completely chemically detox you and reset your neural pathways and your tolerances. So it's definitely something that can be a replacement therapy, and that's what a lot of addiction therapists and totalists and people that would like to call it a cure, they don't want to hear that like it can be microdosed. It can be microdosed. It can be something that you can have it like as an everyday entheogenic psychedelic plant medicine that might reset your brain chemistry on a daily basis. And from what I understand and what I witnessed, it seemed to be very pleasurable for people. Like when I was doing it in Gabon, it did not taste good. I did not enjoy it. Like all of the youth culture around me seemed to be really enjoying it. And so there is this whole dichotomy between just pleasure and personal maintenance as like an armor against the world. And there's a little bit of a difference when something has the physiological power to dip into your brain and reset your neurochemistry to the effect that you no longer have a physical addiction. And I say this as someone who has problems with alcohol, but has never taken opiates and doesn't really rely on substances from a day-to-day level. But I understand that everyone is trying to just get by. And there is this weird cultural mix where we all want to feel like we're doing the right thing and be absolutists and quote unquote good people. And it's kind of the antithesis to the pleasure principle. And so like, there's nothing wrong with feeling good, but like, at what point do we recognize these different drugs as being something that makes you feel good and get by, and being something that's like this deep inner experience, which actually resets everything? Because to me, it seems like there's a huge difference between those two propositions.
Well, let me comment on a few things you've said. So thank you. I appreciate everything you've just said. But let's go back to talking about Iboga being the plant and Ibogaine being the drug in the plant. I remember having a client once who would take it partly because initially, I mean, it eventually got off heroin, but he would find that if he took enough heroin, he would build up a tolerance and he would have no ability to get high on heroin anymore. So he would take Ibogaine to reset his receptors so he could once again get high on heroin. I found that fascinating. I mean, even the fact that anything could work that way, anything could essentially reset his receptor sites to baseline, was absolutely fascinating. I mean, through that process, he did achieve recovery from heroin addiction. But the chemistry of that is fascinating. Now, there's a physician out there called Ken Alper, who
I know Ken Alper very intimately, and in fact, he gave me personal thanks in his first book on Ibogaine, which was the result of the symposium in 1999 in NYU.
Well, then you will
He's-
know that one of
he's an
Ken's
excellent
interest is
fellow.
in ibogaine deaths, because one of the things about ibogaine is it is one of those psychedelics that can actually kill you, and there are ibogaine deaths. And my understanding of his work is he basically, when anybody died anywhere, he would contact the coroner and contact the service provider and contact, anybody else around it and try and figure out what happened. And essentially, he eventually concluded that there are some people that are inappropriate for ibogaine. And it was interesting, the one of my MAPS Canada, the chair of the board of MAPS Canada, was an ibogaine service provider. And he had somebody who came to him and they lied about their cardiovascular test. And the person almost died. I mean, they wound up in a coma in hospital. It was absolutely horrible. It was horrible for the service provider, and it's probably quite horrible for the person who almost died. So ibogaine brings with it risk factors that probably I don't think any other psychedelic has. So you have to be incredibly careful with it and really carefully screen people. And essentially it comes down to, I think there's a number of things, but the main one is the QT interval. So let's talk about that for a second. So if you think about a heart rate, if you just think about having a heart rate that appears on a monitor, there's a blip up and it comes back down to baseline, goes along, and then there's a blip down and then goes back to normal. The distance between the blip up and the blip down is called the QT interval. When that gets elongated, then it shows that you are cardiovascularly challenged, and it's fairly easy to measure. So people need to go and get their QT interval tested, and then they will know how cardiovascular fit they are, and you can screen out people that have a reasonable chance of dying on you. And often, if you've injected enough heroin in your veins, you've also probably damaged your heart. And we could explain why that is, but it's harmful. And so people often show up trying to heal themselves, but they have pretty significant challenges with their health at the same time. And you actually have to be pretty healthy to take ibogaine and not have a risk of death. Any other comments about any psychedelic at all?
Hi, I just want to say thank you. As some of you have been on here, I have heard, I've been in late stage alcoholic since since about 19. And I started an eating disorder when I was about 7. And CPTSD and 10 years worth of really intensive trauma therapy and all of that. And when I really love what you are sharing and how you are sharing it in the scientific way, like instead of being like, hey, this is my experience, strength and hope, but like, because something about that has been riling me up. And there was a specific line that you referred to, which is getting it to a point where we could just enjoy it pleasurably. And my first response inside of me is, holy fuck, like, like I can't do that, right? Like I can't do microdosing. I've tried that, like it gets, and again, I was in a very different situation, but there is a part of me that, like I was writing about this today, I have sought every single kind of way to try to find myself through my own means and like not avail myself to, spirit or other people. And so it's not that I feel like I'm cognitively afraid of seeing what's underneath that and pursuing it, but like this fear of what I have seen myself, the way that I've seen myself behave with like that, like backseat pleasurable thing, if that translates.
Thank you for sharing. It looks like you are like the rest of us, all of us in this room, are on a healing journey. And I appreciate your sharing some details of your healing journey with us. So it's interesting. Let's just talk about, I won't talk about your particular journey because I don't know you, but I will talk about how psychedelics can be used for healing, because it's not simple. You know, I think that there's some pitfalls on the way. So let's talk about the pitfalls. One of the pitfalls is there's a chart out, there's an image out there that many people use in PowerPoint slides. It's very common, that has two circles of brain network connectivity. And the first one is, you know, the normal brain, and then the one on psilocybin, where there's a whole lot more connections get formed. If you've seen any PowerPoint presentations on that, you probably can visualize that image. So the message is that psychedelics help form new connections in the brain and promote neuroplasticity. Now, the curious thing about it is that is actually true. The more evidence that we have, the more we look at different psychedelics, the more we see that many of them do have that neuroplasticity thing. So let me just talk about what neuroplasticity is, and then I'll talk about the warning that comes with that whole way of thinking about it. If you're a skier and you start on the top of the mountain and you have a big slope in front of you and there's well-worn tracks in front of you, you tend to slide into those tracks and use those existing tracks. If there's been a fresh dump of snow, you go wherever you want and you don't follow the tracks. So essentially, the brain that is neuroplastic does things that are different, and different parts of the brain can do different things, which is exactly what healing is all about. Now, that's a useful way of thinking about some of the things that happen when people take psychedelics, but it also has a pretty significant problem associated with that thinking. And I'd like to share what that is. Because if you believe that taking a psychedelic is a bit like getting your car fixed, that produces a problem. So when I take my car to go and get fixed, it's doing this bang, bang, bang thing, or squeak, squeak, squeak thing. I take it to the mechanic. I go away. I go and have lunch. I go for a walk. I don't know what's going on in the mechanic's interaction with my car. I have nothing to do with it. I'm not there for the experience. And then later on, I come back and my car is fixed. And all I need to know is the bang, bang, bang isn't there anymore, and I drive out happy. People who believe that that's true for psychedelics tend to have worse outcomes than people who believe and really understand they have to be there for the process. Integration is everything. So taking a psychedelic and saying, I'm just going to rewire my brain actually doesn't work very well. But what psychedelics tend to offer us, it's not just you, it's all of us, is access to some of our unconscious material. I think MDMA is particularly good for that. MDMA in the context of therapy. So taking MDMA and going out dancing is not a therapeutic experience. Might be a lot of fun. You might really enjoy it. You might feel close to the people around you, but it's not therapy. Therapy is when you're lying down, you have eye shades on, you have headphones on, and you're really going internal. And you're allowing that permeability between the conscious and the unconscious mind to open up so you can actually go and start exploring what's going on inside your unconscious mind. And then you come out of that experience, and what the therapist will hopefully ask you is, what are you going to do with those insights? And how are you going to change things? And it's the recognition and the changing of behavior, changing relationships, for example. One of the first insights many people have is my relationship doesn't work. You know, I need to go find a different relationship. That's a very, very common first insight that people have when they emerge from the psychedelic experience. So then navigating that terrain of fixing their relationships or leaving or finding whatever they need to do, either get in, get out, or change, and getting healthy in the context of relationship is very much part of the psychedelic experience. So there's kind of two different things that happen with people for psychedelic healing. So I've just described the MDMA thing. The psilocybin or the LSD path of healing, or ayahuasca, is completely different. It's about having a ego disorienting experience where you go off somewhere else and you meet your maker and you have a sense of, I mean, it's interesting. There's a thing that researchers use called the MEQ, the Mystical Experience Questionnaire. Some of the questions on that are amazing. Things like, did you experience oceanic boundlessness? Did you believe that all was one? You know, these kind of questions. If people have these kind of experiences and actually understand that we are just a tiny little speck of living tissue in a huge, massive consciousness called the universe, it really changes how we think about the challenges that we have in our lives. So that sense of awe, wonder, beauty, and mystical experiences help us to heal because it gives us context. And then we have to take that context that we have that's new and then make the changes in our lives that we need to make. And at the end of the day, if we don't form healthier relationships with people, none of this helps. If you go back to, and you probably have heard, there's set, setting, and dosage is what people always talked about, the three main predictors of a positive outcome. Set being your expectations, who you are when you walk in the door. Setting being the environment of the experience. Is it a safe container or not? Are you, in a car driving with people screaming at you? So that's a poor set. Lying down in a very safe environment is a very skillful set. Ceremonial structures produce a beautiful container of safety, and that's all about the setting. And dosage is what are you taking and how much? But there's a fourth variable, which I think is really useful to think about. And there's actually an academic paper that was produced on this. And she introduced the concept of a matrix. And the matrix is what's your home environment that you go back to? Because if you go back to an abusive environment, it's not going to work. All those things that you did, if you go home and you're mocked for the experience, it's not going to help. So really setting, safety, and dosage and matrix are the predictors of a positive outcome. Thank you for the question, and I wish you luck on your healing journey. Exactly. I put my hand over my heart to you. Any other comments or questions?
I was just gonna say, I like, also when you brought up Matrix, I don't know if this is what you're touching on, but it's all one and the same, the inside and the out, but I think of like the Matrix as your thought patterns that you have control over, that actually will end up influencing your outer circumstances. So like you have the power to do like affirmations, especially while utilizing the tool of psychedelics to really change your outward experience, just by kind of locking in, a steady matrix internally of like positive thinking.
Absolutely. And so let's talk about that, because so ideally what psychedelics will do is change the three aspects of humanity, which is thinking, feeling, and behavior. So I really talked about behavior before, but thinking and feeling also needs to change. I mean, we all get caught with negative thought patterns, where we have repetitive thought patterns that just chase us around and influence our way of seeing the world. And our thought patterns vary widely, but we all experience that. And so notice the first thing that psychedelics can do is you start to notice your thought patterns, because it gives you an awareness of the fact you're thinking, which is actually quite huge, because many people just live out their thought patterns. They never reflect on their thought patterns. They have this thing that the world is whatever, the way they have a social or a construction that they've built in their heads as to how the world is. And they're busily telling people that this is the way the world is all the time. And psychedelics allow you to go back a notch and say, hang on a second, I've built this view of the world and now it's rattling around in my head all the time. Maybe I want to change my view of the world. And psychedelics give you enough objectivity to allow you to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to say too much because I'm moderating next and I only have like 7 minutes of stuff to say. So I was hoping people would participate, and then I'm getting nervous now that it's just going to be a lecture. So I don't want to, but whatever. I just, I've had a psychedelic experience. The first one that I had that really opened my eyes while I was homeless and living out on the streets in LA, smoking meth every day and like being a blackout drunk. And I had the psychedelic experience that really showed me just how much of
you know, the outward world is of just a reflection of what's happening inside of me. And it was like so abundantly obvious. It was almost like a cheat code in a way. I mean, it's not, because like there's so many times in life where I don't see it that plainly, but I got the blessing of seeing it so clearly that day that changed everything. Took years before, you know, I was able to get out of the meth and all that. But anyways, that was like this pivotal turning point in my life, because that's what the psychedelic did, was they showed me that I have more power over my life than I realized, like a lot more.
Thank you for sharing, Rob. I appreciate that you are also, like the rest of us, on a healing journey. And you've come a long way. To moderate one of these events, having had your history, is pretty impressive. So congratulations. I applaud the strides that you have taken so far.
Thank you.
We have a couple more minutes, guys, before I hand this off to Rod.
I have a comment. It was about the idea that, you know, this kind of effort could undermine a lot of the addiction industries that make a lot of money off people in pain and sorrow and kind of pathetic passivism. So I'm just wondering if you are concerned about this kind of work being deliberately suppressed or resented or seen as a threat, because I just feel like there's, like, beyond a pharmaceutical mafia, there's other types of mafias in the world that really get off.
The alcohol sales mafia, for example.
Yeah, just all of it. Sorry, I thought I was muting someone. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen that. I don't know if Labatt's or Molson's or Bud Light will see us as being a threat. And they might. And I don't know quite how they'd influence that, other than buying us out and shutting us down. I guess that's always an option. I haven't seen that, but I can understand if they saw us coming down the pipe, they have reason to be concerned.
But you could meet with them ahead of time and say, hey guys, how about you guys be the leaders? There's nothing you can do to stop this. How about you be the leaders and you take the bull by the horns, just like BP taking on electronic vehicles.
Absolutely. Yeah, good idea. Any final thoughts before we move on?
I have one. It's cocaine again. I'm partly working, so excuse my on and offness. So I guess this is just coming from a fear part of me, but I'm so curious because like a part of me is like, oh man, I've been trying to delve out my like stuff for so long. And I've had so many experiences where it was like taking a helmet off and being like, wow, I was thinking that way. And then it happens again and again and again, thank God. And
sorry.
But I thank you. But when you speak to the matrix, I mean, it also makes sense as to why doing psychedelics in the environment that I did before was not super helpful. But I guess there's a part of me that is so afraid of being with myself because I've seen what I do. Like it just is such a distrust in myself. Like I've gotten a few years in sobriety here and I've gotten cessation of this stuff here, you know, and then I enter, you know, and it's, you know, and I know the context would be, I need to believe that I want to do this and right. And like, I want to show up and I feel that so alive in me, yet I know that there's ways that I'm hiding from myself. So I'm curious if any of your patients have brought any of that up in your research.
Thank you for sharing. Because we're out of time, I will just offer something. What I hear you have just done is you have remarkably self-disclosed. You've told me quite deeply who you are in this world, and you've done it quite beautifully. And so the clarity about who you are is remarkable. And my guess is if you find people around you who you can share that deeply with, they will reflect back love to you. And you will see yourself in other people's eyes as having value and, quite frankly, being wonderful.
Thank you for your replies, for listening, and for your service to all of us.
You are so welcome. Thank you for sharing who you are with us. I appreciate it.
Okay, well, Rob, do you want a big introduction or a small introduction?
Goodbye,
Oh.
everybody.
Are you leaving?
Yeah, I got a dog to take care of.
All right. See you later.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Bye then.
Mark.
Bye
Yeah,
then.
let's do a big one because, like, I mean, I'm not worried. I always come up with stuff, and it seems like more people are participating. I'm glad Rick showed up. So, but yeah, let's fill up some time. Let's hear. I need some.
You could also, like, for me, if you like people having their cameras on, you could ask people to put their cameras on an inanimate object, like Casey Jones put it on his little fire, and then his dog just ran by.
I just want to know if you're willing. Sorry, if you're willing to participate. If I could maybe just like just do the hand raise or just say here if you're willing to do like participate in conversation.
Here, I'm just gonna get coffee.
Yeah, like I'm here. I can't get my camera to work on my laptop, but like I'm here.
Okay, beautiful. All right, yeah, go ahead, introduce me, whatever you want, and then am I supposed to introduce me?
Okay, I wasn't catching that total miscommunication. Okay, so now we are moving on to Rob Conroy, who is a comic in the Seattle area and who is here to talk about addiction and plant medicine and his story. Welcome, Rob.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to be here, and I'm really happy. There's a lot of participation. So yeah, my name is Rob Conroy. I'll quickly get into kind of what got me here. I briefly mentioned that I was in Los Angeles, had a psychedelics experience, really got to see that my perception of how I see the world, what I think is connected and ripples out to all of my subjective experience. So it was really like connecting me to what I call God. We don't need to use that term if there's people here that don't like that. I mean, maybe the omnipotent mind that we all reside in and are part of and connected to subconsciously. So I really got to see that. And it gave me this insight to that I had. Awesome. Andrea loves God. Good. So yeah, it showed me that I have more power over my circumstances than I realized. Now, this was an insight that I believe there's, in divine timing. So I can't say that I wasn't ready for it. However, my actions over the next couple of years would have made at least appeared that way because I became very, I was more like material oriented. I knew that now I had this power that I thought that I could control things with my mind because I saw it on this psychedelic experience. And I actually, from that point, I was living in LA, homeless, smoking meth, drinking. I just got kicked out of this place that I'd been living at for a year for free. Didn't even recognize that that even was part of it all, and all the support. So I'd already burnt every bridge possible. I'm living in Los Angeles. I was trying to, pursue comedy and stuff, but instead I was just pursuing meth and hanging out in the parks on the street. And so I decided after that experience, I wanted to go back to Seattle, but I had no money. But now with my newfound abilities that I thought I had, I was like, you know what, I can just, I can believe my way home and I'll hitchhike. And I did. I remember I actually left on a full moon. And then I remember I was in Northern California and there was another full moon. So it was over 28 days and I still hadn't gotten out of California. But I remember that I had this big temper tantrum and I was picking up sticks and hitting trees and yelling at God because I didn't understand that I had just seen that I was so connected to everything. Why the hell am I still stuck in fucking California? And then it's interesting that from that point, the next day, I actually I found, I was wandering around and I found this cardboard sign. Something told me to go look in this pile of garbage. And I'm like, okay, I went and looked, my intuition said, go look. And then on the sign, it said north, please. which was where I was going. So I just held that sign, and I'm telling you, I got picked up. I instantly got up to Washington. Everyone was like, that sign's amazing. You know, it said, please, that's the magic word. And like, so I went from like slowly, took a whole month just to make it like 100 miles to like getting instantly up to like Northern Oregon, where I then hung out and like went to a rainbow gathering and like really started enjoying my time and stuff. Still obviously like in the throes of my addiction. It wasn't until after the pandemic, or, you know, not really after the pandemic, during the pandemic, when I really started kind of losing my, like this bondage to my addictions. And I really can't, I mean, we can touch on all that. I can't really say like what I did for that to happen. I just think that I really believe it was because I put that intention out there many years ago to be free of it. And just like through the circumstances and things that I've learned, I eventually kind of hit that point. Yeah, I mean, a huge part of that was utilizing psychedelics. Now what I've been doing for like plant medicine, I use a lot of CBD every day. I'm not, you know, I use marijuana pretty often at night for like, just to like contemplate on and do some introspective things, help me sleep. Lucky for me that I was never like I don't really love being stoned. So it's never like a big problem. I don't want to do it all the time during the day or anything. So yeah, I utilize marijuana quite often. And then when I feel called, I tried microdosing, and it's just, for me, it's not something that I really feel like is too beneficial. I think I really see it helping a lot of people. For me personally, I spend most of my time either just like utilizing CBD or being sober. And then probably once every couple months, I just went on a mushroom journey a couple weeks ago, and I'll do, you know, a psychedelic mushroom journey when I feel called to every few months. And really, like I said, for me, it's just a reminder that, you know, what I'm thinking, what thoughts are going on in my brain, that I have been blessed with the power to control and influence, is going to reflect out on my experience. And it's just so how important those are. And so when I need that reminder, sometimes the mushrooms will come and I'll get that reminder, and then I'll get back to like just kind of going through my day, really focused on, you know, being aware of the way I'm thinking and shifting into like an abundance mindset, a positive mindset. I do a lot of I am statements. Just anytime that I have like free time, if I'm just like doing the dishes or something, I'll like repeat in my mind, like, I am successful, I am loved, I am loved. And it's amazing. Like, I just say it from like a neutral place. So like I started where I didn't even believe it. I don't believe, like, you know, they say you got to believe. I would just neutrally say, like, matter of factly, I didn't think it was going to be so you know, make such an influence. But if you just like, for me at least, doing these affirmations every day, I'm seeing like major results. I'll say even things like, I am, you know, I have sovereignty and control. I'm not an addict, anything. And it really works. I mean, I don't, you know, like, I was a blackout drinker, and I don't have any desire to drink, but I have a few times in the last couple of years, and, you know, I can stop whenever I want to. Mostly I want to stop right away because I don't enjoy it anymore. I mean, just everything's changed. And, you know, I was in this 12-step program. I've tried that many times along the journey. I'm sorry, I'm kind of going back and forth, but I tried 12-step program in like 2017, kept trying 2018, and they gave me like a lot of good tools. I really believe in like figuring out your part and getting rid of resentments and all that stuff. Once again, like positive thinking. But yeah, there was just too much focus on like, you have to do it our way, or you you're going to, go out and you're going to go die or something, or you're going to end up in jail. You can never have another drink again, or you're going to go right back to where you were. And all these things are, I never felt they were true, and I'd fight them, but then I would go out and I would totally like blow it and get blacked out and crazy because that was in my head at the time. So, just through, like I said, lots of circumstances, and I'll like let whoever wants to talk or ask any questions. But yeah, I mean, so many circumstances and things got me to this point, but ultimately what I discovered is it's all what you tell yourself. You do need to be aware. I mean, if I am still aware that there is a part of me that where I came from is that darkness. So, I mean, it's not like I can just be like, oh, it's fine. I can smoke meth today and it'll be no big deal. Like, obviously, I still need to be aware of my shadow and recognize these things, but not be afraid. And also, just sort of self-mastery. So that's all I got for now, but maybe we'll do like, whoever wants to participate, say what psychedelics have done for you and what you've learned from them in your recovery, and then maybe a question for me or a statement.
I guess I'll go for a minute. This was a topic at a meeting last night too. I hadn't thought about this in a while, but every now and then I do ponder upon the 12 steps in my time, like going to those meetings and whatever. And so I first went to rehab when I was like 17 years old. I had to do like a 1-month program. It was court ordered for whatever reason. But that was like the first time I heard about, I have this disease and whatnot. And one of the things I remember them telling me is like, one hit off a joint or one Vicodin or one beer would trigger your disease, and you would go immediately back to the needle, and not only that, it would be like you never stopped, like as if you've been using that. One time I was out on like this hiking trip. Sorry, my dog's barking. Sorry. And I slipped and I split my knee open on this rock. Like, it was a pretty good gash. Like, I had to go to the ER and get it stitched up and everything. And the dude wrote me a prescription for like, 10 or 12 hydrocodone just to, get me through the next day. But I remember like thinking about that, like, no, it's good. Even my girlfriend at the time was just like, no, you can't really get it, trigger your disease. Like, she'd heard it at meetings too or whatever. But yeah, man, my leg was really hurting. So I ate the Vicodin, and like, I was kind of like paranoid a little bit for like, I was like 23 or so at that time. Like, I believed that for 5 years straight, and then like nothing ever happened. And it was just like, there was already like other stuff, I'd found with that, disagreeable about, the 12-step stuff. But yeah, that was just another one, like, what else have they gotten? Completely ass backwards, But anyway, all right. I guess that's all I have to say for now.
Can I say something?
Yep.
So, having grown up in the psychedelic community and within the addiction recovery community, what I can say about tobacco is that it is disproportionately condoned. And this is the product of capitalism. And tobacco is totally and completely okay because it doesn't interfere with anything. It doesn't make the worker less useful. It doesn't make us lay around thinking about our futures. It is the fuel for the proletariat, just like coffee is. Like, it's all just like on the table. Like, that's the reason why. And I've experiences with many people who have gone through recovery where they will be totally addicted to tobacco.
Yeah.
Here's why that's a problem. From a biological perspective, in addiction, there are different pathways in our brains. There are different neurological pathways, and we experience things. And every time we have that experience, it's like a skier going down a mountain hill. And you go from the top to the bottom, and then it's a key unlocking a door. And the problem there is that many drugs function on the nicotinic pathways. And this is something that is just like totally acceptable within Western society. And yet when you take psychedelics or you drink or you do anything outside of the realm of acceptableness, it's not like okay. And part of that is because we come from this Western American dry society. And we have this focus during Prohibition of outlawing not just alcohol, but any drug that could take us outside of this prospectus of capitalism. And so it makes sense that like we're all super focused on nicotine because it is actually the main pathway by which many drugs travel in your brain. And so like it's just a little bit ridiculous when we're talking about like, are we addicted to alcohol? Are we addicted to tobacco? Neither of which I do on a regular basis. The point is that capitalism is breeding this addiction. And when we're talking about which things feel best in our brain, it's because this is the type of society that we've grown up with, that was measured for us, that was built for us to function within. And so, I mean, is this a source of addictions? Like, yes, like we're all functioning from the perspective of hurt and pain. And like, can we do better? Yes. But when you have any sort of a religion or a medical diatribe, which is asking you to function completely outside of yourself, you have to question that. And, you know, the main difference that I see with Iboga is that it actually resets your neurochemical pathways. And it gives you that space to make those decisions. And it can give you that outside of a medical paradigm or a spiritual paradigm, or within those things. And time and again, and I say this as like the biggest critic of my hippie parents, time and again, it proves to me that there is actually truth to be had through healing. And that's what everyone is seeking. When you have an addiction, that's what everyone is seeking. That's all I'm going to say. And thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. That actually kind of made me think of something, because we're talking about Ibogaine and how it resets. I'm just want to see if I can, like, if anyone wants to help me flesh this out, because I still don't really know, as I've kind of made clear. Like, there's so where I am now is the product of like so many things that happen. Maybe we can try to figure this out, because I know Coquina, is that how you say it? Coquina, she was, you know, mentioning how she's afraid that if she like microdoses or smokes weed or whatever, in her experience, like they say in AA, even it'll just go really bad, right to the extreme. She'll do it, you know, we'll do it addictively. Now that's how I was for so long. Now I'm not. I know part of it was a whole year of absolute sobriety and just getting comfortable with myself being, because a lot of the reasons that I used was, yes, a lot to escape, but it started out as I figured out the first time I drank, I remember I was like the funniest guy in the room. The girl I had a crush on was totally into me. Like, I thought I had figured it out, the secret code to make me the guy I always wanted to be. I just needed a couple drinks, and then I was the winner. So like every drug that I ever did was because I was like, you know, then drinking got out of hand. So then I found, you know, Oxycontin. Okay, when I'm on, you know, some oxys, I don't want to drink, but I'm still cool. I'm like the best guy at work. And then oxys got out of hand. I had to get on methadone, wean off methadone. And then I got onto meth because the methadone post-acute withdrawals were so bad. And then meth, I became like the employee of the month. And once again, you know, same shit, different drug. So my thing that I did learn, and I learned this through psychedelics, was that I don't believe, like, I've been living a lie most of my entire life. I always was the guy under the influence that was so cool and like the life of the party. Hi, John. He's not really me. And so it took like a whole year of actually just pure sobriety where, you know, I started to learn that like who I really am. I'm okay. I don't need to be Mr. like, you know, make everybody laugh all the time, take all the attention on me. First of all, it like would also annoy people anyways. So it wasn't like, you know, a lot of it was just kind of delusion, but I just actually learned how to be okay with myself and trust myself that, yeah, social approval need, must all come to radical self. Like, yeah, exactly. Like radical self-acceptance. So I don't know, Coquina, like, have you radically accepted yourself? Are you, when you're in a room with other people, like, are you okay? Do you not need to feel that like they like you? I need their approval, because that's where we all need to work to get to, I think, if we want. I don't know, this is just me, because like that was more what I cared about, more than just escaping. It became an escape because I don't know, kept ruining my life. But the original problem was that I felt I needed these things to be better.
Thank you for sharing and the inquiry. I absolutely don't give a shit anymore. And believe me, I've literally tried to cut parts of my body off, and I used to smile with my lips sucked in because they were too big. Like everything about myself I hated. And I am sure that there's ways that I'm still hiding from that there because of patterns of behavior. But I have spent a lot of time learning to love myself in these really profound ways, and to the point where it's like, yeah, I walk around and I'm not caring like I cared, and it's such a good freedom. But mine is obliteration. You know, the first time I ever drank, I blacked out at 13, and I've been annihilating myself in some way. Like that's a word that always comes up when I do spiritual work, or even when I have my great therapists working with me. I'm going to have to listen now because we're going to go put some alcohol back into the house where I'm house sitting. So thank you. I'll be here. Bye.
Keeping it real, I could say something. Yeah, so Sean was showing me this, it was like a video, it was very interesting, and it was some scientific study, and it was showing how they did these psychological experiments with humans, and they gave them a visual diagram, and you had to match a line with another line in terms of length. Like you're shown a little bit of a line, and then in the picture, there's other lines to choose from, and you're supposed to choose the line that matches the height of the first line. So hopefully that makes sense. And so what happened was they did this psychological experiment over and over and over again, and they would have people that they planted like subversives or whatever,
Yeah.
and they would be like, no, man, like it's the third line. And like, you're the person doing the experiment and you're like, what the fuck? Like, I'm looking at this, my eyes work. Like, why can't, what world am I in where this person is seeing this other thing? But basically 2/3 of people will change their minds based upon peer pressure. And so when you understand like Nazi Germany and just different things that go down in our country and our world, there are like 2/3 of people that will just go along with the peer at their side or to their left or right based upon wanting to belong and wanting to be part of community. But the hope there is that there's 1/3 of people that are like, fuck you, that line doesn't match, you fucking fool. And so I feel like if the people that can look at the line and stand up to other people in a room where everyone is telling you you're wrong and you're able to say, I don't care, this is what I believe, that if those 1/3 of the human population could basically just kind of like form their own new society. I don't know if this relates at all to what you put out there, but I feel like I see so much negativity in the addiction field because I see so much self-hatred, so much encouragement in our society to hate ourselves. to compare ourselves to one another. And so I really feel like we're here to have a spiritual experience, and to learn what it means to be a human in this, flesh package. But I don't think that we're meant to sit around and compare ourselves with other people and hate ourselves like the whole time we're here. Like, I think we're supposed to have a good time and enjoy ourselves and do, our work and have fun and, share our gifts. But I feel like they teach so much self-hatred in our culture from such a young age that you're taught to doubt yourself, that really, I think it's very difficult to be that one third of society that stands up against whatever the social mores are. And right now the social mores are so fuck backward, like alcoholism, yay, and football stadiums, yay, and let's get all fucked up and like forget our miserable lives and be a slave to the man, yay, and we have power, we can fuck ourselves up, yay. And it's like such a mind fuck to be in this society, because you're like, I look around and everyone looks fucking miserable to me, like I don't know what's happening here, but people certainly don't seem that happy, right? And they don't seem that nice to one another. And I just feel like this society feeds on that division, and then it says, no, we'll create the problem and then we'll give you a solution, right? We'll make you fucking miserable and then we'll give you a solution. And guess what that solution is? It's cigarettes, like she was just talking about in terms of capitalism. It's alcohol, it's cocaine. They've got fentanyl coming across the border. They know that's coming, right? It's pharmaceuticals, like we're all sucking the pharmaceutical dick, So I could just go on and on, but I don't know if that relates at all to what
you know what you're talking about, the sheeple who took the jab. No, I'm just kidding. That's we thought that's like a divisive thing. I don't want to talk about that. It's like we talked about it before, Leo, what I just said. I think that whole thing is to get us more divided. It doesn't matter if you took it or not, honestly. But yeah, no, a couple things that made me think of is like, it's really important. Something that that's really helped with my recovery is like who you surround yourself with, who in a way, life is like this spiritual game, and like there's all these players, and some of the players' job is to infect you with doubt and make you doubt and resent and hate yourself. So I think it is really important to really know yourself and not listen if you feel something in your soul, and you don't need to, like, I think for me my biggest problem was I would always fight everybody. Like, I knew that they were wrong in AA, and I would just say, all I would do is just keep going and yell at them, and then I would go out and drink and then like prove them right every time, because I was so adamant about proving them wrong, because ultimately I hadn't fully awakened to like truth yet. So I was in this like weird denial stage. But what I ultimately learned is like, I was right. Some of the stuff that I'd always combat them with and fight them with, and then they try to like shame me and box me in. And I, eventually once I realized how right I was, I just became okay with that. And then it's like, people can tell you whatever that you want, and you know the truth. I don't you got anything, Rick?
Listening. No, I guess not. Sorry.
No problem.
I was going to say I can go. I was just enjoying the conversation because a lot of what people have been saying is true. It's like, funny enough, last week I went to a webinar about like drug use for like preventing kids from like I guess with cannabis becoming legalized in many states. They try and prevent a lot of potential addictions, but it was like listening to it, and I've been out of high school now like 20 years. I'm like, oh, you guys are still using the same methods back then, and it doesn't add up. Like they were talking about, they were using one example of like some college students, they might wake and bake in the morning, and then they're kind of doing it throughout. And I'm like, yeah, if you are a new person at a school, a university that is nothing like high school, you're responsible, you're an adult. It's a lot of pressure on an 18-year-old kid that if you weren't taught this, you're going to flounder. If you don't have anything to help you, you're going to flounder. And I'm like, yeah, I would do the same thing too, you know? And I'm thinking to myself, like, are the classes too hard? Do they not like the subject they chose? Do they not, there's other reasons that drive people to do what they do. And it's like, until you get to the bottom of that, you're not going to know, like, why, even that person is not going to know, like, why am I going this route? This, like for me, I had like a bit of addiction to cannabis during the early days of the pandemic. Plus, I was in an emotional, verbal, abusive relationship, and I'm trying to work on a master's degree, and I'm working from home. I had a lot of things out of my control that I'm just trying to manage with. And so I had access to cannabis through my ex at that time. I'm smoking most of the day because I'm tired of looking at the news. I mean, it was like some weird social experiment. It's just like, and I'm like, I started going out more for walks, and I was finding peace. And I kind of see it now as I was doing like almost a rite of passage, just to like I would get high and go for a walk, and I live in a city. So crossing streets while high, and there's something I don't do because I prefer to be at home while high. But I said, fuck it, I don't care, and traffic wasn't that heavy. So I'm like, yeah. And doing those kind of experiments by myself, because my ex would just stay in the apartment all day. I'm like, I can't sit up in this place all day and look at TV and be, I'm constantly in this damn box. I got to get out. So I started to do that. And then that's when I started to push myself and challenge myself and started to grow in ways I never had before, because I just never had that time to rest. I always had to get up and go, got to be here, got to be there. What time is it? Oh my goodness, I only have a little bit of time for myself. And it's like, yeah, the pandemic didn't happen, I don't know where I'd be. I might be dead. I might be hospitalized. I mean, eventually I got my addiction to it under control once I removed myself from the situation. But like you said, it's about also, who do you surround yourself with? Are they enablers? Are they helping you, or are they harming you? Are they making the situation worse? And if they are, that's when it's going to become a separation. And that's hard when we are social creatures. And so now you have to shed a lot of those old people and old habits. And that's a process. It's not an overnight thing. And there's going to be hiccups. And I'm like, oh, I better understand addiction, because I had my own a little bit. And I actually saw where I was about to turn into an alcoholic. I'm like, that is not my style of how I handle things. And I had to realize it was so many things. I mean, thank God I go to a therapist, and I work on myself, but it's a work in progress. It doesn't come overnight. It comes over time. And that's what a lot of people fail to realize. I'm like, no, there's so much to this. It's also with your lineage. If you may not even know, like, alcoholism runs in the family, but people keep it hush hush because they're embarrassed. And who wants to, like, oh yeah, your grandfather was an alcoholic? Like, nobody wants to really broadcast that. But sometimes you do need to say that, because then you start understanding, oh, this is why I do the things I do, because it runs in my family, but I never knew this because nobody said anything, or they just don't know themselves, and they just like, well, that's just how we handle things. And it's like, no, there's something more, but a lot of people just don't know.
Yeah, and that actually kind of made me have a thought about, because, the hanging out with people, and thank you very much for your input. I was just thinking about how, like, when it was before, like, my more clear awakening, I'd hang out with these group of friends, and I would do, I'd trip with mushrooms with them, smoke lots of weed with them. Every time, I'd always go to these, like, same groups of friends that didn't actually really want me. They're always like, remember I'd get high with these people, and I'd be like, they're so cruel to me. They're awful. And then I would just think that's like, oh, that's just in my head or whatever. Like, I was having a bad trip or something. But I realize now, looking back, like, I was just hanging out with people that were not my vibe, not my people. And I was just so desperate to, like, be somebody that I wasn't, that I would, like, continually go to these types of people that were like, that I actually was seeing quite clearly, especially under the influence of, certain medicines, that these people are not, they're like, for lack of a better words, are like demons, at least from my experience. I don't want to call another human being like a demon or something, but like the way that we were vibing, that's how the experience felt, subjectively to me. And like, it was like so many times I could have awakened to that, but instead it took like years and years of doing it. And then finally realizing like, oh, these aren't my people. And I'm like trying that. The reason they're actually like, they were probably awful to me is just because that's just the law of the universe. Like we weren't meant for each other. So it was like my fault because my part was I kept going to a place I didn't vibe.
I like what you just said, if you don't mind me saying. I mean, that really hit a point that I think we all go through, because, like I'm a child of the 60s for the most part. So, I kind of came in at the trail end of the Woodstock era and the generation. And then that was when LSD was at its height and it was coming out and then everything. And plus being a musician, I had access always to things like that. But I remember taking mescaline, I think it was, and going through a situation where, like you just said, I'm around all these people. It's like, these people are not my friends. Like, why am I even here? And it was at that point in time where when I came down the next day, I went looking for an apartment, got my own apartment, ended up by myself, and I was so happy. It's just some of those things happen and you realize they happen for a reason. But I've always believed in the power of the hallucinogenics, whether it's mushrooms or LSD or mescaline or whatever people want to do. It really does take you into a different part of yourself, and you start to become aware of things that you were kind of ignoring maybe in the beginning, weren't quite aware of, and you weren't aware of. If you're not aware that people are sneering behind your back, if you take a hit of acid, you're going to know they're doing that.
Yeah.
Right? But when you're not, you're oblivious to it, right? So they're sneering and you think it's all good, but it's not all good because they're not your friends. They're going to stab you in your back. They're going to cost you something in your life that, you didn't even realize because you were too foolish to realize that they were not your friends, right?
Yeah.
So now you make that switch and then you go on. So one of the things I can say is I've always had this thing about myself. Whenever I go through tough times, I read. I go to the library, to the bookstore, I get a book and I read. I read on what's going on at the moment and I try to make a good understanding. So when I was taking LSD, I was reading John C. Lilly, Center of the Cyclone, Charles Tartt's Altered States, and they were doing the studies, and going into the deprivation tanks. And my God, a lot of these guys came out of those tanks and sold all their belongings and went to find the guru somewhere in the Middle East. I mean, they knew there was something else going on, right? So once you become aware of your spiritual nature, you realize that materialism is something that's been hammered into our heads by America, right? You don't need all this stuff. What do you need this stuff for? But you go buy the stuff to make yourself feel better, but you don't feel any better because you still got to work harder. And then America stresses you enough. It's like you want to kill the pain of your existence. So hell yeah, go have a drink. Okay, forget about it. You're like, go to the ball game. Don't pay attention to the fact that the government's doing this to you intentionally. But I have always been a rebel against everything because I was right there at the tail end of the Vietnam War. And I remember how they were saying to us, oh, you got to sign up for the draft, right? And I was always like, fuck that. It's like, so they can come get me and send me to war. It's like, oh, hell no. At 17, that didn't make any sense to me whatsoever. It's like, how can another man demand that I give up my young life and I ain't even got started yet? That's a ridiculous notion. But yet, when the Vietnam Memorial came around and I went up and I looked at that monument and I realized that most of these men were 17, 19, 20, 21. America sent them to their death. And when they came back, they were shamed and ridiculed and they had trauma from that war of what they actually did, which is oh, you got to kill little people to get your freedom. It's like I met a general who went and did work for this man. He was in Vietnam and he said the same thing. He said it's a ridiculous idea to say that your freedom depends upon you killing these little people over here. But look, we all had to be rebels. We all had to say no. That's really what it comes down to. It's a tough position. It's a stressful position to be in. But once you awaken yourself a little bit, sometimes you can still just make better decisions. It took me a long time, but now I still am thankful that I had that position then. I still have it now. And even when it comes to lockdown, you know what? I'm going to get in my car and go wherever I damn well please. Ain't nobody going to tell me to lock down. And they can forget the mask thing ever again. I'm not playing that game.
I think more people are waking up to that, so that's good.
Yeah, it's like, look, I got documents that go back 10 years where they were talking about social distancing 10 years ago. They didn't tell you about it. They don't want you to know they were talking about it. But we all know about Agenda, what was it, Event 201, where they planned the whole pandemic out and then lost it the next year, just like that, right under your nose. Look, at that point in time, I had spent 30 years of my life digging into the history of this medical industry and the crap that these people have come up with, and who the hell promotes something that is so against health on all levels. But yeah, you keep going like moths to a flame to these places they call hospitals, and they're killing our relatives all the time, and they got highfalutin words to explain these highfalutin diseases and all these problems that we're afflicted with. And they got the cancer treatment, which is 95% failure. But anyway,
I'm getting, so I guess because we're on kind of what you're saying, but we're going to have to actually steer this direction somewhere else just because, big brother. So
we still got Big Brother on this. You know what? I did have some videos, Yank, but I will say this much.
Because we're on YouTube, so there's certain things we're not allowed to say.
I actually did a whole year of YouTube, not only YouTube videos, but I did a whole year of Zoom videos also. So that's okay. I do get a little going too far.
Oh, I get it, man. I get the passion, and I just want to, and we can get back to discussing more what you want to say. I just wanted to open it up real quick, just because I know there's a few people that don't have much time. So I just want to, if Cece wants to give any input.
Looks like he's got something to say.
Or Andrea, I hear you know a lot about it. Okay, Cece looks like she's.
Hey everyone, I'm Cece. I'm coming in from Connecticut, so East Coast representing, and it's, I don't know, probably close to 11. I don't know. I worked 14 hours in the hospital today, and my faculties and articulation are probably not optimal, but I wanted to come in and talk just a little bit about my experience as it pertains to addiction and psychedelics. I come from a couple of different angles. I have not experienced addiction personally. Though I have been a victim of it in many ways. If you can envision, being young and having your father beat up your mother because drug dealers are sending death threats and, the collateral damage of addiction. I also adopted my best friend's daughter when she was 15, though I had her for most of her life, also a result of addiction. So some addiction in my world, but I am not an addict. I also have experienced addiction in my many roles as a nurse. Both in behavioral health units as well as at the bedside and as an integrative nurse coach and psychedelic guide. The one thing I will say that I know for certain about addiction is it is the fear and manifestation. It is the manifestation of fear, and everything that fear likes to turn into, like pain and shame and violence, and it comes out in all sorts of ugly ways. I have seen a lot of progress in my clients. I do hear the story from time to time. You know, I took mushrooms once and I never touched heroin again. Things like that. Thank you, Andrea. And but I have not had any clients that have had that sort of outcome where it was just one day they were like, boom, it's great, I'm good. But I have seen with consistency progress at decreasing usage of whatever substance they is their substance of choice or substances of choice. I see that over and over and over and over again with my psilocybin clients. And I do hear stories of it in the hospital. The one thing that I feel particularly honored about is when I work in the hospital, a lot of patients will share with me what they will not often share with other providers. And I am acutely aware of the lack of trust in the healthcare system. So that is, I hear and feel the intensity of how that mistrust has come about. And I take that to heart. And so part of my work is in bridging the gap between healthcare and the people it's supposed to be helping. And I do that in two ways. Number one, as a nurse, having very uncomfortable conversations with providers and other healthcare professionals, making them aware of when they need to do better, and pointing out how important trust is. And then the other way is helping people not have their mistrust cost them in significant ways when it comes to their health. So that mistrust can sometimes be very self-defeating. And so when I'm at the bedside or when I'm working with people, this is sort of where I stand. And that's my experience with addiction. And Leo asked that I share a little bit about my experience. And so it's nice to meet you all. And there you have it.
Thank you very much, Cece. I appreciate that. I hope you're learning as well. I appreciate the knowledge.
The learnings.
Okay. Andrea, do you want to talk about addiction and exorcism at all? Well, we got like 10 minutes.
Like exorcism?
Well, yeah, it was a topic I hear that she's very aware of, so I'd like to know if she has any input at all. No? Okay. I got excited about it when I heard that, though, because I actually don't know. I'm not like too into, I mean, I definitely feel like I've experienced and seen like negative entity attachments all around me. I feel like as soon as I started working on my like affirmations and really controlling my conscious mind, that I don't really experience them like I did before. I don't know if they're like actually real beings or just like, manifestations of my own mind. So I definitely, that's why I got excited when she said that, because I am into that kind of stuff. Like I definitely, part of what helped me to gain a little more mastery of my mind was like seeing all the negative thoughts as like a demon trying to manipulate or take control of my sovereignty. It really helps you to like identify with it yourself. So like I didn't really care if it was real, like actually this is what it is, or that was just some kind of metaphor I was making up. But I could definitely like see them and things like that, like weird little entities. And yeah, so I heard addiction and exorcism. I got excited. But if anyone else has anything to say about that, like or if they've experienced any kind of woo-woo crazy shit and like took it to heart on psychedelics, I'd love to hear it.
I grew up with like hardcore Christians, like the speaking in tongues kind. And like when I was a little kid, like I always just thought it was like grown-ups playing make-believe. Like I was never like really sold on it, and there's this one time my dad, I think I was maybe about like 19 years old, and he called me up to come hang out, and I thought we were gonna like go see a movie or shoot pool or something. And he starts driving us to San Jose, and I was just like, where are we going? He's like, you got to hear this guy talk, right? And so he took me to some like super church where there was this guy who like used to be in rock bands like back in the 80s or whatever, but then he found Jesus, and now he like tours around just giving his testimony about how he used to be a sinning man with all the girls and the cocaine and whatever.
Classic.
But he was also famous for touching people's forehead and putting the Holy Spirit into them and making them fall on the ground and start doing the tuna fish. And like my dad got us there early so that we could be up front. So that like he was trying to get me saved, basically. Like, man, I've been trying everything this is gonna do. This is gonna get the boy, right? Got us up front. I can't remember how many people I had to the right or left of me, but this dude starts working his way down the line, right? And he's going up to people, and in the name of Ziba Zaba, boom, right? Like fall back on the church pew or lay on the ground and start twitching around. And I was like, oh, fuck me, man. And like, got up to my dad and did it to my dad, fell on the ground, like, right? And I'm trying to give this guy the like, head motion, like, beat it, pal. Like, I don't want to do it. He tried it twice on me. The first one, in the name of Jesus, right? And I'm just like, nope, no, beat it. He tried again in the name of the bat, right? And then he just like gave up and moved on. I was the only person fucking standing in that like moment. And I was looking at all of these people, and I'm like, it's on the, like, it's like an Emperor's New Clothes thing. Like, oh, they're going to think I don't have my life right with Jesus if I don't act like this. Like,
yeah, it's.
And like, so, and I still like see that stuff, even some of the new age stuff where I see like, some guru waving their hands and doing some Kundalini thing, and then someone's laying on the floor. Like I think of that like the exact same way, but
well, yeah. But I mean, the way I personally, view it and like, it's inconsequential to me. If somebody tells me, no, it's 100% real, that's just inconsequential. That's fine. The way I see it is kind of like it's all your mind. So and it's like because I remember one time on ketamine, I swear it was like I got possessed by like 40 beings, and they were all like talking and like arguing with each other, and like I don't know, but at the end of the day, where was I go? Oh yeah, like the whole, so like I feel like if you believe that the Kundalini is going to like reset your aura or whatever it does, and then you act as if like I don't see what's wrong with that, or what's like whether it is or isn't, it is, it is, because that's just kind of how the mind, the infinite mind works.
Yeah.
But yeah, I liked what actually when you're talking about I bet you that is why all those people are falling, is because they're like, oh, if I don't fall, that means that I'm going to be, it's kind of like what Leo was saying with the lines, where people were saying, the peer pressure.
Christianity, it should have been the other way around. Like they already believe in Jesus. I'm the sinner. I'm the non-believer. Like I should have been the one twitching on the floor while they all watched me. If that shit were real. And it was like, oh man. Yeah. So no, I'm saying no on the demons. It's most likely like in your head sounds like much a more reasonable conclusion than there actually being like supernatural entities getting into people and making them do evil things to you. Like, yeah, the devil made me do it. Ain't worked in court yet. So.
Well, I think whatever it is that, I mean, because there's so like the power of, you know, thought is so magnificent. So whatever it is, you know, but ultimately we are the I am that sits at the throne of our being. So like, you know, that's why I like to choose to, you know, even though I never actually believed for sure that there's these entities, like I believe that like I have the power to, you know, I have the power to correct what's happening. So like if you for me, like I said, just calling it a demon made me disidentify with the negative thought. Now I'm not this negative, I'm not the thing telling me that I suck. It's something else telling me that. I'm not going to listen. And so it's like a nice tool, whether it's real or not, for me to learn mastery of over myself and my mind.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, man. Because even in Buddhism, I remember like reading some old story about Buddha being tempted by some like evil demon named Mara, right? Like, you know, and I can't even remember what. There's so many different like sects of Buddhism. But like, yeah, I remember like after reading that story, like when I would like have tempting thoughts or see things, I'd be like, yeah, not today, you know, Mara.
Be gone, Mara.
Really thought of it like as a real thing, just like yeah, okay, so I know what you're saying, man. You know, like I get it. Right on, dude.
So I've been on psilocybin journeys where I go into my journey utilizing breath work. And as I begin to enter the journey, I would say that I feel like something is being exercised. You know, I don't know what it is or how it is, but I feel it being pulled from me, whether it's energy or demon. But you know, like when you're like, you're breathing and you're trying to push it out, you're trying to do whatever you can to get out, but something wants to get out. So I mean, I maybe think of exorcism in that way for sure.
Yeah, and actually now you say that reminded me of like a DMT trip I had where it felt like something like attached to my forehead was like blown off. And then I like experienced reality in this whole new different way. And like the whole time I felt like, oh, there's this thing that's like attached to me that's lying and like deceiving me at all times. And it felt almost like some kind of like powerful entity or something. But these are once again, like, you know, these are just words now that we're using to label like an experience that has no name. But I think if it works for people, it's absolutely great. And I'll even like, you know, put aside my my preconceived notions and like entertain it with people as well that are really into that kind of stuff. Because like I said, it's no harm for me if I really am a believer in like the power of intention and like I can always figure out a way to like twist it into my own understanding where I'm like, we can both share in that experience, or all of us. So I'm down to do some like Kundalini or what's it called? What is it where they wave their hands over you when they change your energy?
Reiki.
Yeah. Well, I have 3 minutes left, so I can't believe I made it. thank you everybody very much for participating. And I really appreciate all of the support and kind words. Thank you, Andrea.
Yeah, you did a really good job, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doing your part.
So yeah, I appreciate it, man. And I got to do some errands and stuff, but I'm going
Oh,
to.
Jeremy Weiss is on. There he is.
Oh.
Yeah, you guys just invited me, and I heard that there were some questions about demonic possession, and that my expertise was requested, so that I'm answering to the bat signal.
Yeah.
So basically we have like a few more minutes before Alicia takes over, but I told Alicia about you, so I'm sure she's flexible because the next person after her is flexible. But basically we were talking about demonic possession in the situation of addiction. That's such a huge topic, but just wondering if you could talk about it just for a few minutes, Alicia, if you can be gracious. Okay, cool.
I'd be happy to chat about demonic possession, but we're talking about what demonic possession, particularly in the Jewish tradition. Are we talking about Dybbuk possession, which is possession by a spirit? And are you asking what the hallmarks are, or if you're asking how they are related to,
how would they present in addiction for different faiths who are working to maybe rid people of demonic spirits in the situation of addiction? Like maybe where have you seen that, or how would it relate to religion?
Well, I mean, certainly possession could certainly predispose or make that person do things that there is not under their own command or free will, right? I mean, that's the whole issue around possession,
Right.
is that there's another entity, malevolent entity, that has taken over your body, as opposed to a benevolent entity like an angel or something, which can also happen. That can be an Iber or a benevolent or a tzaddik or a benevolent force takes over your body. Now, if you have a malevolent force taking over someone's body, causing them to have it's manifesting as an addiction problem, in my tradition of exorcism or Jewish exorcism, and in many others, I mean, the hallmark is to both, yes, identify that there is a malevolent force at work, and then the next thing to do would be to determine what type. Is it a spirit or it's a demon? Because those are handled generally differently. And then to perform an exorcism, which in my tradition is usually a public gathering. Their candles are lit. The person is brought forth, and then you try to learn the malevolent force's ineffable name and force the spirit or demon or malevolent entity, the entity out by the use of their ineffable name. Questions? I don't know if that helped at all. Did I?
Yeah, no, that was very helpful. There was a lady on here who was talking about Andrea, right? She wanted to talk about what was it, demons, or help me out.
Right, trying to understand the distinction between if someone's really in an addictive state or perhaps they have a demonic possession.
Right. And I mean, I think the whole theory around talking about addiction and demonic possession is a lot of times people say when they're in full-blown addiction, their spirit is weaker, or they're just, weaker as a person. And so it brings in like an opportunity for attachment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's possible. I agree with that.
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
And you
So you say that you have to use their name to banish them?
Well, that is a technique of Jewish exorcism that is essential in performing a Jewish exorcism, not necessarily in another tradition such as Catholic exorcism. But I mean, you know, we all have our own techniques, right? I mean, I also practice hoodoo, which is African American folk magic. And that has a different approach to jinx removal, evil eye removal, curse removal, and spirit removal. Right? You could well, that's not exactly true. Even in the hoodoo tradition, to capture a spirit, you would tie a string in a knot and then try to say the spirit's name while pulling the knot tighter. Right. So it is important to know. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the navigation in an exorcism, is learning why is the spirit possessing, you know, like I said, is it a spirit versus a demon? And if so, what's the reason for its possession? And in the Jewish tradition, if you have a soul that is refusing to undergo the process of transmigration, then it's called a double mitzvah, or it's a double good deed to do the exorcism, because you're freeing both the victim as well as the soul that is refusing to go about its business and trapped here. So it's like a double good deed.
That's awesome.
That's so powerful.
Yeah.
I want to speak on the tradition of candomblé out of Brazil, because it touches on this a little bit in terms of spirits and substances. I have had the privilege to attend some candomblé ceremonies, and there's always you know, a leader or a person who channels. Is very spiritualistic type tradition, but the person who channels utilizes alcohol. They drink the alcohol for two purposes. Number one, to decrease their resistance to the entry of the spirit. And number two, because alcohol is a pleasure of the body, or it elicits pleasure of the body, and the spirit is attracted to the worldly pleasures. It gives them a reason to stop by. So I don't know if the same sort of model or theory or approach from candomblé would speak to addiction specifically, but if it did, then you could theorize that the more one partakes in alcohol usage, we'll say alcohol specifically, the more likely they are that a spirit will enter them, will first be attracted to them, but second have the capability to enter them so that they can, well, I guess in addiction it would be without their consent, but the spirit would present itself through the person.
Yeah, and you know, and it's also as far as other, you know, just how I was thinking and was occurring to me. I mean, we've talked about this before, I think, in the past, Cece. I remember us having a discussion about that, actually. It was very interesting. But you know, other additional or ways of looking at not just addiction, but the use of medicines and substances during the treatment or of exorcism. In the Jewish tradition, it's not, you're not allowed to burn incense that is pleasurable to as an offering to the malevolent entity. You can only burn incense that is noxious to the malevolent entity. You know, speaking of burning things that you inhale. Sorry.
There you go.
Thank you so much, Dr. Weiss. And we need to move on to our next moderator, but you're welcome back anytime in the next 24 hours. And I encourage you to put your website in the chat, but welcome to Alicia, and thank you, Dr. Weiss.
Okay, well, thank you for letting me cut in and step in and ruin your meeting, but you know, appreciate it.
No, it was exciting.
We love you.
We love you.
We love you.
You married
We
him.
love you.
Right.
All right. Love you back.
All right, Dr. Weiss, take care.
And introduce Alicia.
Yeah, you can introduce Alicia. No, I'm kidding. This is Alicia. We introduced Alicia.
We just did. Alicia.
Hi. Hi. Can you guys hear me okay? Is this good with this headset? Yeah, it's good. Okay. Wow, thanks, Dr. Weiss. That was really cool. I mean, I didn't know about this double mitzvah. This is so exciting, and also, you know, reminding me sometimes, you know, sensing these energies moving through, just to pay, you know, how important it is to, you know, it's actually a mitzvah to take a look, you know, take the time to look at what is flowing within, and to do what we need to do, not just, you know, for ourselves, but for whatever that energy is inside that needs to be released. And also, I just think such a cool, one of the coolest things I love about psychedelics, this topic, it just like intersects so many different interests. One of them being spirituality, another important one for me being social justice, another important one for me is around health and wellness. And so that was just a really great example of some of these intersections. And I'm going to be talking about some work that touches on the intersections for me in a few minutes. So we would like to say hello, everybody, and welcome. And thanks for being here. This important topic. Big, huge thanks to Leo, and I've seen it in its full glory, by the way. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you. I wanted to start off by, and it looks like I keep getting the signal saying my intro. Just let me know if you can't hear me or if something happens. So I just want to start just acknowledging that I'm here. I'm calling you from the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples here in Vancouver, British Columbia. And I think it's really important always to situate ourselves in our work, wherever it is, if it's in relation to the land the peoples whose land we're on, acknowledging the histories and the current dynamics that shape our work, paying attention to just power and privilege, and who not have access to the conversations that we're having right now about this kind of topic. But it really is something that, you know, they're a part of my, you know, I'm a tarot reader on the side. I'm a little bit of a Jew witchy kind of person. I like to do some. Also, when I engage with that work, I also find it really important just to situate in spiritual work and acknowledging the privilege that we have to do our work in a place where we may have even participated in the oppression of Indigenous people, of land and dislocation and all of the fallout of that. So, and just even taking the time to talk about it in a conversation around psychedelics in this, who is a settler, who is a non-Indigenous person, and I am going to introduce myself to you now, but I did just want to start with that. So my name is Alicia. My pronouns are she and her. I am a white settler, And my ancestry is European, Ashkenazi Jewish. Yes. From Russia and Poland. And I'm living here. I just mentioned where I'm living. I'm Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil. And I'm currently, I work in the area of addressing anti-Indigenous racism in health and healthcare. That's sort of where I'm working right now. And in a variety of aspects of healthcare. I've my background, looking at racism, anti-Indigenous racism in particular. It's looking at power inequities and policy, but all in the context of health. And I have also been working in the area of health and harm reduction in particular for quite a while now. For the last 4 years working in municipal policy in Vancouver, focused specifically on the overdose. And
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt, but could
yeah,
you
yeah.
try doing just your voice because it's glitching?
Just like right now,
Yeah, no video, but just your voice and see if it helps with the glitching. It's just glitching.
like choppy.
Yeah, a little choppy.
Okay. I wonder what I could do to address the choppiness.
If you don't do your video,
Turn the camera off.
if you turn the camera off, it's sometimes better reception. It uses less wattage or something, bandwidth.
Okay. Is that better?
Oh
Yeah. Loving it.
Wow. Okay. Okay. I'll pop in now and then. Okay. So okay, great. Okay, I'm just responding to some messages in the chat that are coming through, some private messages in there. Okay, great. So I will pop in, show my face now and then. So okay, so I have worked in in the area of the overdose crisis, and much of my work has also focused on involving people in the work in health decision making and health policy, and especially in the context of substance use, and then context of involving people with lived experience of substance use in decision making, and work in the context of involving Indigenous people in health to health decisions impact Indigenous people. I've actually found it quite challenging to figure out where I fit psychedelics, which is and psychedelics and substances in general is an issue that's very close. And part of this is because is someone saying something?
No, but you might try calling in on a phone and then occasionally turning on your video, but just like leaving it muted on your desktop.
Well,
because it's glitching with your computer.
Let's see. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me call.
But we still want to see your face occasionally and whatever. It's just you can turn down the volume on your laptop.
Oh, here, let me grab.
And just on the Zoom invite, there'll be the phone number. You can just go ahead and call that. But I'll mute whoever just had some background noise.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Oops. Okay, I might even try.
No, we're totally flexible. So just take your time. You were very flexible with us. So.
Oh yeah, no worries. I just see that. Yeah, I'm having my signal's not that good. Let me move to a different place in the room that I'm in and see if I can get a better signal. And I'm going to be talking about accessibility, and I want to be accessible.
No, I'm hearing you loud.
Oh, you guys are. You are. You're hearing me. Yeah. Okay. Because I was gonna say, I think I might actually be able to hotspot my phone, which might give me better connection. So maybe I could just try that. Should I just try that? Hang on 1 second.
If you think it might allow you to show the video of yourself and not glitch, then that would be cool to see your face.
Yeah, I think I can try to do that. I just
but if it's a pain, then don't worry about it. Just take your time. Just don't. Yeah, it's all good.
Okay. I don't think it's a pain. I just, what did I do with my other phone? Oh, here it is. Okay, let me just try this one fix to see if you can, if that'll work, and then let's see if you, I'll see if I can. Are you hearing me okay now, though?
We are.
Okay, I'm gonna try. Let me try this one. Oh no, actually, I think this is looks okay. Okay, I'm just gonna keep going. Maybe I'll just turn my camera on and see if this works. Will you let me know if because it looks like my signal's stronger now? Okay, so I'll continue, and then just tell me if it goes off. Okay, so I found it difficult to figure out where I fit, what I have to offer, the conversation in psychedelics. And one of the reasons is because I find that it's increasingly, this is a really bad angle, I'm sorry, it's increasingly becoming under the scope of medicine, of biomedicine, which is a colonial patriarchal system. And it's also one that's dominated by science. It's dominated by medicine, dominated by sciences. And even though I do have a background in health, come from a social science perspective. And I really want to talk about some of the things, and this is sort of a larger project of mine, of what social science perspectives has to offer this conversation, particularly in psychedelics. And I want to draw on something, I guess, a field of thought that I've spent a lot of time with, called, I'm just going to very loosely call it critical theory or critical theoretical perspectives. I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with different kinds of critical theoretical perspectives. Basically, they were born out of the Frankfurt School in Germany with some folks there coming out of Holocaust Germany, wrestling with ideas of society. But these ideas, basically, they have to do with power and understanding how power operates in our social world, in the social systems. And having a critical perspective can help us think about power imbalances, what they look like in different social systems, different social places, how they show up, and then what we can do or what we need to do in order to transform them so we have a world or a system or an organization that's more fair, that's fairer, that's more equitable. And so I'm really trained with this perspective, and everything that I look at, I'm looking at where are the power imbalances, where are the places that are not fair, and what can we do to change them so we have more fairness. And this means paying attention to how some systems, or if it's the healthcare system or some decisions, if it's a drug policy, how do they impact different groups of people? And where are there differences between how groups of people are impacted? How does different parts of the health system privilege some people and disadvantage others? So this just gives you a sense of the kind of the lens that I have on stuff. But I want to share some examples, and I'm going to just talk a little bit more about just concrete, down-to-earth examples. The first one I'm going to start off with is decriminalization in Vancouver and drug policy decision-making. So I was part of a really exciting initiative in Vancouver to put together an application to decriminalize drugs, decriminalize illicit substances. And I don't know if any of you are following the politics here, but we actually, the province of BC, where I am, was granted an exemption. And so now you can actually carry 2.5 grams of illicit substances on you and not be criminalized. And you even get to keep your drugs. So we're still in BC, still working this out. But prior to that, just in Vancouver and the city that we have here, we were working on this application and trying to figure it out. And my role, and I think it was Cece earlier was talking about being this bridge between people who are accessing systems and and the healthcare system and their role as a nurse. And my role is kind of so being sort of a bridge between people with lived experience, but policy in the policy world and decision makers. And so in this, I had the opportunity to engage people with lived experiences in the conversation and get feedback and do a consultation. I noticed some things in this work that were examples of how power imbalances play out in the context of policy decision making. And I know that this is a topic on addictions. I just want to say that there's so much overlap and intersect. I won't go into the difference between people who are using substances, what is problematic substance, what is addictions, but I will say this is in the context of the overdose crisis, where a lot of people who are having addictions are using substances all the time, all the time, people who are at risk for overdose. How do we look at including people with lived experience of addiction and substance use in policy decisions? And because any policy that's going to have a positive effect on people, so if we want the policy to make a difference, we want people to stop dying from a toxic drug supply, we can't develop a good policy without involving the people who are directly impacted by it. And this is also true when we think about the other kinds of inequities in drug policy, when we look at who is being impacted by the overdose crisis. For example, I'm in Vancouver in Canada, Indigenous people are way more impacted, disproportionately impacted by the overdose crisis. So if we want to in who's dying, we need to meaningfully include Indigenous people, or Indigenous people need to be meaningfully included in policy decision making. So anyways, I was part of this process, and the leaders at the time were trying to make it go through government quickly, and there wasn't really enough time to do a thorough, comprehensive engagement process. And I remember asking at the beginning, what's our plan for involving people with lived experience? What's our plan for involving Indigenous people? And somebody said, well, right now we're just involving the main signing bodies, the signatories who are involved, the leaders and decision makers. And that was such a great example when you're paying attention to power. It's such a great example of how systemic racism operates when you're sitting around a table with substances. As soon as someone says, we want to work, we're working with all the barriers. Am I cutting out at all? Can you still hear me?
It's interesting. You're only cutting out. It seems like you're cutting out for critical, like the most poignant part of the story, like the climax of the moment or whatever. It's just kind of bizarre to me that's the part that's kind of cutting out. But yeah, occasionally you are cutting out, but it's not that bad.
Okay. I'm sorry. I wish I could fix it, but I'll just keep going.
It's not your fault.
Okay. So so I don't know what I missed, but what I was saying is that an example of how power plays out in a decision making related to substances is when someone says, we're going to work with the leaders. We're just working, because there are so many barriers that keep people who use substances, that keep Indigenous peoples from. When someone makes that comment, that's one example about of how the system continues to exclude people who are by policy decisions, and then you're going to have policies that aren't going to be as effective. So anyways, eventually the process went on and people in the community got really upset, and we went and did this consultation, went around to different local community groups, the local drug using groups, that's their as drug users. So we would go and meet with them and they were so angry. Why didn't you involve us? Why didn't you involve us from the beginning? And finally, and when there was an opportunity, people with lived experience and also Indigenous people who are involved at the table society, if you were going to look at it. So anytime, you know, someone with lived experience, or maybe, or when they decided to involve someone who is Indigenous, it wasn't like a high level Indigenous decision maker or someone who is talking about, they would be people who do not have as much power in organizations or, am I, okay, you can hear me. Oh, here. Let me turn my video off again. That's probably helpful. That's better, right? Is that better? Okay, I forgot that I still had it on. Okay, so that's just another example. So by including people at the table, if you're including people and they're not in the same level, that power dynamic is still there. So there are all kinds of things that you can do in a situation like this, right? You can think about including your decision making, think about including more than one person. You can think about meeting on the terms of people who you want to include, people with lived experience. It's also important to think about, if you're involving people with lived experience in your drug policy decision, how are you being accountable? How are you using what's being said? So that's just one example of how paying attention to power dynamics and how to transform them can play out in relation to substance use and addictions. And that was more of a policy example. I'm going to give one more example around stigma, and in particular around access to healthcare and addictions treatment. And then I want to open it up for discussion, because where I want to go is I want to ask you about, I want to have a conversation about power and power imbalances, specifically in the psychedelic sector in relation to treatment, because it's, and in psychedelic assisted therapy, because I'm not really seeing this conversation yet. So I was also in my role in working in municipal policy. There was a situation during COVID. So during COVID, so many that they weren't able to be inside and to access places where they would normally go to get things for basic needs, like using the washroom and getting water, and harm reduction centers and safe places where people could use. Anyways, washrooms is the big one. And so the city opened up a whole bunch of porta potties and had them all across the city. So anybody could go in and just use these porta potties. And what happened was and we were working also with the health authority to try to make sure that they would somehow be monitored so people wouldn't be able to go in there and use alone. And there was, a death that occurred because people had no other places to use. And so someone went into one of the porta potties and used it in there and overdosed, and nobody was able to get to them. Another example that happened, this is what I wanted to talk about, was bit triggering for some people, so I apologize, and I just give you a heads up. It is a little bit disturbing because it is about the death of a baby, and that's basically the extent of it. But one of the porta potties, there was an infant found in there who had passed away, and so the response was to shut down all of the porta potties, to take them away because of what happened. And I thought that this was a real opportunity to examine, why did something like this happen? And the way that I understand this issue, or what I think was really underlying it, has to do with asking the question, children pass away in the medical system, or when children, most often it's because of when children pass away, it's most often because of a medical condition, right? This is, I've worked with child people, like child forensic special, and this mostly happens. And so why, if there was a medical condition with a child
or with the person who had the baby, why wouldn't they go to the hospital? And in the context, this is also yes, I see in comments here, yes, children's death is most often trauma. Yes. And so this is also in the context of the downtown east side of Vancouver, where there's a lot of poverty, there's a lot of racism. And so you can imagine, or can you imagine that the anticipated experience of going to a hospital would be so negative and terrible that somebody would rather just leave their baby in body because maybe they were afraid of being criminalized. Maybe they were afraid of being criminalized for murder, stereotyped, racially stereotyped because of their substance use, because of where they live. So this, I thought, was a really key example of how stigma shows up and the implications it has. And I kept thinking about, who is that person? Who is that person who is walking around? I mean, probably maybe not walking, the person who gave birth, who has not only like the grief and the anguish and the mental trauma that may have arisen, but also the physical complications from this, who is not able to go in and get care. So when we can pay attention to things like power and to stigma and see how this is a barrier for people accessing care, accessing harm reduction services like overdose prevention sites, even going into emergency room. And I was going to play you a little video with some people on a research project I worked on, the people talking about substance use stigma. But I'll just say very briefly that one of the key places, there's so many places where people experience stigma in healthcare and when accessing treatment for substance use, but one is through emergencies, people going in being labeled as frequent flyers, being labeled as drug seeking, being stereotyped. Even the signage, no drugs here, no narcotics, can also be very violent. The language that people ask, assuming, how much alcohol have you been drinking, or assuming people have been using. These are all different ways that the healthcare system contributes to uses stigma, but through substance use stigma prevents people from being able to access care for treatment and also just any kind of healthcare because of the substance use stigma. So those are just some examples. And I'd love to open it up for discussion and ask you, and I was going to show a video, but we're thinking that it's probably going to be super glitchy because my connection doesn't seem to be really strong right now, and I apologize for that. I'd love to ask you about power imbalances in the psychedelic sector. And I know we're talking about addictions treatment, so you could also, I invite you to talk about power in accessing addictions medicine, or in psychedelic assisted therapy, or even just in access to psychedelics. I think it's a conversation that we need to have. We can also start to talk about, maybe we can first start to talk about where the problems that we see, where is the unfairness, and then maybe we can start to also talk about what can we do about it? What can we do to start addressing these power imbalances? And I always like to think about that. So I'm going to stop there. And also, please feel free to share any personal experiences of power imbalances that you may have experienced in the context of addictions or psychedelics or substance use and accessing healthcare. And you can feel free to put up your hand or put your comment in the chat.
Can I just jump in? Alicia, can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. So it's such a huge question, but these things are all interconnected. Like earlier when Avia, she was speaking about capitalism. And so I feel like there's a lot of isms that are interrelated here. And clearly you already know that, but I think if we're not fighting racism, like combining it like a marriage with the liberation of like drug policy and seeing how the shackles of drug policy are really so racist. And a lot of times I feel like I have to confront these white liberal friends that think they're doing all this great social justice work by putting up Black Lives Matter posters in their windows. And I get really annoyed because when I say to them, well, let's address drug policy, the response that I get is, that's not my thing. I don't want to go there. That's like a dirty subject. And I'm like, you really say you want to make an impact, you know? So I think it takes people who have privilege to call out other people who have privilege. You know, I think that's part of the solution. But I also think it's everything you're saying, which is like involving people that are disenfranchised or who experience addiction to the table and invite them to power. But really, we're inviting everyone to power, right? We're inviting the common person and saying, you're an expert on your own life. You know, we're inviting one another. How we treat one another can be a revolutionary movement. And so I think when I talk about the plantation economic model in the United States specifically, because it was built on slavery, that in that model, you know, you see the white woman in the house, and sure, she might be living a great life, but I think that we don't see white women other than the Republican Party kind of rising up and being our rising stars like AOC or Nina Turner from Ohio. And so I think we really need to see kind of like a unified movement of people. And I think the plant medicine community has that opportunity to do that, to really bring together people of all colors and flavors and sizes and politics to show that you can get together and you can get shit done. You don't have to necessarily agree about everything, but you can agree about commonalities. And so I think the more that we can bring in people, because there's so much entitlement in this community, there's so many people that don't even realize that they're acting entitled. And a lot of people who are poor or who are disenfranchised can't afford these plant medicines. And I think that we need to be in a position of advocacy, but also a position of giving, you know, that we see giving plant medicine to other people or sharing it with people who don't have an opportunity is actually kind of like passing that gift on. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Leo. I'm going to turn my video off while I'm talking so you can hear me better, because I don't want to glitch out again. I just turned it on quickly so you could see me. Yeah, thank you so much. And I really appreciate you talking about all the isms. And that is how it works with power. Different, whether we're talking about sexism or racism or colonialism, these all intersect and constitute one another. You can see it, for example, in the downtown east side. You know, poverty, for example, just the connections between poverty and racism, or like you look around and you can see the different there's more indigenous people, more racialized people in poor neighborhoods. This is an example of how our system discriminates when it comes to income by race. Racial inequities exist across income. This is an example of two, and I don't know if people are familiar with intersectionality, but two different kinds of, social forces, two systems, racism and classism, that kind of go together. I also want to just talk about, just pick up what you're talking about. Whiteness is really important as well. And it's a conversation that I am not hearing in psychedelics, is talking about the whiteness of psychedelics and paying attention to white supremacy. And it can be really simple when we're looking at any, just say, psychedelic assisted therapy organization or organization or service. When you look around at the decision makers and you start paying attention to race, when you start to see who are in decision-making positions, and is it mostly white people? When you take a look at whose knowledges are being drawn on, whose approaches, and I'm not going to go into what whiteness looks like as a manifestation in organizations, but just to give one example, and Tema Okun, if anyone's interested, talks a lot about this, but perfectionism, for example, as a manifestation of whiteness. So as a sense of urgency, this kind of white Eurocentric way that we have to do things. And, that we don't want to look at, we don't want to talk about what we're doing wrong. We just want to keep performance indicators, what we're doing right. So I think there's a real opportunity in this conversation for us. And also there's also this whole calling out, the calling out culture, and the speaking out is important in the same breath. I think it's always so important for us to just look at ourselves always. And, I have made so many mistakes, and I like to give this example of when I was, this was many years ago, at an intersectionality conference, and I was working at I was working at the First Nations Health Authority, and this is the first like Indigenous health government, like First Nations health government, and doing health policy in paid, that was, it used to be part of Health Canada, and so it was really exciting to be there. I was in a policy role, and I went to this conference, and there was this amazing young Indigenous Two-Spirit speaker, Jessica Danforth, and she spoke, and she was talking about the Ally Industrial Complex, and she's like, you know who they are. You can tell them that they're the white people who they say they're doing equity work, and they profit off it. They make a living on it. And you can tell who they are, and she's describing them, and she's like, when you look up on their wall, their office wall, you'll see they have that, they've got that a quote by Lila Watson, that if you come here to help me, I don't want your help, but if your liberation is wrapped up in mine, let's work together. And I had just put that quote up on my office wall that day, and here I was like doing exactly, I was the exact person as part of the another cog in the wheel of the Ally Industrial Complex. And pointing it out, pointing at ourselves and how we all participate in these inequitable power dynamics. We all have a responsibility in the psychedelic sector as it grows to look at ourselves and how are we disrupting power? How are we paying attention? And how are we talking about things like whiteness and things like racism? And when you said Leo, you're talking about coming together. I believe when we talk about systemic issues like systemic racism or whiteness that are systemic issues, these are examples of where we can come together. I also do want to acknowledge the importance of having diverse perspectives on this. And Leo had a really good comment about people who are advocating for racial justice, but maybe not advocating for drug policy, which might feel like it's undermining how those two issues, how racial justice and issues related to substance use, how those are interconnected. And at the same time, some of the things I've seen here in the context where I'm living in, because of the history of colonization and the introduction of alcohol and the harms that were imposed on Indigenous peoples, and also because of all the stereotyping Indigenous people experience when it comes to substances. Because of all of these, because of all this, anticipation, because of the stereotyping, that there are many communities where harm reduction, for example, is a difficult conversation. People have different perspectives on substances, and I think that's something that is important to work with, to navigate. I see your hand up, Noriko, so I'd love to hear from you. So just to put it out there that sometimes we don't always need to pit issues of social justice against each other. Yes, addressing one can help address the other one, and also understanding, where there might be some forms of resistance to addressing the issues because of a history of oppression could be something that might be helpful as well. Noriko, please.
Thanks. I'm so sorry I was late to your slot, Alicia, but I was excited when I read your description. And as a nurse who is working mostly above ground with ketamine, I just want to say that, one of the most obvious accessibility issues that I've noticed is that, ketamine is legal, but it's being used off label. And so it's not covered by insurance. And that's such a complicated issue to address. I know that Spravato is covered, but it's very expensive. Generic ketamine is actually very cheap. But the logistics of having somebody sit for 3 hours and doing the preparation and integration work is costly. And so I think that as clinicians, it's one of the simplest, most effective things that we can do is offer sliding scales and offer um, and offer sliding scales for specific populations that are, historically affected more by structural racism and trauma, and whose Indigenous knowledge we're profiting from. And like you mentioned, I think a huge issue in healthcare in general is just lack of representation. But I think it becomes especially important when it comes to like mental health services. Yeah, I have definitely noticed that the psychedelic community is overwhelmingly white. And there's work to be done there for sure.
Thank you so much, Noriko. And I'll turn my video off just so I don't cut out again. Yeah, you've highlighted some great examples and also a solution around having a sliding scale. It's so important to look at all the kinds of barriers around accessibility. Finances is one. And we could even take it further and think about who has the burden of responsibility to even have that conversation. Sometimes, if there's if you're having trouble with finances, then please ask and we'll make an exception. And there's, what is how is that addressing the shame or the other barriers that someone might even have in coming forward and asking that question. And I also wanted to say, just to draw on policy a little bit here, and in the Canadian context, where if you're a status First Nations person, you have access to other kinds of non-insured health benefits. I'm just acknowledging that a lot of people will say that this is not actually a benefit, it's a right. It shouldn't be called a benefit. But dentistry, for example, and we do have a different healthcare system here than in the States. Where some of our healthcare services are publicly funded, but dentistry is not one of them. However, if you are a status First Nations person and you have non-insured health benefits and you go to a dentist, you're able to get it covered through the federal government. However, there is a certain amount of administrative paperwork, and there are many dentists who will not take you, or who would discriminate in that case. It's one more barrier, it's one more administrative burden, and another opportunity for not being able to access care. So anyways, thank you so much for this example around ketamine. And we can also think about this on the context of, Indigenous people's land, like preventing people whose land we're on accessing medicine. And even in psychedelics, when we're talking about plant medicines, and sometimes therapies that are using Indigenous plant medicines, the irony of us denying access to, or making access difficult, even in, I think about that sometimes when I'd be working, doing policy work, but working in the downtown east side and looking at just the rates of homelessness, and thinking how unfair it is that the people whose land we're on, whose homelands we're on, have disproportionately unable to have a home. So these are some really great examples. And I do just want to, on this note, pop something in the chat. I wasn't able to play the video for you, but I was part of a research project called EQUIP. And if anyone, I use the word equity, is basically just fairness. But this was a research project looking at creating tools and resources so primary healthcare providers, or people who work in health, could be able to provide care that was more equitable and that was more responsive. And there's a whole line of products or tools in relation to equity. Some are Indigenous specific. This is one that's about substance use and harm reduction. So they're practical tools that organizations can do. I think there could be a lot of applicability for ketamine assisted therapy clinics and other psychedelic assisted therapy clinics. So, and I'd love to hear other people's thoughts. Does anyone else have any ideas about how to address inequities that you may have seen in the psychedelic sector? Or even if you don't have a solution, just any other barriers that you may have seen.
I can speak to this.
Please go ahead.
A little bit. So As a nurse, I worked in a medical clinic for about 4 years. It was a multi-specialty and multi-surgical clinic that served uninsured and underinsured people in the deepest part of Hartford. So when you have an inner city hospital, it's usually quite close to the most poverty-stricken areas of the city. At least that reigns true for the cities that are near me. So my clinic served the inner city population, which was primarily people of color, Spanish speaking, Hispanic folks, and these were also primarily people who utilized state services and subsidies. So definitely people who have really high need. And so the medical clinic to speak to the classism, the medical clinic, in and of itself, to come to the clinic, you are a clinic patient, that in and of itself is a label. You're a clinic patient. That's the first part. I'm still a little bitter about this job, so that might show a little bit in how I speak. But it was hard to get scheduled because there was more demand than could be met, or that would be met by the institution, a Catholic institution, by the way, who likes to light up the computers every day about serving the underserved, who provided nothing but a basement clinic where people with emergency, not emergency, but urgent medical issues couldn't get an appointment for 6 months. And even when they did get the appointment, they found out that the procedure was not covered by the clinic services, and were sent down to the financial office, where they promptly got a cost sheet that required a down payment that was outside of their reach for the most part. So this is a very difficult working environment. And I was called a racist bitch on more than one occasion, in many, many languages, because I was the face of the clinic. I was the nurse. I was there. I had my intentions, and I wanted to be of service and make a living and take care of my family, and that was it. But I couldn't really say anything back because they weren't wrong. It was set up in a very racist way, and it embodies a very racist feeling, and it mixes in with the classism piece that Leo was speaking about. But I will tell you, I've had lots and lots and lots and lots of conversations, and this probably speaks to my own racism, but I never had one conversation about psychedelics in that clinic. Not one. It didn't come up. It was not something that was spoken about even passively, where there would be entrance for that type of discussion. So that tells me something about myself, but it also tells me something about the community, because I've had patients in other settings be very open with me about those things. But I would suspect that in their community and in their day-to-day with the people they see and the things they read and do, they're not hearing about the benefits of psychedelics. I'm not sure they understand that there's a tool. I'm not sure that they have had available the information that it's even a tool for healing. So, my thoughts.
Wow. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Cece. I know I've only got 2 minutes before the next moderator comes on, but I want to say, first of all, thank you for modeling such open reflexivity, self-reflection, just acknowledging your own privilege and your own racism, and just like being a part of that, in front of everyone. I think that's really important to do, to recognize that we're part of the system. It's not us individually. We could try, individually as people who are settlers or white people trying to address or work with or navigate racial injustices in the systems that we're working in, and being able to have that counter that fragility and have the strength to be able to understand the root of people's anger at the system when it comes out is something that I don't take that for granted. That's something that's really important in trying to work within a system to navigate racial injustices. And I also want to just say about, you haven't heard there being a talk, psychedelics haven't been part of the in the racist systems. That's very interesting. And we think about psychedelics and all the indigenous communities, it's plant medicine, they're traditional medicine. And we have this opportunity as people who are advocating for psychedelics. Maybe there's a unique opportunity we have here to push forward some of these conversations about racial justice in health. And maybe we can do it. And I think it's a really exciting conversation. And there seems, there's openness about it. And I know Leo and I have been talking about having some more conversations. Sure. So thank you so much for your ongoing work and for sharing your reflections. And I would just encourage everyone to keep asking these questions in the psychedelic environments. Where is there racism? Where are there inequities? Where are there power imbalances? How can we start talking about them and what we can do to address them? So thank you so much, everyone. And I'm not sure, I think, Becca, maybe I'm passing the baton over to you. You're giving me a smile and a nod. So I'll do that. I'll turn my camera on. And then I will sign off. So, and big thanks to Leo, and thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Alicia. Welcome, Becca.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm really grateful to be here and to be able to speak to this topic. I really appreciated what I caught of that conversation. To introduce myself, my name is Becca. I am a queer neurodivergent person in recovery. My background is I'm actually a certified substance use disorder counselor. I put that in quotes because I don't really like that term. And I'm coming from 10 years of experience working in the mental health addiction field, and have since left that because of a lot of the things I've heard named today, a lot of the inability to speak openly about the benefits of psychedelics, and actually being a counselor and having these conversations one-on-one with people in a treatment setting, and not having the freedom to speak openly about my own experiences and about others' experiences that weren't viewed as from a disordered lens. My personal background is being an IV heroin user, alcohol user, and dealing with a lot of suicidal ideation and attempts in the past. And I'm also a mother of two. And I've been using plant medicine, namely psilocybin, since 2016, after the birth of my second child, during which I experienced a lot of postpartum anxiety and depression that would have been solely medicated with pharmaceuticals had I not serendipitously found mushrooms. And, you know, for me, I had a lot of things floating around in my head that I wanted to speak to today, mostly being around how we even view addiction in a clinical way, and how I feel that we need to move the paradigm from the focus on the individual's brain disease, as it's called, and onto the societal current experience of addiction and all of the systemic factors that contribute to it that aren't really ever even talked about in a clinical setting. I'm also a member of Psychedelics in Recovery, which is a 12-step based psychedelic positive recovery group. The first in-person meeting of Psychedelics in Recovery happened locally where I am in San Diego, California, over 3 years ago. And, you know, it was that community that truly supported me over the last 3 years. And my personal experience with my own treatment, which I want to name the privilege of, you know, it started when I was 20 years old, and I had the privilege of being offered treatment or jail. And that is definitely because I'm a white-bodied person. I was offered that. And even then, what the treatment looked like for me was being made to detox without any supportive medication. So just cold turkey detox from IV heroin and benzo use. So, you know, I have firsthand experience with really the medical cruelty of how I was treated as a drug user. You know, I remember the doctor coming in with his students, and I wasn't even acknowledged as a person. I was just talked about and poked and prodded, and then they would leave. So that was my first entry into treatment, recovery, abstinence. I use those terms loosely because I didn't know even what was going on with my own body, mind, and spirit at the time. And it has taken the last 13 years to figure out even who I was. I can speak to the experience of growing up in a fairly destabilized way, moving frequently, never having a solid community of my own, on top of all of the dysfunctionality of childhood. And so from a young age, I really just wanted to find community, and I found it in, you know, the punk rock community, which then also led me to alcohol and heroin use, to really soothe the deep existential pain I experienced, and a chronic wishing to just not be here. And I did not have a good spiritual framework. I was raised Catholic, and so shame was internalized from a very, very young age. I thought I was going to hell for a good portion of my younger years. So then once I started self-medicating with things like heroin and benzos and alcohol, it soothed that while I had the drugs. And of course, once the drugs were off, the pain came back in abundance. So for me, psychedelics reconnected me with my spirit in an embodied, experiential way, rather than a cognitive way, which is how I was approaching my attempts at really homeostasis, rather than recovery, for a long time. And I was, when I first attempted to get clean, I was 90 days sober, living at a women's recovery home, and I got pregnant with my first child. And so that was really the push into living for something greater. And was also when I had just started college to become a therapist at the time. And what led me to wanting to work and help those using substances in ways that were pretty much universally medicating something for those people that were using them is losing multiple people to overdoses or tragic complications due to other substance uses, including the father of my oldest child in 2013. That was the pivotal shift into, okay, I feel that this incarnation is to experience and work within this realm of what we call addiction. And lately I've been doing a lot of reading and research on what even is the history of what we call addiction. I knew from the beginning that the abstinence-based 12-step model did not feel in alignment, though I tried and I did the 12 steps. I found much richer conversation and a paradigm that made much more sense in Buddhist recovery meetings and circles, to understand that the phenomenon of attachment and looking externally for things to soothe or fix us is a very old human, an innate human trait and practice. And however, I really struggled to actually embody that and know that on a deeper level than just the mind. We are approaching a lot of addiction in the clinical sense through just the mind and through medication and through talking in groups, lots of just talking in groups. And as someone who has facilitated hundreds of group therapy sessions at this point, I really saw for myself and for most others the need for something deeper. So for me, what I've learned through psychedelics and what I hope to be a part of in this evolving integration of these ancient practices and ancestral use of psilocybin is really my only ancestral medicine that I'm aware of as far as entheogens go, and other plant medicines. is that they are allowing us to really reclaim that experiential knowing of the many facets of our mind, body, spirit connection. But I wanted to really talk about something that has been resonating me, which is the dislocation theory of addiction and how psychedelics fit into that view of addiction rather than the brain disease model. Now that I'm working in a capacity with others that incorporates plant medicine, something that I've seen be such a strong cornerstone and an anchor for growth and an anchor for integrating what psychedelics have to offer us is a strong connected community. Healing in isolation as far as problematic substance use goes is, in my view, very difficult, and it is only through connection with others that we can truly feel that sense of belonging and extend that sense of belonging that we often can feel through psychedelics. So if anyone here is not familiar with the dislocation theory of addiction, summarized, it's basically pointing to the many facets of dislocation. So that's geographical dislocation, that's colonization, that's, you know, a lot of certainly the racist and classist oppression of drug users, especially throughout the last 3 centuries, that speaks to a lot of the occurrences today, and namely the lack of meaningful purpose and joy and connection that we found in our original ancestral community settings that is often not prevalent in this day and age. And so the topic of decolonization and allowing a lot of the ancestral practices and uplifting one another, that just feels like it needs to be named and integrated and looked at more, especially from a drug policy perspective, especially most importantly from a treatment perspective, right? As a counselor, having to tell people to do, abstain, take medications, and just go to meetings and maybe throw in some cognitive behavioral therapy skills in there. And then sending them back to their lives of for most people, working, or if they are involved in the criminal justice system, probation, and all of the hoops that many people have to jump through for that. Of course, the success rates are low. So I feel like at this point, I certainly have more questions than answers on a macro level of integrating that with psychedelics. However, I see the possibility of the many grassroots workers in this capacity really naming these issues and these very real things that are causing death. You know, I feel that pretty much all overdose deaths are a result of drug policy failure, are a result of prohibition, are a result of just the lack of safety that comes with being a drug user in this day and age. And where can we fit psychedelics in there if so many of the systemic factors are staying the same? And including the psychedelic exceptionalism, right? I notice even within myself, I can have a tendency of putting psychedelics up here and then forgetting about the other drugs that are continuing to be used and are dangerous, especially for those in marginalized communities. So for me, I can't focus too much on the psychedelics without acknowledging that there will always be all of the drugs alter consciousness in some way, shape, or form. So an opioid user deserves the right to clean drugs to do in a safe setting with supports, non-judgmental, non-requirements to be solely abstinent. And psychedelics can become a bridge towards that self-directed and self-defined growth. I think something that probably kept me returning to the self-soothing, though in an increasingly safer way, but something that kept me returning was the inability to share about it openly without being shamed or judged. And the more I was able to find supports that I could speak openly about my struggles with, the more I just felt a feeling of safety. And that feeling of safety gave me space within my system, nervous system, to increasingly choose options that were more aligned with where I wanted to go and were more aligned with the role of being a mother. You know, if we think about the unconditional positive regard that is so often spoke of as the right approach to have with clients in a treatment setting, but is often not present, right? There's a lot of subtle and overt overtones of you are acceptable if you get this much clean time. And if you relapse, you have to go back to square one, rather than look at all the growth that you did. And of course, there are these unhealed or unsupported aspects of your being that need further acceptance within yourself, and acceptance from others. I, especially as a mother, you know, I felt the bar was very high. And so that high bar and that fear of stigmatization, and that I couldn't be honest. If I was struggling, I had to keep it all inside and do my best to get through it. That created a schism within my being and kept part of me hidden while I just tried to seem like I was doing okay. And then so when psychedelics entered the picture and I realized that I was fully okay. I am fully acceptable for who I am and the decisions I've made that led me to this moment. Having that experiential understanding was so, it was so grounding. And to have that, you know, if speaking again to the 12 steps, the higher power contact, right? That I would just hear over and over again, to the point where I was just averse to it. I don't want to hear about higher power. It all just seems like a concept to me. And then psilocybin allowed me to experience that concept and take it out of the idea and into my body. And that is what really opened the door for, again, that self-directed and self-defined growth. To this point, I don't ever tell anyone what anyone else's recovery should look like, with or without psychedelics. I'm a big fan of harm reduction because I feel that makes the most sense. You know, taking into account that humans have been altering their consciousness for thousands of years. How can we continue to hold the gold standard of what recovery is as complete abstinence from mind-altering substances? Having witnessed death, having known personal friends and family and clients who I care about pass away from this, and largely it was in isolation, away from everyone, hiding it. Whatever we can do to bring support and acknowledgement and non-judgment to that, that is my guiding light for this work and for myself. You know, when in 2016, experiencing the postpartum depression and finding psilocybin, I had started drinking alcohol again. I didn't want to per se, but I didn't know what was happening to me. I felt alone. I was having a crisis of, okay, I have these two amazing children and I just have to work full time and just take care of these children mostly by myself for years to come. That felt very like, well, that's it. And then the mushrooms slowly taught me how to moderate and then how to slowly let it go. It wasn't a one and done situation for me. And sometimes I still feel like an outlier for that fact. It certainly sounds better when the story goes, I did plant medicine and I got clean and that was it. I don't think that that's realistic for everybody. You know, I think that psychedelics can sensitize you to the habits and patterns and things that we put inside of our bodies, that we can decide for ourselves whether or not we should continue that in a really in a cellular way, in a subtle way. I think the increased subtle awareness that I've received from plant medicine and that I witness others receiving is that beautiful gradual growth process. And growth is not a straight line up, right? That little graph of growth is actually this this wavy line, and honoring that, honoring the non-binary aspect of what it means to feel whole and complete and happy within yourself, right? And how much can we do that within an overarching system that really doesn't support the longevity of those feelings and experiences. You know, I'll end my last few minutes before questions of, my hope is creating more communities around non-judgmental, supportive integration with psychedelics and any past addictive patterns. I'm really grateful also for San Francisco Psychedelic Society's model of psychedelic recovery, which is non-12-step based and is really more just like an open process group of, what is this looking like for you? Where are you today? What have you gotten? What do you want to share? Rather than there be some agenda of, all right, you're going to share how bad it was, and then now you're good and you're not doing it anymore. You know, I quickly grew tired of that and did not feel comfortable telling clients I was seeing in treatment that that's all you get. So that's really my hope, is that, you know, grassroots organization like Psychedelic Recovery and Psychedelics in Recovery offer an egalitarian peer support model that we can support each other while we are also fighting to change these larger systemic factors that are keeping drug users and alcohol users trapped in shame and isolation and really inhumane settings. And yeah, thanks to the work of, you know, Dr. Carl Hart and Gabor Mate and any other voice that is really speaking to these very real traumas and factors, especially the racist drug policies that are preventing us from really healing on a more collective scale. So I'm at 30 minutes. I'm curious if anyone has anything they'd like to share, given what I just rambled on about, or any questions.
I could go.
Yeah.
Okay, right on. I just wanted to share a couple issues I'm having right now. Several people said they haven't been able to get in. So if any of you have a better view of participants waiting, because right now my computer seems to be glitching or something. So I'm just going to ask people to keep trying just so that they can get in. But I was just going to share that, like, for me, I'm really caught up in the power balance of everything and looking at like how power is constructed and how we should disassemble like the current like system, but like how do we create a new system, and like what is our society like showing us. And I forget who said it. It may have been you, it may have been someone else, because like, you know, I just get tired. So but there was some mention of the fact that we're all interconnected. And so any diseased part of us as a whole is part of us that's diseased, like we're diseased too. And so the addicts are like the piece of the branch or the piece of the tree that's diseased. So we're all affected by that. And if we're like all connected and everything, I just want to look at what's going to be the solution for like curing us as a society. And one of the things I think you need to examine the sickness, right? So I think men in our society, I think, have a lot of sickness related to like drug addiction and suicide and domestic violence and anger management, and I just feel like they're very lost right now because you're seeing a lot of women that can fulfill like that role of being the breadwinner in the family. And so I think a lot of it is like cultural identity issues and like a sense of not having a culture, not having an identity, or not knowing what role is there for them. And so I really think that they're craving like leadership or what have you. So the next event we're doing in March is for men to tell their stories, to talk about things like sex abuse, because for me, as a therapist, I've seen a lot of men not be able to talk about early childhood sexual abuse, and there is like so much shame for men to talk about that. But with the addiction community, there's a clear correlation between, men that have been sexually abused and addiction. And I just feel like that's like one of those elephants in the room where we're talking about removing stigma from things, but I feel like we need to talk about like men's early childhood sexual abuse, often by like mothers or sisters or aunts, or like people that like, you're now talking about incest in these family systems. How do you talk about incest in non-shameful ways? Like, I'm a survivor of incest, like, nice to meet you, So I feel like there's just a lot of shame there. And one area that I've struggled is like, I'm doing this men's event to uphold the opportunity for men to talk about their experiences and share their experiences. And hopefully both genders can like realize like, wow, there's all these multi-dimensional facets to men, and like men are struggling in these different ways. And we're just thinking they're like plant medicine shamans, and they're, molesting these women in these underground sensual ceremonies, but there's like so much more to their experience than that. And here they are very wounded, or here they are very tender, or here they are very oppressed in our culture. And I feel like we haven't really made an opportunity for men to talk about their vulnerability. And so I feel like that's a very beautiful and transformative and revolutionary thing. That having been said, I'm curious what your perspective is as we examine kind of like the patriarchal culture of it all, right? Is as a woman that's leading in the PIR movement, I just feel like I've had experiences where I'm like talking to folks that are going into the psychedelics and recovery space, and I'll have conversations with people where they're talking about other people in ways that I find to be very discriminatory, like in terms of women taking on leadership. Like, it feels very patriarchal and dismissive. And the language that we use sometimes, I think we're not even aware, has power and has, connotations. And so I've picked up on, even though we have a local PIR group here, I've just picked up on some of those, like that energy of the 12 step that feels like patriarchal or something. And maybe I'm imagining things, but where like is the PIR organization mainly men, and is it mainly white men? And where is there leadership for women in that movement? And is it like a patriarchal structure? Because sometimes I feel like we tell ourselves, oh yeah, there's a woman leading, but she's leading within a patriarchal regime. She basically has been handed the slave croppers, the slave master's like whip, and like she's been told that that's power, but it's still his system. And so I'm just wondering, like, where do you see the female revolution in the PIR movement? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for all of that. And thank you for asking that. When I say I'm involved in PIR, I am mostly involved in my local meeting in San Diego, which is an extremely queer meeting. I think PIR is what it is today, as a now global virtual fellowship, because of the queer leadership that really brought it into fruition. In my local meeting, it is an extremely open, vulnerable, extremely accepting and very diverse group. And, you know, we, over 3 years in now, are very, we're staunchly defensive of those principles and really take it upon ourselves to keep any kind of patriarchal or even capitalistic elements out of it. You know, we've even had some people come in and kind of try to use the meeting to like pitch their their guide services or whatever. And, you know, we very kind of clearly make it known during the meeting and afterwards that it's a safe space. We have, in our local San Diego meeting, we have banned a couple people who we found out were abusive, that were attendees, not within the meeting itself, but anyone who is bringing those patriarchal or dogmatic approaches to our local meeting, they're not welcome. And so I'm sure I am aware of, in the virtual fellowship, some of those elements that are becoming a more pronounced, which is wild because really like the first year, all of 2020, it was such a diverse and really queer stewarded community. And it's actually why I'll actually be training with Danielle Negrin on Sunday to be a psychedelic recovery facilitator. Not for that exact reason, but it's why I haven't felt called to be as much a part of the virtual community. I have heard of some of those elements you're speaking to, and it's really carrying over from the AA rooms where that was so prevalent, and which was why I left. And I left those rooms in 2014, you know, because of those elements. So I guess I don't really have I can only speak to my local meeting, because it's so like near and dear to my heart, and because people come to that meeting for support and answers and knowledge. And it's not about any one person. It's not about anyone being on a pedestal. And our local meeting has been exclusively led by queer BIPOC individuals. I led the meeting for a while.
But is there a top kahuna? Is there a big man who's the top dog?
No.
Okay.
Our
And then-
leaders have been trusted servants. Everybody, it's not about gender or anything. It's about like.
I'm just asking, I'm asking if the head person for the organization is a white man. That's all I'm asking. There
is no leader.
Are you talking about Kevin Franciotti or Dimitri Mugianis?
It sounds like two men.
They're the originators of the concept of psychedelics in recovery. But the person who started the in-person meeting and made it what it is today is a queer Latino man. So that's.
It sounds like men have been at the top in terms of
You know,
deciding.
there's a tradition that says our leaders are but trusted servants. They do not govern. Has nothing to do with gender.
Right, but if it
Right,
is.
well, I'm speaking to the experience of how it's grown. I've been a part of it since the beginning, so that's just what I'm speaking to, but.
No,
Yes,
just wanting to clarify that it's men that have led it thus far in terms of its organizational structure or its origins or what have you.
There's a number of women. No, there's a good amount of women that are involved in the leadership and the forming of, you know, what is going to be the literature. And many of there's so many Zoom meetings now, I can't even keep track, but there are multiple women secretaries of different meetings. So there
Becca,
are
what would you consider to be a leader?
So for me, are you asking me?
No, because we have service positions that people take, but there's no leaders that I know of.
I think maybe Leo's talking to like the founding people.
Oh, yeah, I guess the men thought it up and started it.
The men's.
Yeah.
I mean,
But they don't, nobody rules. It's everybody's voted into positions, and there's a spirit of rotation where people move through the positions, but nobody leads. There's no leaders.
Okay.
There's people that get nominated for positions by the group conscience that says, oh, I think this person would be a good fit for the service position. They nominate them, it gets voted in, and they stay for a period of time. And there are rules of conduct within that. You know, everything, and nobody makes any unilateral decisions for the group. It's always voted through the group conscience. Nobody makes any decisions. So people aren't really leaders. They're just given service positions that they hold. That's how it works. And
then
so
is there any money where like there's like a master person who pays for like the big website? Is that
the money thing is they try to follow the AA model of they've gotten trouble with money and property. And so they try to stay out of that. We just started a bank account for the whole Zoom thing. And they try to assign it to a certain entity outside of, but no one person has control of anything. Because AA's already found that that's a sticky web and it doesn't work. So we use their traditions as a model to run it. So we don't really have leaders. We just have trusted servants.
Okay, cool.
Anyways, all that to say is why I'm personally moving to psychedelic recovery, because A, it was started by a woman, and B, I think the process open model is more advantageous and beneficial, especially when we're talking about integrating psychedelics into recovery, than the 12-step model, which is more of just like I share, here's my story, and then the next person shares, and that's it. There's not like a back and forth and like an exploration between the group of a topic or a question. It's more just this person share. It's the AA model, like just shares, one share at a time, and most of the time no one shares twice, so there's no back and forth and sharing. And so I think when we're talking about the nuances and complexities of what psychedelics bring up, I think a process group model is better anyways. So clearly Mike is more involved in that, but
I'm not familiar with the one that you just mentioned, and for some reason it glitched out. Could you mention the one that you said you're interested in?
Yeah, it's called Psychedelic Recovery, and it was started by Danielle Negrin of the San Francisco Psychedelic Society.
Right on. Well, that's fascinating to me because like I feel like I'm just kind of like an anthropologist by nature, and I'm very interested where I see women rising up to take leadership or to create their own like organizations or their own like movements or whatever that's kind of cool because I think women and men can bring different things to the equation and there needs to be balance. So that's awesome.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, there are group consciences in the 12-step model, but there's also a lot of personalities. So I prefer, I prefer to keep it simple and just really creating a container for exploration and support rather than, like I don't know, rather than some of what Mike was speaking to.
Another question I had was about whether you thought there should be men and women's groups, because just the research shows as far as inpatient that people tend to do better when it's single gender.
Yeah, there's been there's been a women's PIR Zoom meeting for a while, for at least 2 years, if not more. I think there might be a men's one too now. I'm not sure. But there's definitely a women's meeting. And I think I'm like, my lens is so queer, I guess, from my local meeting, that you know, to be queer is to really speak from all these nuances and accept them. Can you repeat what PIR stands for? Psychedelics in recovery. Yeah. But
Hey, John, do you want to contribute to the conversation? Do you have anything to add to this, or can you share any thoughts you have on psychedelics and recovery?
Well, I advocate for it. I personally have found my personal experience was seeking, for example, like ketamine treatment. And when I was in Montana, for example, it was something that was actually covered under the available healthcare that I had. When I moved out here to Washington, I found out that it wasn't covered. And I'm talking specifically about infusions. But when I started seeing like Mind Bloom and some of these other kind of branded, they're kind of bougie and a little kitsch in my opinion, but some of these offerings, I was able to go to my primary care provider and talk to them very openly about my interest in this as as somebody who's dealing, I've got diagnoses and working with medications and that kind of thing, and my goal was to basically kind of move myself off of some of these medications, and my interest in ketamine specifically. And the cost barrier and the location barrier was really troubling, and it was put to me very, I was fortunate enough to have somebody who was